Section 1 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. The Psalms, Coverdale translation of the Book of Common Prayer, the King James Version, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims version. Section 1.
Psalm 1 from the Book of Common Prayer. Beatus vir qui non habiit. Blessed is the man that hath not walked in the counsel of the ungodly, nor stood in the way of sinners, and hath not sat in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law will he exercise himself day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the waterside, that will bring forth his fruit in due season. His leaf also shall not wither, and look, whatsoever he doeth, it shall prosper. As for the ungodly, it is not so with them, but they are like the chaff which the wind scattereth away from the face of the earth. Therefore the ungodly shall not be able to stand in the judgment, neither the sinners in the congregation of the righteous. But the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, and the way of the ungodly shall perish. Psalm 1 in the King James Version. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. Psalm 1 from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Beatus vir. Blessed is the man who hath not walked in the counsel of the ungodly, nor stood in the way of sinners, nor sat in the chair of pestilence. But his will is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he shall meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree which is planted near the running waters, which shall bring forth its fruit in due season. And his leaf shall not fall off, and all whatsoever he shall do shall prosper. Not so the wicked, not so, but like the dust which the wind driveth from the face of the earth. Therefore the wicked shall not rise again in judgment, nor sinners in the counsel of the just. For the Lord knoweth the way of the just, and the way of the wicked shall perish.
End of Section 1. Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section 2 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 2 from the Book of Common Prayer. Quaere fremuerant gentes. Why do the heathen so furiously rage together? And why do the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth stand up, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed. Let us break their bonds asunder, and cast away their cords from us. He that dwelleth in heaven shall laugh them to scorn. The Lord shall have them in derision. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet have I set my King upon my holy hill of Sion. I will preach the law, whereof the Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my Son, this day have I begotten thee. Desire of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the utmost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt bruise them with a rod of iron, and break them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings. Be learned, ye that are judges of the earth. Serve the Lord in fear, and rejoice unto him with reverence. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and so ye perish from the right way. If his wrath be kindled, yea, but a little, blessed are all they that put their trust in him. Psalm 2 in the King James Version. Why do the heathen rage, and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, Let us break their bands asunder, and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have them in derision. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet have I set my King upon my holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree. The Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my Son. This day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings. Be instructed, ye judges of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear, and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and ye perish from the way, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed are all they that put their trust in him. Psalm 2 in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Quaere fremuerunt. Why have the Gentiles raged, and the people devised vain things? The kings of the earth stood up, and the princes met together against the Lord and against his Christ. Let us break their bonds asunder, and let us cast away their yoke from us. He that dwelleth in heaven shall laugh at them, and the Lord shall deride them. Then shall he speak to them in his anger, and trouble them in his rage. But I am appointed king by him over Sion, his holy mountain, preaching his commandment. The Lord hath said to me, Thou art my Son, this day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I will give thee the Gentiles for thy inheritance, and the utmost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt rule them with a rod of iron, and shalt break them in pieces like a potter's vessel. And now, O ye kings, understand. Receive instruction, you that judge the earth. Serve ye the Lord with fear, and rejoice unto him with trembling. Embrace discipline, lest at any time the Lord be angry, and you perish from the just way, when his wrath shall be kindled in a short time. Blessed are all they that trust in him.
End of section 2. Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section 3 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 3 from the Book of Common Prayer. Domine quid multiplicati. Lord, how are they increased that trouble me? Many are they that rise against me. Many one there be that say of my soul, there is no help for him in his God. But thou, O Lord, art my defender. Thou art my worship, and the lifter up of my head. I did call upon the Lord with my voice, and he heard me out of his holy hill. I laid me down and slept, and rose up again, for the Lord sustained me. I will not be afraid for 10,000s of the people that have set themselves against me round about. Up, Lord, and help me, O my God, for thou smitest all mine enemies upon the cheekbone. Thou hast broken the teeth of the ungodly. Salvation belongeth unto the Lord, and thy blessing is upon thy people. Psalm 3 from the King James Version, a psalm of David when he fled from Absalom his son. Lord, how are they increased that trouble me? Many are they that rise up against me. Many there be which say of my soul, there is no help for him in God. Selah. But thou, O Lord, art a shield for me, my glory, and the lifter up of mine head. I cried unto the Lord with my voice, and he heard me out of his holy hill. Selah. I laid me down and slept. I awaked, for the Lord sustained me. I will not be afraid of 10,000s of people that have set themselves against me round about. Arise, O Lord, save me, O my God, for thou hast smitten all mine enemies upon the cheekbone. Thou hast broken the teeth of the ungodly. Salvation belongeth unto the Lord. Thy blessing is upon thy people. Selah. Psalm 3 in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Domine quid multiplicati. The psalm of David when he fled from the face of his son Absalom. Why, O Lord, are they multiplied that afflict me? Many are they who rise up against me. Many say to my soul, there is no salvation for him in his God. But thou, O Lord, art my protector, my glory, and the lifter up of my head. I have cried to the Lord with my voice, and he hath heard me from his holy hill. I have slept and have taken my rest, and I have risen up because the Lord hath protected me. I will not fear thousands of the people surrounding me. Arise, O Lord, save me, O my God, for thou hast struck all them who are my adversaries without cause. Thou hast broken the teeth of sinners. Salvation is of the Lord, and thy blessing is upon thy people.
End of section 3. Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section 4 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 4 from the Book of Common Prayer. Cum invocarem. Hear me when I call, O God of my righteousness. Thou hast set me at liberty when I was in trouble. Have mercy upon me, and hearken unto my prayer. O ye sons of men, how long will ye blaspheme mine honor, and have such pleasure in vanity, and seek after leasing? Know this also, that the Lord hath chosen to himself the man that is godly. When I call upon the Lord, he will hear me. Stand in awe and sin not. Commune with your own heart, and in your chamber, and be still. Offer the sacrifice of righteousness, and put your trust in the Lord. There be many that say, who will show us any good? Lord, lift thou up the light of thy countenance upon us. Thou hast put gladness in my heart, since the time that their corn and wine and oil increased. I will lay me down in peace and take my rest. For it is thou, Lord, only, that makest me dwell in safety. Psalm 4 in the King James Version. To the chief musician on Neginoth, a psalm of David. Hear me when I call, O God of my righteousness. Thou hast enlarged me when I was in distress. Have mercy upon me, and hear my prayer. O ye sons of men, how long will ye turn my glory into shame? How long will ye love vanity, and seek after leasing? Selah. But know that the Lord hath set apart him that is godly for himself. The Lord will hear when I call unto him. Stand in awe, and sin not. Commune with your own heart upon your bed, and be still. Selah. Offer the sacrifices of righteousness, and put your trust in the Lord. There be many that say, Who will show us any good? Lord, lift thou up the light of thy countenance upon us. Thou hast put gladness in my heart, more than in the time that their corn and their wine increased. I will both lay me down in peace and sleep, for thou, Lord, only makest me dwell in safety. Psalm 4 in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Cum invocarem, unto the end in verses, a psalm for David. When I called upon him, the God of my justice heard me. When I was in distress, thou hast enlarged me. Have mercy on me, and hear my prayer. O ye sons of men, how long will you be dull of heart? Why do you love vanity, and seek after lying? Know ye also that the Lord hath made his Holy One wonderful. The Lord will hear me when I shall cry unto him. Be ye angry, and sin not. The things you say in your hearts, be sorry for them upon your beds. Offer up the sacrifice of justice, and trust in the Lord. Many say, Who showeth us good things? The light of thy countenance, O Lord, is signed upon us. Thou hast given gladness in my heart. By the fruit of their corn, their wine and oil, they are multiplied. In peace, in the selfsame, I will sleep, and I will rest. For thou, O Lord, singularly hast settled me in hope.
End of section 4. Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section 5 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 5, Book of Common Prayer. Verba mea auribus. Ponder my words, O Lord. Consider my meditation. O hearken thou unto the voice of my calling, my King and my God. For unto thee will I make my prayer. My voice shalt thou hear betimes, O Lord. Early in the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee, and will look up. For thou art the God that hast no pleasure in wickedness, neither shall any evil dwell with thee. Such as be foolish shall not stand in thy sight, for thou hatest all them that work vanity. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. The Lord will abhor both the bloodthirsty and deceitful man. But as for me, I will come into thine house, even upon the multitude of thy mercy. And in thy fear will I worship toward thy holy temple. Lead me, O Lord, in thy righteousness, because of mine enemies. Make thy way plain before my face. For there is no faithfulness in his mouth. Their inward parts are very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Destroy thou them, O God. Let them perish through their own imaginations. Cast them out in the multitude of their ungodliness, for they have rebelled against thee. And let all them that put their trust in thee rejoice. They shall ever be giving of thanks, because thou defendest them. They that love thy name shall be joyful in thee. For thou, Lord, wilt give thy blessing unto the righteous, and with thy favorable kindness wilt thou defend him as with a shield. Psalm 5 in the King James translation. To the chief musician upon Nehiloth, a psalm of David. Give ear to my words, O Lord, consider my meditation. Hearken unto the voice of my cry, my King and my God. For unto thee will I pray. My voice shalt thou hear in the morning, O Lord. In the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee, and will look up. For thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. The Lord will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. But as for me, I will come into thy house in the multitude of thy mercies, and in thy fear will I worship toward thy holy temple. Lead me, O Lord, in thy righteousness because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face, for there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Destroy thou them, O God. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions, for they have rebelled against thee. But let all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Let them ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. Let them also that love thy name be joyful in thee. For thou, Lord, wilt bless the righteous. With favor wilt thou compass him as with a shield. Psalm 5 in the Douay-Rheims translation, as revised by Richard Challoner. Psalm 5. Verba mea auribus, unto the end, for her that obtaineth the inheritance, a psalm for David. Give ear, O Lord, to my words, understand my cry. Hearken to the voice of my prayer, O my King and my God. For to thee will I pray, O Lord. In the morning thou shalt hear my voice. In the morning I will stand before thee, and will see, because thou art not a God that willest iniquity. Neither shall the wicked dwell near thee, nor shall the unjust abide before thy eyes. Thou hatest all the workers of iniquity. Thou wilt destroy all that speak a lie. The bloody and the deceitful man the Lord will abhor. But as for me, in the multitude of thy mercy, I will come into thy house. I will worship towards thy holy temple in thy fear. Conduct me, O Lord, in justice. Because of my enemies, direct my way in thy sight. For there is no truth in their mouth. Their heart is vain. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They dealt deceitfully with their tongues. Judge them, O God. Let them fall from their devices. According to the multitude of their wickednesses, cast them out. For they have provoked thee, O Lord. But let all them be glad that hope in thee. They shall rejoice forever, and thou shalt dwell in them. And all they that love thy name shall glory in thee. For thou wilt bless the just. O Lord, thou hast crowned us as with a shield of thy good will.
End of section 5. Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section 6 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 6 from the Book of Common Prayer. Domine, ne in furore. O Lord, rebuke me not in thine indignation, neither chasten me in thy displeasure. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for I am weak. O Lord, heal me, for my bones are vexed. My soul also is sore troubled. But Lord, how long wilt thou punish me? Turn thee, O Lord, and deliver my soul. O save me for thy mercy's sake. For in death no man remembereth thee, and who will give thee thanks in the pit? I am weary of my groaning. Every night I wash my bed, and water my couch with my tears. My beauty is gone for very trouble, and worn away because of all mine enemies. Away from me, all ye that work vanity, for the Lord hath heard the voice of my weeping. The Lord hath heard my petition. The Lord will receive my prayer. All mine enemies shall be confounded and sore vexed. They shall be turned back and put to shame suddenly. Psalm 6 in the King James Version. Psalm 6. To the chief musician on Neginoth, upon Sheminith, a psalm of David. O Lord, rebuke me not in thine anger, neither chasten me in thy hot displeasure. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for I am weak. O Lord, heal me, for my bones are vexed. My soul is also sore vexed. But thou, O Lord, how long? Return, O Lord, deliver my soul. O save me for thy mercy's sake. For in death there is no remembrance of thee. In the grave who shall give thee thanks? I am weary with my groaning. All the night make I my bed to swim. I water my couch with my tears. Mine eye is consumed because of grief. It waxeth old because of all mine enemies. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity, for the Lord hath heard the voice of my weeping. The Lord hath heard my supplication. The Lord will receive my prayer. Let all mine enemies be ashamed and sore vexed. Let them return and be ashamed suddenly. Psalm 6 in the Richard Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 6, Domine ne in furore. Unto the end, in verses, a psalm for David, for the octave. O Lord, rebuke me not in thy indignation, nor chastise me in thy wrath. Have mercy on me, O Lord, for I am weak. Heal me, O Lord, for my bones are troubled, and my soul is troubled exceedingly. But thou, O Lord, how long? Turn to me, O Lord, and deliver my soul. O save me for thy mercy's sake. For there is no one in death that is mindful of thee, and who shall confess to thee in hell? I have labored in my groaning. Every night I will wash my bed. I will water my couch with my tears. My eye is troubled through indignation. I have grown old amongst all my enemies. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity, for the Lord hath heard the voice of my weeping. The Lord hath heard my supplication. The Lord hath received my prayer. Let all my enemies be ashamed and be very much troubled. Let them be turned back and be ashamed very speedily.
End of section
6.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section
7.
of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 7 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 7. Domine Deus meus. O Lord my God, in thee have I put my trust. Save me from all them that persecute me, and deliver me, lest he devour my soul like a lion, and tear it in pieces, while there is none to help. O Lord my God, if I have done any such thing, or if there be any wickedness in my hands, if I have rewarded evil unto him that dealt friendly with me, yea, I have delivered him that without any cause is mine enemy, then let mine enemy persecute my soul, and take me. Yea, let him tread my life down upon the earth, and lay mine honor in the dust. Stand up, O Lord, in thy wrath, and lift up thyself because of the indignation of mine enemies. Arise up for me in the judgment that thou hast commanded, and so shall the congregation of the people come about thee. For their sakes, therefore, lift up thyself again. The Lord shall judge the people. Give sentence with me, O Lord, according to my righteousness and according to the innocency that is in me. O let the wickedness of the ungodly come to an end, but guide thou the just. For the righteous God trieth the very hearts and reins. My help cometh of God, who preserveth them that are true of heart. God is a righteous judge, strong and patient, and God is provoked every day. If a man will not turn, he will whet his sword. He hath bent his bow and made it ready. He hath prepared for him the instruments of death. He ordaineth his arrows against the persecutors. Behold, he travaileth with mischief. He hath conceived sorrow, and brought forth ungodliness. He hath graven and digged up a pit, and is fallen himself into the destruction that he made for other. For his travail shall come upon his own head, and his wickedness shall fall on his own pate. I will give thanks unto the Lord according to his righteousness, and I will praise the name of the Lord Most High. Psalm 7 in the King James Version. Psalm 7. Shiggaion of David, which he sang unto the Lord concerning the words of Cush the Benjamite. O Lord my God, in thee do I put my trust. Save me from all them that persecute me, and deliver me. Lest he tear my soul like a lion, rending it in pieces while there is none to deliver. O Lord my God, if I have done this, if there be iniquity in my hands, if I have rewarded evil unto him that was at peace with me, yea, I have delivered him that without cause is my enemy. Let the enemy persecute my soul, and take it. Yea, let him tread down my life upon the earth, and lay mine honor in the dust. Selah. Arise, O Lord, in thine anger. Lift up thyself because of the rage of mine enemies, and awake for me to the judgment that thou hast commanded. So shall the congregation of the people compass thee about. For their sakes, therefore, return thou on high. The Lord shall judge the people. Judge me, O Lord, according to my righteousness, and according to mine integrity that is in me. O let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end, but establish the just. For the righteous God trieth the hearts and reins. My defense is of God, which saveth the upright in heart. God judgeth the righteous, and God is angry with the wicked every day. If he turn not, he will whet his sword. He hath bent his bow, and made it ready. He hath also prepared for him the instruments of death. He ordaineth his arrows against the persecutors. Behold, he travaileth with iniquity, and hath conceived mischief, and brought forth falsehood. He made a pit, and digged it, and is fallen into the ditch which he made. His mischief shall return upon his own head, and his violent dealing shall come down upon his own pate. I will praise the Lord according to his righteousness, and I will sing praise to the name of the Lord Most High. Psalm 7 in the Douay-Rheims translation. Domine Deus meus. The Psalm of David, which he sung to the Lord for the words of Cushi the son of Jemini. O Lord my God, in thee have I put my trust. Save me from all them that persecute me, and deliver me. Lest at any time he seize upon my soul like a lion, while there is no one to redeem me, nor to save. O Lord my God, if I have done this thing, if there be iniquity in my hands, if I have rendered to them that repaid me evils, let me deservedly fall empty before my enemies. Let the enemy pursue my soul and take it, and tread down my life on the earth, and bring down my glory to the dust. Rise up, O Lord, in thy anger, and be thou exalted in the borders of my enemies. And arise, O Lord my God, in the precept which thou hast commanded. And a congregation of people shall surround thee, and for their sakes return thou on high. The Lord judgeth the people. Judge me, O Lord, according to my justice, and according to my innocence in me. The wickedness of sinners shall be brought to naught, and thou shalt direct the just. The searcher of hearts and reins is God. Just is my help from the Lord, who saveth the upright of heart. God is a just judge, strong and patient. Is he angry every day? Except you will be converted, he will brandish his sword. He hath bent his bow, and made it ready. And in it he hath prepared the instruments of death. He hath made ready his arrows for them that burn. Behold, he hath been in labor with injustice. He hath conceived sorrow, and brought forth iniquity. He hath opened a pit, and dug it, and he is fallen into the hole he made. His sorrow shall be turned on his own head, and his iniquity shall come down upon his crown. I will give glory to the Lord according to his justice, and will sing to the name of the Lord the Most High.
End of section
7.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section
8.
of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 8 in the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 8. Domine, Dominus Noster. O Lord our Governor, how excellent is thy name in all the world. Thou that hast set thy glory above the heavens. Out of the mouth of very babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength because of thine enemies, that thou mightest still the enemy and the avenger. For I will consider thy heavens, even the works of thy fingers, the moon and the stars which thou hast ordained. What is man that thou art mindful of him, and the Son of Man that thou visitest him? Thou madest him lower than the angels, to crown him with glory and worship. Thou makest him to have dominion of the works of thy hands, and thou hast put all things in subjection under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, and the beasts of the field, the fowls of the air, and the fishes of the sea, and whatsoever walketh through the paths of the seas. O Lord our Governor, how excellent is thy name in all the world. Psalm 8 in the King James translation. Psalm 8. To the chief musician upon Gittith, a psalm of David. O Lord our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth, who hast set thy glory above the heavens. Out of the mouth of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength because of thine enemies, that thou mightest still the enemy and the avenger. When I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers, the moon and the stars which thou hast ordained, what is man that thou art mindful of him, and the Son of Man that thou visitest him? For thou hast made him a little lower than the angels, and hast crowned him with glory and honor. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, and the beasts of the field, the fowl of the air, and the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the seas. O Lord our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. Psalm 8 in the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 8. Domine, Dominus Noster. Unto the end, for the presses, a psalm for David. O Lord our Lord, how admirable is thy name in the whole earth, for thy magnificence is elevated above the heavens. Out of the mouth of infants and of sucklings thou hast perfected praise because of thy enemies, that thou mayest destroy the enemy and the avenger. For I will behold thy heavens, the works of thy fingers, the moon and the stars which thou hast founded. What is man that thou art mindful of him, or the Son of Man, that thou visitest him? Thou hast made him a little less than the angels. Thou hast crowned him with glory and honor, and hast set him over the works of thy hands. Thou hast subjected all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, moreover the beasts also of the fields, the birds of the air, and the fishes of the sea that pass through the paths of the sea. O Lord, our Lord, how admirable is thy name in all the earth.
End of section
8.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section
9.
of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 9, from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 9, Confitebor tibi. I will give thanks unto thee, O Lord, with my whole heart. I will speak of all thy marvelous works. I will be glad and rejoice in thee. Yea, my songs will I make of thy name, O thou most highest, while mine enemies are driven back. They shall fall and perish at thy presence. For thou hast maintained my right and my cause. Thou art set in the throne that judgest right. Thou hast rebuked the heathen and destroyed the ungodly. Thou hast put out their name for ever and ever. O thou enemy, destructions are come to a perpetual end, even as the cities which thou hast destroyed. Their memorial is perished with them. But the Lord shall endure forever. He hath also prepared his seat for judgment, for he shall judge the world in righteousness, and minister true judgment unto the people. The Lord also will be a defense for the oppressed, even a refuge in due time of trouble. And they that know thy name will put their trust in thee. For thou, Lord, hast never failed them that seek thee. O praise the Lord which dwelleth in Sion. Show the people of his doings. For when he maketh inquisition for blood, he remembereth them, and forgetteth not the complaint of the poor. Have mercy upon me, O Lord. Consider the trouble which I suffer of them that hate me. Thou that liftest me up from the gates of death, that I may show all thy praises. Within the ports of the daughter of Sion, I will rejoice in thy salvation. The heathen are sunk down in the pit that they made. In the same net which they hid privily is their foot taken. The Lord is known to execute judgment. The ungodly is trapped in the work of his own hands. The wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the people that forget God. For the poor shall not always be forgotten. The patient abiding of the meek shall not perish forever. Up, Lord, and let not man have the upper hand. Let the heathen be judged in thy sight. Put them in fear, O Lord, that the heathen may know themselves to be but men. Psalm 9 in the King James Version. Psalm 9. To the chief musician upon Muth-labben, a psalm of David. I will praise thee, O Lord, with my whole heart. I will show forth all thy marvelous works. I will be glad and rejoice in thee. I will sing praise to thy name, O Most High. When mine enemies are turned back, they shall fall and perish at thy presence. For thou hast maintained my right and my cause. Thou satest in the throne, judging right. Thou hast rebuked the heathen. Thou hast destroyed the wicked. Thou hast put out their name for ever and ever. O thou enemy, destructions are come to a perpetual end, and thou hast destroyed cities. Their memorial is perished with them, but the Lord shall endure forever. He hath prepared his throne for judgment, and he shall judge the world in righteousness. He shall minister judgment to the people in uprightness. The Lord also will be a refuge for the oppressed, a refuge in times of trouble. And they that know thy name will put their trust in thee.
For thou, Lord, hast not forsaken them that seek thee. Sing praises to the Lord, which dwelleth in Zion. Declare among the people his doings. When he maketh inquisition for blood, he remembereth them. He forgetteth not the cry of the humble. Have mercy upon me, O Lord. Consider my trouble which I suffer of them that hate me. Thou that liftest me up from the gates of death, that I may show forth all thy praise. In the gates of the daughter of Zion, I will rejoice in thy salvation. The heathen are sunk down in the pit that they made. In the net which they hid is their own foot taken. The Lord is known by the judgment which he executeth. The wicked is snared in the work of his own hands. Higgaion, Selah. The wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget God. For the needy shall not always be forgotten. The expectation of the poor shall not perish forever. Arise, O Lord, let not man prevail. Let the heathen be judged in thy sight. Put them in fear, O Lord, that the nations may know themselves to be but men. Selah. Psalm 9 in the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 9, Confitibor tibi, Domine. Unto the end, for the hidden things of the Son, a psalm for David. I will give praise to thee, O Lord, with my whole heart. I will relate all thy wonders. I will be glad and rejoice in thee. I will sing to thy name, O thou Most High. When my enemies shall be turned back, they shall be weakened, and perish before thy face. For thou hast maintained my judgment and my cause. Thou hast sat on the throne, who judgest justice. Thou hast rebuked the Gentiles, and the wicked one hath perished. Thou hast blotted out their name for ever and ever. The swords of the enemy have failed unto the end, and their cities thou hast destroyed. Their memory hath perished with a noise, but the Lord remaineth for ever. He hath prepared his throne in judgment, and he shall judge the world in equity. He shall judge the people in justice. And the Lord is become a refuge for the poor, a helper in due time in tribulation. And let them trust in thee who know thy name, for thou hast not forsaken them that seek thee, O Lord. Sing ye to the Lord who dwelleth in Zion. Declare his ways among the Gentiles. For requiring their blood, he hath remembered them. He hath not forgotten the cry of the poor. Have mercy on me, O Lord. See my humiliation which I suffer from my enemies. Thou that liftest me up from the gates of death, that I may declare all thy praises in the gates of the daughter of Zion. I will rejoice in thy salvation. The Gentiles have stuck fast in the destruction which they prepared. Their foot hath been taken in the very snare which they hid. The Lord shall be known when he executeth judgments. The sinner hath been caught in the works of his own hands. The wicked shall be turned into hell, all the nations that forget God. For the poor man shall not be forgotten to the end. The patience of the poor shall not perish forever. Arise, O Lord, let not man be strengthened. Let the Gentiles be judged in thy sight. Appoint, O Lord, a lawgiver over them, that the Gentiles may know themselves to be but men.
End of section
9.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section 10.
The Psalms. 3 classic English translations. Matthew Coverdale in the Book of Common Prayer, the King James Authorized Version, the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 10 from the Book of Common Prayer. Ut quid, Domine? Why standest thou so far off, O Lord, and hidest thy face in the needful time of trouble? The ungodly for his own lust doth persecute the poor.
Let them be taken in the crafty wiliness that they have imagined. For the ungodly hath made boast of his own heart's desire, and speaketh good of the covetous, whom God abhorreth. The ungodly is so proud that he careth not for God, neither is God in all his thoughts. His ways are always grievous. Thy judgments are far above out of his sight. And therefore defieth he all his enemies. For he hath said in his heart, Tush, I shall never be cast down. There shall no harm happen unto me. His mouth is full of cursing, deceit, and fraud. Under his tongue is ungodliness and vanity. He sitteth lurking in the thievish corners of the streets, and privily in his lurking dens doth he murder the innocent. His eyes are set against the poor, for he lieth waiting secretly. Even as a lion lurketh he in his den, that he may ravish the poor. He doth ravish the poor. When he getteth him into his net, he falleth down and humbleth himself, that the congregation of the poor may fall into the hands of his captains. He hath said in his heart, Tush, God hath forgotten. He hideth away his face, and he will never see it. Arise, O Lord God, and lift up thine hand. Forget not the poor. Wherefore should the wicked blaspheme God, while he doth say in his heart, Tush, thou, God, carest not for it. Surely thou hast seen it, for thou beholdest ungodliness and wrong, that thou mayest take the matter into thy hand. The poor committeth himself unto thee, for thou art the helper of the friendless. Break thou the power of the ungodly and malicious. Take away his ungodliness, and thou shalt find none. The Lord is king for ever and ever, and the heathen are perished out of the land. Lord, thou hast heard the desire of the poor. Thou preparest their heart, and thine ear hearkeneth thereto, to help the fatherless and poor unto their right, that the man of the earth be no more exalted against them. Psalm 10, in the King James Authorized Version. Why standest thou far off, O Lord? Why hidest thou thyself in times of trouble? The wicked in his pride doth persecute the poor. Let them be taken in the devices that they have imagined. For the wicked boasteth of his heart's desire, and blesseth the covetous, whom the Lord abhorreth. The wicked, through the pride of his countenance, will not seek after God. God is not in all his thoughts. His ways are always grievous. Thy judgments are far above out of his sight. As for all his enemies, he puffeth at them. He hath said in his heart, I shall not be moved, for I shall never be in adversity. His mouth is full of cursing and deceit and fraud. Under his tongue is mischief and vanity. He sitteth in the lurking places of the villages. In the secret places doth he murder the innocent. His eyes are privily set against the poor. He lieth in wait secretly as a lion in his den. He lieth in wait to catch the poor. He doth catch the poor when he draweth him into his net. He croucheth and humbleth himself, that the poor may fall by his strong ones. He hath said in his heart, God hath forgotten. He hideth his face, he will never see it. Arise, O Lord, O God, lift up thine hand. Forget not the humble. Wherefore doth the wicked condemn God? He hath said in his heart, Thou wilt not require it. Thou hast seen it, for thou beholdest mischief and spite, to requite it with thy hand. The poor committeth himself unto thee. Thou art the helper of the fatherless. Break thou the arm of the wicked and the evil man. Seek out his wickedness till thou find none. The Lord is king forever and ever. The heathen are perished out of his land. Lord, thou hast heard the desire of the humble. Thou wilt prepare their heart. Thou wilt cause thine ear to hear, to judge the fatherless and the oppressed, that the man of the earth may no more oppress. Psalm 9b and Psalm 10 in the Douay-Rheims translation. Why, O Lord, hast thou retired far off? Why dost thou slight us in our wants in the time of trouble? Whilst the wicked man is proud, the poor is set on fire. They are caught in the counsels which they devise. For the sinner is praised in the desires of his soul, and the unjust man is blessed. The sinner hath provoked the Lord, according to the multitude of his wrath he will not seek him. God is not before his eyes, his ways are filthy at all times. Thy judgments are removed from his sight. He shall rule over all his enemies. For he hath said in his heart, I shall not be moved from generation to generation, and shall be without evil. His mouth is full of cursing, and of bitterness, and of deceit. Under his tongue are labor and sorrow. He sitteth in ambush with the rich in private places, that he may kill the innocent. His eyes are upon the poor man. He lieth in wait in secret like a lion in his den. He lieth in ambush, that he may catch the poor man, to catch the poor whilst he draweth him to him. In his net he will bring him down, he will crouch and fall, when he shall have power over the poor. For he hath said in his heart, God hath forgotten. He hath turned away his face, not to see to the end. Arise, O Lord God, let thy hand be exalted. Forget not the poor. Wherefore hath the wicked provoked God? For he hath said in his heart, he will not require it. Thou seest it, for thou considerest labor and sorrow, that thou mayest deliver them into thy hands. To thee is the poor man left. Thou wilt be a helper to the orphan. Break thou the arm of the sinner and of the malignant. His sin shall be sought, and shall not be found. The Lord shall reign to eternity, yea, for ever and ever. Ye Gentiles shall perish from his land. The Lord hath heard the desire of the poor. Thy ear hath heard the preparation of their heart, to judge for the fatherless and for the humble, that man may no more presume to magnify himself upon earth.
End of section 10. Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section
11
of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 11 from the Book of Common Prayer. In Domino confido. In the Lord put I my trust. How say ye then to my soul, that she should flee as a bird unto the hill? For lo, the ungodly bend their bow, and make ready their arrows within the quiver, that they may privily shoot at them which are true of heart. For the foundations will be cast down, and what hath the righteous done? The Lord is in his holy temple. The Lord's seat is in heaven. His eyes consider the poor, and his eyelids try the children of men. The Lord alloweth the righteous, but the ungodly and him that delighteth in wickedness doth his soul abhor. Upon the ungodly he shall rain snares, fire and brimstone, storm and tempest. This shall be their portion to drink. For the righteous Lord loveth righteousness. His countenance will behold the thing that is just. Psalm 11 in the King James Authorized Version. Psalm 11, to the chief musician, a psalm of David.
In the Lord put I my trust. How say ye to my soul, Flee as a bird to your mountain? For lo, the wicked bend their bow, they make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may privily shoot at the upright in heart. If the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? The Lord is in his holy temple, the Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes behold, his eyelids try the children of men. The Lord trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence his soul hateth. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire and brimstone, and an horrible tempest. This shall be the portion of their cup. For the righteous Lord loveth righteousness. His countenance doth behold the upright. Psalm 10 from the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 10. In Domino confido. Unto the end, a psalm for David. In the Lord I put my trust. How then do you say to my soul, Get thee away from hence to the mountain, like a sparrow? For lo, the wicked have bent their bow, they have prepared their arrows in the quiver, to shoot in the dark the upright of heart. For they have destroyed the things which thou hast made. But what has the just man done? The Lord is in his holy temple. The Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes look on the poor man, his eyelids examine the sons of men. The Lord trieth the just and the wicked, but he that loveth iniquity hateth his own soul. He shall rain snares upon sinners. Fire and brimstone and storms of wind shall be the portion of their cup. For the Lord is just, and hath loved justice. His countenance hath beheld righteousness.
End of section
11.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section
12.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 12 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 12. Salvum me fac. Help me, Lord, for there is not one godly man left, for the faithful are minished from the children of men. They talk of vanity, every one with his neighbor. They do but flatter with their lips, and dissemble in their double heart. The Lord shall root out all deceitful lips, and the tongue that speaketh proud things, which have said, With our tongue will we prevail. We are they that ought to speak. Who is Lord over us? Now for the comfortless trouble's sake of the needy, and because of the deep sighing of the poor, I will up, saith the Lord, and will help every one from him that swelleth against him, and will set him at rest. The words of the Lord are pure words, even as the silver, which from the earth is tried, and purified 7 times in the fire. Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve him from this generation forever. The ungodly walk on every side. When they are exalted, the children of men are put to rebuke. Psalm 12 from the King James Authorized Version. Psalm 12. To the chief musician upon Sheminith, a psalm of David. Help, Lord, for the godly man ceaseth, for the faithful fail from among the children of men. They speak vanity every one with his neighbor. With flattering lips and with a double heart do they speak. The Lord shall cut off all flattering lips, and the tongue that speaketh proud things. Who have said, With our tongue will we prevail. Our lips are our own. Who is Lord over us? For the oppression of the poor, for the sighing of the needy. Now will I arise, saith the Lord. I will set him in safety from him that puffeth at him. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace of earth, purified 7 times. Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation forever. The wicked walk on every side, when the vilest men are exalted. Psalm 11 from the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 11, Salvum me fac. Unto the end, for the octave, a psalm for David. Save me, O Lord, for there is now no saint. Truths are decayed from among the children of men. They have spoken vain things, every one to his neighbor. With deceitful lips and with a double heart have they spoken. May the Lord destroy all deceitful lips, and the tongue that speaketh proud things, who have said, We will magnify our tongue, our lips are our own, who is Lord over us? By reason of the misery of the needy, and the groans of the poor, now will I arise, saith the Lord. I will set him in safety. I will deal confidently in his regard. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried by the fire, purged from the earth, refined 7 times. Thou, O Lord, wilt preserve us, and keep us from this generation forever. The wicked walk round about, according to thy highness, thou hast multiplied the children of men.
End of section
12.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section
13.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 13, from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 13, Usque quo, Domine. How long wilt thou forget me, O Lord, forever? How long wilt thou hide thy face from me? How long shall I seek counsel in my soul, and be so vexed in my heart? How long shall mine enemies triumph over me? Consider and hear me, O Lord my God. Lighten mine eyes, that I sleep not in death. Lest mine enemy say, I have prevailed against him. For if I be cast down, they that trouble me will rejoice at it. But my trust is in thy mercy, and my heart is joyful in thy salvation. I will sing of the Lord, because he hath dealt so lovingly with me. Yea, I will praise the name of the Lord Most Highest. Psalm 13, from the King James Authorized Version. Psalm 13, to the chief musician, a psalm of David. How long wilt thou forget me, O Lord, forever? How long wilt thou hide thy face from me? How long shall I take counsel in my soul, having sorrow in my heart daily? How long shall mine enemy be exalted over me? Consider and hear me, O Lord my God. Lighten mine eyes, lest I sleep the sleep of death, lest mine enemy say, I have prevailed against him, and those that trouble me rejoice when I am moved. But I have trusted in thy mercy. My heart shall rejoice in thy salvation. I will sing unto the Lord, because he hath dealt bountifully with me. Psalm 12, from the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 12. Usque quo, Domine. Unto the end, a psalm for David. How long, O Lord, wilt thou forget me unto the end? How long dost thou turn away thy face from me? How long shall I take counsels in my soul, sorrow in my heart all the day? How long shall my enemy be exalted over me? Consider and hear me, O Lord my God. Enlighten my eyes, that I never sleep in death, lest at any time my enemy say, I have prevailed against him. They that trouble me will rejoice when I am moved, but I have trusted in thy mercy. My heart shall rejoice in thy salvation. I will sing to the Lord, who giveth me good things. Yea, I will sing to the name of the Lord the Most High.
End of section
13.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section
14.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 14. From the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 14. Dixit insipiens. The fool hath said in his heart, There is no God. They are corrupt, and become abominable in their doings. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. The Lord looked down from heaven upon the children of men, to see if there were any that would understand, and seek after God. But they are all gone out of the way. They are altogether become abominable. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. Their throat is an open sepulchre. With their tongues have they deceived. The poison of asps is under their lips. Their mouth is full of cursing and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. Destruction and unhappiness is in their ways, and the way of peace have they not known. There is no fear of God before their eyes. Have they no knowledge that they are all such workers of mischief, eating up my people as it were bread, and call not upon the Lord? There were they brought in great fear, even where no fear was. For God is in the generation of the righteous. As for you, ye have made a mock at the counsel of the poor, because he putteth his trust in the Lord. Who shall give salvation unto Israel out of Zion, when the Lord turneth the captivity of his people? Then shall Jacob rejoice, and Israel shall be glad. Psalm 14 in the King James Version. Psalm 14. To the chief musician, a psalm of David. The fool hath said in his heart, There is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. The Lord looked down from heaven upon the children of men, to see if there were any that did understand, and seek God. They are all gone aside. They are altogether become filthy. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. Have all the workers of iniquity no knowledge, who eat up my people as they eat bread, and call not upon the Lord? There were they in great fear, for God is in the generation of the righteous. Ye have shamed the counsel of the poor, because the Lord is his refuge. O that the salvation of Israel were come out of Zion! When the Lord bringeth back the captivity of his people, Jacob shall rejoice, and Israel shall be glad. Psalm 13 from the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 13. Dixit incipiens, unto the end, a psalm for David. The fool hath said in his heart, There is no God. They are corrupt, and are become abominable in their ways. There is none that doth good, no, not one. The Lord hath looked down from heaven upon the children of men, to see if there be any that understand and seek God. They are all gone aside. They are become unprofitable together. There is none that doth good, no, not one. Their throat is an open sepulchre. With their tongues they acted deceitfully. The poison of asps is under their lips. Their mouth is full of cursing and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. Destruction and unhappiness in their ways, and the way of peace they have not known. There is no fear of God before their eyes. Shall not all they know that work iniquity, who devour my people as they eat bread? They have not called upon the Lord. There have they trembled for fear, where there was no fear. For the Lord is in the just generation. You have confounded the counsel of the poor man, but the Lord is his hope. Who shall give out of Sion the salvation of Israel? When the Lord shall have turned away the captivity of his people, Jacob shall rejoice, and Israel shall be glad.
End of section
14.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section
15.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 15 is found in the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 15. Domine quis habitavit? Lord, who shall dwell in thy tabernacle? Or who shall rest upon thy holy hill? Even he that leadeth an uncorrupt life, and doeth the thing which is right, and speaketh the truth from his heart. He that hath used no deceit in his tongue, nor done evil to his neighbor, and hath not slandered his neighbor. He that setteth not by himself, but is lowly in his own eyes, and maketh much of them that fear the Lord. He that sweareth unto his neighbor, and disappointeth him not, though it were to his own hindrance. He that hath not given his money upon usury, nor taken reward against the innocent. Whoso doeth these things shall never fall. Psalm 15 in the King James Authorized Version. Psalm 15, a psalm of David. Lord, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? He that walketh uprightly, and worketh righteousness, and speaketh the truth in his heart. He that backbiteth not with his tongue, nor doeth evil to his neighbor, nor taketh up a reproach against his neighbor, in whose eyes a vile person is contemned. But he honoureth them that fear the Lord. He that sweareth to his own hurt, and changeth not. He that putteth not out his money to usury, nor taketh reward against the innocent. He that doeth these things shall never be moved. Psalm 14 in the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 14, Domine quis habitavit? A psalm of David. Lord, who shall dwell in thy tabernacle? Or who shall rest in thy holy hill? He that walketh without blemish, and worketh justice. He that speaketh truth in his heart, who hath not used deceit in his tongue, nor hath done evil to his neighbor, nor taken up a reproach against his neighbors. In his sight the malignant is brought to nothing, but he glorifieth them that fear the Lord. He that sweareth to his neighbor, and deceiveth not, he that hath not put out his money to usury, nor taken bribes against the innocent. He that doth these things shall not be moved forever.
End of section
15.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section
16.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 16 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 16. Conserva me, Domine. Preserve me, O God, for in thee have I put my trust. O my soul, thou hast said unto the Lord, Thou art my God. My goods are nothing unto thee. All my delight is upon the saints that are in the earth, and upon such as excel in virtue. But they that run after another God shall have great trouble. Their drink offerings of blood will I not offer, neither make mention of their names within my lips. The Lord himself is the portion of mine inheritance and of my cup. Thou shalt maintain my lot. The lot is fallen unto me in a fair ground. Yea, I have a goodly heritage. I will thank the Lord for giving me warning. My reins also chasten me in the night season. I have set God always before me. For he is on my right hand, therefore I shall not fall. Wherefore my heart was glad, and my glory rejoiced. My flesh also shall rest in hope. For why? Thou shalt not leave my soul in hell, neither shalt thou suffer thy Holy One to see corruption. Thou shalt show me the path of life. In thy presence is the fullness of joy, and at thy right hand there is pleasure forevermore. Psalm 16 in the King James Version. Psalm 16, Michtam of David. Preserve me, O God, for in thee do I put my trust. O my soul, thou hast said unto the Lord, Thou art my Lord. My goodness extendeth not to thee, but to the saints that are in the earth, and to the excellent, in whom is all my delight. Their sorrows shall be multiplied that hasten after another God. Their drink offerings of blood will I not offer, nor take up their names into my lips. The Lord is the portion of mine inheritance and of my cup. Thou maintainest my lot. The lines are fallen unto me in pleasant places. Yea, I have a goodly heritage. I will bless the Lord who hath given me counsel. My reins also instruct me in the night seasons. I have set the Lord always before me. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad, and my glory rejoiceth. My flesh also shall rest in hope, for thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. Thou wilt show me the path of life. In thy presence is fullness of joy. At thy right hand there are pleasures forevermore. Psalm 15 in the Douay-Rheims Version. Psalm 15, Conserva me, Domine. The inscription of a title to David himself. Preserve me, O Lord, for I have put my trust in thee. I have said to the Lord, Thou art my God, for thou hast no need of my goods. To the saints who are in his land he hath made wonderful all my desires in them. Their infirmities were multiplied. Afterwards they made haste. I will not gather together their meetings for blood offerings, nor will I be mindful of their names by my lips. The Lord is the portion of my inheritance and of my cup. It is thou that wilt restore my inheritance to me. The lines are fallen unto me in goodly places, for my inheritance is goodly to me. I will bless the Lord, who hath given me understanding. Moreover, my reins also have corrected me even till night. I set the Lord always in my sight, for he is at my right hand, that I be not moved. Therefore my heart hath been glad, and my tongue hath rejoiced. Moreover, my flesh also shall rest in hope, because thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, nor wilt thou give thy Holy One to see corruption. Thou hast made known to me the ways of life. Thou shalt fill me with joy with thy countenance. At thy right hand are delights even to the end.
End of section
16.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section
17.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 17 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 17. Exaudi Domine. Hear the right, O Lord, consider my complaint, and hearken unto my prayer, that goeth not out of feigned lips. Let my sentence come forth from thy presence, and let thine eyes look upon the thing that is equal. Thou hast proved and visited mine heart in the night season. Thou hast tried me, and shalt find no wickedness in me. For I am utterly purposed that my mouth shall not offend. Because of men's works that are done against the words of thy lips, I have kept me from the ways of the destroyer. O hold thou up my goings in my paths, that my footsteps slip not. I have called upon thee, O God, for thou shalt hear me. Incline thine ear to me, and hearken unto my words. Show thy marvelous loving kindness, thou that art the Saviour of them which put their trust in thee, from such as resist thy right hand. Keep me as the apple of an eye. Hide me under the shadow of thy wings. From the ungodly that trouble me, mine enemies compass me round about to take away my soul. They are enclosed in their own fat, and their mouth speaketh proud things. They lie waiting in our way on every side, turning their eyes down to the ground, like as a lion that is greedy of his prey, and as it were a lion's whelp lurking in secret places. Up, Lord, disappoint him, and cast him down. Deliver my soul from the ungodly, which is a sword of thine. From the men of thy hand, O Lord, from the men, I say, and from the evil world, which have their portion in this life, whose bellies thou fillest with thy hid treasure. They have children at their desire, and leave the rest of their substance for their babes. But as for me, I will behold thy presence in righteousness. And when I wake up after thy likeness, I shall be satisfied with it. Psalm 17 in the King James Version. Psalm 17, a prayer of David. Hear the right, O Lord, attend unto my cry. Give ear unto my prayer, that goeth not out of feigned lips. Let my sentence come forth from thy presence. Let thine eyes behold the things that are equal. Thou hast proved mine heart. Thou hast visited me in the night. Thou hast tried me, and shalt find nothing. I am purposed that my mouth shall not transgress concerning the works of men by the word of thy lips. I have kept me from the paths of the destroyer. Hold up my goings in thy paths, that my footsteps slip not. I have called upon thee, for thou wilt hear me, O God. Incline thine ear unto me, and hear my speech. Show me thy marvelous loving kindness, O thou that savest by thy right hand them which put their trust in thee, from those that rise up against them. Keep me as the apple of the eye. Hide me under the shadow of thy wings, from the wicked that oppress me, from my deadly enemies, who compass me about. They are enclosed in their own fat. With their mouth they speak proudly. They have now compassed us in our steps. They have set their eyes bowing down to the earth, like as a lion that is greedy of his prey, and as it were a young lion lurking in secret places. Arise, O Lord, disappoint him, cast him down. Deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy sword, from men which are thy hand, O Lord, from men of the world which have their portion in this life, and whose belly thou fillest with thy hid treasure. They are full of children, and leave the rest of their substance to their babes. As for me, I will behold thy face in righteousness. I shall be satisfied when I awake with thy likeness. Psalm 16 in the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 16. Exaudi Domine Justitiam. The prayer of David. Hear, O Lord, my justice. Attend to my supplication. Give ear unto my prayer, which proceedeth not from deceitful lips. Let my judgment come forth from thy countenance. Let thy eyes behold the things that are equitable. Thou hast proved my heart and visited it by night. Thou hast tried me by fire, and iniquity hath not been found in me, that my mouth may not speak the works of men. For the sake of the words of thy lips I have kept hard ways. Perfect thou my goings in thy paths, that my footsteps be not moved. I have cried to thee, for thou, O God, hast heard me. O incline thy ear unto me, and hear my words. Show forth thy wonderful mercies, thou who savest them that trust in thee. From them that resist thy right hand keep me as the apple of thy eye. Protect me under the shadow of thy wings. From the face of the wicked who have afflicted me, my enemies have surrounded my soul. They have shut up their fat, their mouth hath spoken proudly. They have cast me forth, and now they have surrounded me. They have set their eyes bowing down to the earth. They have taken me as a lion prepared for the prey, and as a young lion dwelling in secret places. Arise, O Lord, disappoint him and supplant him. Deliver my soul from the wicked one, thy sword from the enemies of thy hand. O Lord, divide them from the few of the earth in their life. Their belly is filled from thy hidden stores. They are full of children, and they have left to their little ones the rest of their substance. But as for me, I will appear before thy sight in justice. I shall be satisfied when thy glory shall appear.
End of section
17.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section 18 of the Psalms.
3 classic English translations.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 18, from the Book of Common Prayer. Diligam te, Domine. I love thee, O Lord, my strength. The Lord is my stony rock and my defense, my Savior, my God and my might, in whom I will trust. My buckler, the horn also of my salvation, and my refuge. I will call upon the Lord, which is worthy to be praised. So shall I be safe from mine enemies. The sorrows of death compassed me, and the overflowings of ungodliness made me afraid. The pains of hell came about me. The snares of death overtook me. In my trouble I will call upon the Lord, and complain unto my God. So shall he hear my voice out of his holy temple, and my complaint shall come before him. It shall enter even into his ears. The earth trembled and quaked. The very foundations also of the hills shook, and were removed because he was wroth. There went a smoke out in his presence, and a consuming fire out of his mouth, so that coals were kindled at it. He bowed the heavens also, and came down, and it was dark under his feet. He rode upon the cherubims, and did fly. He came flying upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness his secret place, his pavilion round about him, with dark water and thick clouds to cover him. At the brightness of his presence his clouds removed, hailstones and coals of fire. The Lord also thundered out of heaven, and the highest gave his thunder, hailstones and coals of fire. He sent out his arrows and scattered them. He cast forth lightnings and destroyed them. The springs of waters were seen, and the foundations of the round world were discovered. At thy chiding, O Lord, at the blasting of the breath of thy displeasure. He shall send down from on high to fetch me, and shall take me out of many waters. He shall deliver me from my strongest enemy, and from them which hate me, for they are too mighty for me. They prevented me in the day of my trouble. But the Lord was my upholder. He brought me forth also into a place of liberty. He brought me forth even because he had a favor unto me. The Lord shall reward me after my righteous dealing. According to the cleanness of my hands shall he recompense me. Because I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not forsaken my God, as the wicked doth. For I have an eye unto all his laws, and will not cast out his commandments from me. I was also uncorrupt before him, and eschewed mine own wickedness. Therefore shall the Lord reward me after my righteous dealing, and according unto the cleanness of my hands in his eyesight. With the holy thou shalt be holy, and with a perfect man thou shalt be perfect. With the clean thou shalt be clean, and with the froward thou shalt learn frowardness. For thou shalt save the people that are in adversity, and shalt bring down the high looks of the proud. Thou also shalt light my candle. The Lord my God shall make my darkness to be light. For in thee I shall discomfit an host of men. And with the help of my God I shall leap over the wall. The way of God is an undefiled way. The word of the Lord also is tried in the fire. He is the defender of all them that put their trust in him. For who is God but the Lord? Or who hath any strength except our God? It is God that girdeth me with strength of war, and maketh my way perfect. He maketh my feet like hart's feet, and setteth me up on high. He teacheth mine hands to fight, and mine arms shall break even a bow of steel. Thou hast given me the defense of thy salvation. Thy right hand also shall hold me up. And thy loving correction shall make me great. Thou shalt make room enough under me for to go, that my footsteps shall not slide. I will follow upon mine enemies, and overtake them. Neither will I turn again till I have destroyed them. I will smite them, that they shall not be able to stand, but fall under my feet. Thou hast girded me with strength unto the battle. Thou shalt throw down mine enemies under me. Thou hast made mine enemies also to turn their backs upon me. And I shall destroy them that hate me. They shall cry, but there shall be none to help them. Yea, even unto the Lord shall they cry, but he shall not hear them. I will beat them as small as the dust before the wind. I will cast them out as the clay in the streets. Thou shalt deliver me from the strivings of the people, and thou shalt make me the head of the heathen. A people whom I have not known shall serve me. As soon as they hear of me, they shall obey me. But the strange children shall dissemble with me. The strange children shall fail, and be afraid out of their prisons. The Lord liveth, and blessed be my strong helper, and praised be the God of my salvation, even the God that seeth that I be avenged, and subdueth the people unto me. It is he that delivereth me from my cruel enemies, and setteth me up above mine adversaries. Thou shalt rid me from the wicked man. For this cause will I give thanks unto thee, O Lord, among the Gentiles, and sing praises unto thy name. Great prosperity giveth he unto his king, and showeth loving kindness unto David his anointed, and unto his seed forevermore. Psalm 18, from the King James Version. Psalm 18. To the chief musician, a psalm of David, the servant of the Lord, who spake unto the Lord the words of this song in the day that the Lord delivered him from the hand of all his enemies, and from the hand of Saul. And he said, I will love thee, O Lord, my strength. The Lord is my rock and my fortress, and my deliverer. my God, my strength, in whom I will trust, my buckler, and the horn of my salvation, and my high tower. I will call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be praised. So shall I be saved from my enemies. The sorrows of death compassed me, and the floods of ungodly men made me afraid. The sorrows of hell compassed me about. The snares of death prevented me. In my distress I called upon the Lord, and cried unto my God. He heard my voice out of his temple, and my cry came before him, even into his ears. Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations also of the hills moved, and were shaken, because he was wroth. There went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and fire out of his mouth devoured. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens also, and came down, and darkness was under his feet. And he rode upon a cherub, and did fly. Yea, did he fly upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness his secret place, his pavilion round about him were dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. At the brightness that was before him his thick clouds passed, hailstones and coals of fire. The Lord also thundered in the heavens, and the highest gave his voice. Hailstones and coals of fire. Yea, he sent out his arrows, and scattered them. And he shot out lightnings, and discomfited them. Then the channels of waters were seen, and the foundations of the world were discovered. At thy rebuke, O Lord, at the blast of the breath of thy nostrils. He went from above, he took me. He drew me out of many waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy, and from them which hated me, for they were too strong for me. They prevented me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my stay. He brought me forth also into a large place. He delivered me, because he delighted in me. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness. According to the cleanness of my hands hath he recompensed me. For I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his judgments were before me, and I did not put away his statutes from me. I was also upright before him, and I kept myself from mine iniquity. Therefore hath the Lord recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands in his eyesight. With the merciful thou wilt show thyself merciful. With an upright man thou wilt show thyself upright. With the pure thou wilt show thyself pure, and with the froward thou wilt show thyself froward. For thou wilt save the afflicted people, but wilt bring down high looks. For thou wilt light my candle. The Lord my God will enlighten my darkness. For by thee I have run through a troop, and by my God have I leaped over a wall. As for God, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord is tried. He is a buckler to all those that trust in him. For who is God save the Lord? Or who is a rock save our God? It is God that girdeth me with strength, and maketh my way perfect. He maketh my feet like hinds' feet, and setteth me upon my high places. He teacheth my hands to war, so that a bow of steel is broken by mine arms. Thou hast also given me the shield of thy salvation, and thy right hand hath holden me up. And thy gentleness hath made me great. Thou hast enlarged my steps under me, that my feet did not slip. I have pursued mine enemies, and overtaken them. Neither did I turn again till they were consumed. I have wounded them that they were not able to rise. They are fallen under my feet. For thou hast girded me with strength unto the battle. Thou hast subdued under me those that rose up against me. Thou hast also given me the necks of mine enemies, that I might destroy them that hate me. They cried, but there was none to save them, even unto the Lord, but he answered them not. Then did I beat them small as the dust before the wind. I did cast them out as the dirt in the streets. Thou hast delivered me from the strivings of the people, and thou hast made me the head of the heathen. A people whom I have not known shall serve me. As soon as they hear of me, they shall obey me. The strangers shall submit themselves unto me. The strangers shall fade away, and be afraid out of their close places. The Lord liveth, and blessed be my rock, and let the God of my salvation be exalted. It is God that avengeth me, and subdueth the people under me. He delivereth me from mine enemies. Yea, thou liftest me up above those that rise up against me. Thou hast delivered me from the violent man. Therefore will I give thanks unto thee, O Lord, among the heathen, and sing praises unto thy name. Great deliverance giveth he to his king, and showeth mercy to his anointed, to David and to his seed forevermore. Psalm 17, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Diligam te, Domine, unto the end, for David the servant of the Lord, who spoke to the Lord the words of his canticle in the day that the Lord delivered him from the hands of all his enemies and from the hand of Saul. I will love thee, O Lord, my strength. The Lord is my firmament, my refuge, and my deliverer. My God is my helper, and in him will I put my trust, my protector, and the horn of my salvation, and my support. Praising, I will call upon the Lord, and I shall be saved from my enemies. The sorrows of death surrounded me, and the torrents of iniquity troubled me. The sorrows of hell encompassed me, and the snares of death prevented me. In my affliction I called upon the Lord, and I cried to my God, and he heard my voice from his holy temple, and my cry before him came into his ears. The earth shook and trembled. The foundations of the mountains were troubled and were moved, because he was angry with them. There went up a smoke in his wrath, and a fire flamed from his face. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens and came down, and darkness was under his feet. And he ascended upon the cherubim, and he flew. He flew upon the wings of the winds. And he made darkness his covert, his pavilion round about him, dark waters in the clouds of the air. At the brightness that was before him, the clouds passed, hail and coals of fire. And the Lord thundered from heaven, and the highest gave his voice, hail and coals of fire. And he sent forth his arrows, and he scattered them. He multiplied lightnings, and troubled them. Then the fountains of waters appeared, and the foundations of the world were discovered. At thy rebuke, O Lord, at the blast of the spirit of thy wrath. He sent from on high, and took me, and received me out of many waters. He delivered me from my strongest enemies, and from them that hated me, for they were too strong for me. They prevented me in the day of my affliction, and the Lord became my protector. And he brought me forth into a large place. He saved me, because he was well pleased with me. And the Lord will reward me according to my justice, and will repay me according to the cleanness of my hands. Because I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not done wickedly against my God. For all his judgments are in my sight, and his justices I have not put away from me. And I shall be spotless with him, and shall keep myself from my iniquity. And the Lord will reward me according to my justice, and according to the cleanness of my hands before his eyes. With the holy thou wilt be holy, and with the innocent man thou wilt be innocent. And with the elect thou wilt be elect, and with the perverse thou wilt be perverted. For thou wilt save the humble people, but wilt bring down the eyes of the proud. For thou lightest my lamp, O Lord. O my God, enlighten my darkness. For by thee I shall be delivered from temptation, and through my God I shall go over a wall. As for my God, his way is undefiled. The words of the Lord are fire tried. He is the protector of all that trust in him. For who is God but the Lord? Or who is God but our God? God, who hath girt me with strength, and made my way blameless. Who hath made my feet like the feet of harts, and who setteth me upon high places, who teacheth my hands to war, and thou hast made my arms like a brazen bow. And thou hast given me the protection of thy salvation, and thy right hand hath held me up, and thy discipline hath corrected me unto the end, and thy discipline the same shall teach me. Thou hast enlarged my steps under me, and my feet are not weakened. I will pursue after my enemies, and overtake them, and I will not turn again till they are consumed. I will break them, and they shall not be able to stand. They shall fall under my feet. And thou hast girded me with strength unto battle, and hast subdued under me them that rose up against me. And thou hast made my enemies turn their back upon me, and hast destroyed them that hated me. They cried, but there was none to save them, to the Lord, but he heard them not. And I shall beat them as small as the dust before the wind. I shall bring them to naught, like the dirt in the streets. Thou wilt deliver me from the contradictions of the people. Thou wilt make me head of the Gentiles. A people which I knew not hath served me. At the hearing of the ear they have obeyed me. The children that are strangers have lied to me. Strange children have faded away, and have halted from their paths. The Lord liveth, and blessed be my God, and let the God of my salvation be exalted. O God, who avengest me, and subduest the people under me, my deliverer from my enemies. And thou wilt lift me up above them that rise up against me. From the unjust man thou wilt deliver me. Therefore will I give glory to thee, O Lord, among the nations, and I will sing a psalm to thy name, giving great deliverance to his king, and showing mercy to David, his anointed, and to his seed forever.
End of section 18. Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan. Section 19. The Psalms, 3 classic English translations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile. Psalm 19, from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 19, Caeli Enerant. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. One day telleth another, and one night certifieth another. There is neither speech nor language, but their voices are heard among them. Their sound is gone out into all lands, and their words into the ends of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which cometh forth as a bridegroom out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a giant to run his course. It goeth forth from the uttermost part of the heaven, and runneth about unto the end of it again. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The law of the Lord is an undefiled law, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, and giveth wisdom unto the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, and rejoice the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, and giveth light unto the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, and endureth forever. The judgments of the Lord are true, and righteous altogether.
More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey, and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant taught, and in keeping of them there is great reward. Who can tell how oft he offendeth? O cleanse thou me from my secret faults. Keep thy servant also from presumptuous sins, lest they get the dominion over me, so shall I be undefiled, and innocent from the great offense. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be always acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer. Psalm 19 from the King James translation. Psalm 19. To the chief musician, a psalm of David. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language, where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward. Who can understand his errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins. Let them not have dominion over me. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer. Psalm 18 from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 18. Caeli inerant, unto the end, a psalm for David. The heavens show forth the glory of God, and the firmament declareth the work of his hands. Day to day uttereth speech, and night to night showeth knowledge. There are no speeches nor languages where their voices are not heard. Their sound hath gone forth into all the earth, and their words unto the ends of the world. He hath set his tabernacle in the sun, and he as a bridegroom coming out of his bride chamber, hath rejoiced as a giant to run the way. His going out is from the end of heaven, and his circuit even to the end thereof, and there is no one that can hide himself from his heat. The law of the Lord is unspotted, converting souls. The testimony of the Lord is faithful, giving wisdom to little ones. The justices of the Lord are right, rejoicing hearts. The commandment of the Lord is lightsome, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is holy, enduring forever and ever. The judgments of the Lord are true, justified in themselves. More to be desired than gold and many precious stones, and sweeter than honey and the honeycomb. For thy servant keepeth them, and in keeping them there is a great reward. Who can understand sins? From my secret ones cleanse me, O Lord, and from those of others spare thy servant. If they shall have no dominion over me, then shall I be without spot, and I shall be cleansed from the greatest sin. and the words of my mouth shall be such as may please, and the meditation of my heart always in thy sight, O Lord, my helper and my redeemer. End of section 19.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan.
Section 20 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 20 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 20. Exaudia te Dominus. The Lord hear thee in the day of trouble. The name of the God of Jacob defend thee. Send thee help from the sanctuary, and strengthen thee out of Sion. Remember all thy offerings, and accept thy burnt sacrifice. Grant thee thy heart's desire, and fulfill all thy mind. We will rejoice in thy salvation, and triumph in the name of the Lord our God. The Lord perform all thy petitions. Now know I that the Lord helpeth his anointed, and will hear him from his holy heaven, even with the wholesome strength of his right hand. Some put their trust in chariots, and some in horses, but we will remember the name of the Lord our God. They are brought down and fallen, but we are risen and stand upright. Save, Lord, and hear us, O King of heaven, when we call upon thee. Psalm 20 in the King James translation. Psalm 20. To the chief musician, a psalm of David. The Lord hear thee in the day of trouble. The name of the God of Jacob defend thee. Send thee help from the sanctuary, and strengthen thee out of Zion. Remember all thy offerings, and accept thy burnt sacrifice. Selah. Grant thee according to thine own heart, and fulfill all thy counsel. We will rejoice in thy salvation, and in the name of our God we will set up our banners. The Lord fulfill all thy petitions. Now know I that the Lord saveth his anointed. He will hear him from his holy heaven, with the saving strength of his right hand. Some trust in chariots, and some in horses, but we will remember the name of the Lord our God. They are brought down and fallen, but we are risen and stand upright. Save, Lord, let the King hear us when we call. Psalm 19 in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 19. Exaudia te Dominus. Unto the end, a psalm for David. May the Lord hear thee in the day of tribulation. May the name of the God of Jacob protect thee. May he send thee help from the sanctuary, and defend thee out of Sion. May he be mindful of all thy sacrifices, and may thy whole burnt offering be made fat. May he give thee according to thy own heart, and confirm all thy counsels. We will rejoice in thy salvation, and in the name of our God we shall be exalted. The Lord fulfill all thy petitions. Now have I known that the Lord hath saved his anointed. He will hear him from his holy heaven. The salvation of his right hand is in powers. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we will call upon the name of the Lord our God. They are bound and have fallen, but we are risen and are set upright. O Lord, save the King, and hear us in the day that we shall call upon thee. End of section 20.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan.
Section 21 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 21 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 21. Domine in virtute tua. The king shall rejoice in thy strength, O Lord. Exceeding glad shall he be of thy salvation. Thou hast given him his heart's desire, and hast not denied him the request of his lips. For thou shalt prevent him with the blessings of goodness, and shalt set a crown of pure gold upon his head. He asked life of thee, and thou gavest him a long life, even for ever and ever. His honor is great in thy salvation. Glory and great worship shalt thou lay upon him. For thou shalt give him everlasting felicity, and make him glad with the joy of thy countenance. And why? Because the king putteth his trust in the Lord, and in the mercy of the Most Highest he shall not miscarry. All thine enemies shall feel thine hand. Thy right hand shall find out them that hate thee. Thou shalt make them like a fiery oven in time of thy wrath. The Lord shall destroy them in his displeasure, and the fire shall consume them. Their fruit shalt thou root out of the earth, and their seed from among the children of men. For they intended mischief against thee, and imagined such a device as they are not able to perform. Therefore shalt thou put them to flight, and the strings of thy bow shalt thou make ready against the face of them. Be thou exalted, Lord, in thine own strength, so will we sing and praise thy power. Psalm 21 in the King James Version. Psalm 21, to the chief musician, a psalm of David. The king shall joy in thy strength, O Lord, and in thy salvation how greatly shall he rejoice. Thou hast given him his heart's desire, and hast not withholden the request of his lips. Selah. For thou preventest him with the blessings of goodness. Thou settest a crown of pure gold on his head. He asked life of thee, and thou gavest it him, even length of days for ever and ever. His glory is great in thy salvation. Honor and majesty hast thou laid upon him. For thou hast made him most blessed forever. Thou hast made him exceeding glad with thy countenance. For the king trusteth in the Lord, and through the mercy of the Most High he shall not be moved. Thine hand shall find out all thine enemies. Thy right hand shall find out those that hate thee. Thou shalt make them as a fiery oven in the time of thine anger. The Lord shall swallow them up in his wrath, and the fire shall devour them. Their fruit shalt thou destroy from the earth, and their seed from among the children of men. For they intended evil against thee. They imagined a mischievous device which they are not able to perform. Therefore shalt thou make them turn their back, when thou shalt make ready thine arrows upon thy strings against the face of them. Be thou exalted, Lord, in thine own strength, so will we sing and praise thy power. Psalm 20 in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 20, Domine in virtute. Unto the end, a psalm for David. In thy strength, O Lord, the king shall joy, and in thy salvation he shall rejoice exceedingly. Thou hast given him his heart's desire, and hast not withholden from him the will of his lips. For thou hast prevented him with blessings of sweetness. Thou hast set on his head a crown of precious stones. He asked life of thee, and thou hast given him length of days for ever and ever. His glory is great in thy salvation. Glory and great beauty shalt thou lay upon him. For thou shalt give him to be a blessing for ever and ever. Thou shalt make him joyful in gladness with thy countenance. For the king hopeth in the Lord, and through the mercy of the Most High he shall not be moved. Let thy hand be found by all thy enemies. Let thy right hand find out all them that hate thee. Thou shalt make them as an oven of fire in the time of thy anger. The Lord shall trouble them in his wrath, and fire shall devour them. Their fruit shalt thou destroy from the earth, and their seed from among the children of men. For they have intended evils against thee. They have devised counsels which they have not been able to establish. For thou shalt make them turn their back. In thy remnants thou shalt prepare their face. Be thou exalted, O Lord, in thy own strength. We will sing and praise thy power. End of section 21.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan.
Section 22 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 22 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 22. Deus, Deus meus. My God, look upon me. Why hast thou forsaken me, and art so far from my health, and from the words of my complaint? O my God, I cry in the daytime, but thou hearest not, and in the night season also I take no rest. And thou continuest holy, O thou worship of Israel. Our fathers hoped in thee, they trusted in thee, and thou didst deliver them. They called upon thee, and were holpen. They put their trust in thee, and were not confounded. But as for me, I am a worm and no man, a very scorn of men, and the outcast of the people. All they that see me laugh me to scorn. They shoot out their lips, and shake their heads, saying, He trusted in God, that he would deliver him. Let him deliver him, if he will have him. But thou art he that took me out of my mother's womb. Thou wast my hope, when I hanged yet upon my mother's breasts. I have been left unto thee ever since I was born. Thou art my God, even from my mother's womb. O go not from me, for trouble is hard at hand, and there is none to help me. Many oxen are come about me, fat bulls of Basan close me in on every side. They gape upon me with their mouths, as it were a ramping and a roaring lion. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart also, in the midst of my body, is even like melting wax. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue cleaveth to my gums. And thou shalt bring me into the dust of death. For many dogs are come about me, and the counsel of the wicked layeth siege against me. They pierced my hands and my feet. I may tell all my bones. They stand staring and looking upon me. They part my garments among them, and cast lots upon my vesture. But be not thou far from me, O Lord. Thou art my succor. Haste thee to help me. Deliver my soul from the sword, my darling from the power of the dog. Save me from the lion's mouth. Thou hast heard me also from among the horns of the unicorns. I will declare thy name unto my brethren. In the midst of the congregation will I praise thee. O praise the Lord, ye that fear him. Magnify him, all ye of the seed of Jacob. And fear him, all ye seed of Israel. For he hath not despised nor abhorred the low estate of the poor. He hath not hid his face from him. But when he called unto him, he heard him. My praise is of thee in the great congregation. My vows will I perform in the sight of them that fear him. The poor shall eat and be satisfied. They that seek after the Lord shall praise him. Your heart shall live forever. All the ends of the world shall remember themselves and be turned unto the Lord. And all the kindreds of the nations shall worship before him. For the kingdom is the Lord's, and he is the governor among the people. All such as be fat upon earth have eaten and worshipped. All they that go down into the dust shall kneel before him, and no man hath quickened his own soul. My seed shall serve him. They shall be counted unto the Lord for a generation. They shall come, and the heavens shall declare his righteousness, unto a people that shall be born, whom the Lord hath made. Psalm 22, from the King James translation. Psalm 22, to the chief musician upon Ijeleth Shahar, a psalm of David. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Why art thou so far from helping me and from the words of my roaring? O my God, I cry in the daytime, but thou hearest not, and in the night season, and am not silent. But thou art holy, O thou that inhabitest the praises of Israel. Our fathers trusted in thee. They trusted, and thou didst deliver them. They cried unto thee, and were delivered. They trusted in thee, and were not confounded. But I am a worm, and no man, a reproach of men, and despised of the people. All they that see me laugh me to scorn. They shoot out the lip, they shake the head, saying, He trusted on the Lord that he would deliver him. Let him deliver him, seeing he delighted in him. But thou art he that took me out of the womb. Thou didst make me hope when I was upon my mother's breasts. I was cast upon thee from the womb. Thou art my God from my mother's belly. Be not far from me, for trouble is near, for there is none to help. Many bulls have compassed me. Strong bulls of Bashan have beset me round. They gaped upon me with their mouths, as a ravening and a roaring lion. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax. It is melted in the midst of my bowels. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue cleaveth to my jaws. And thou hast brought me into the dust of death. For dogs have compassed me. The assembly of the wicked have enclosed me. They pierced my hands and my feet. I may tell all my bones. They look and stare upon me. They part my garments among them, and cast lots upon my vesture. But be not thou far from me, O Lord. O my strength, haste thee to help me. Deliver my soul from the sword, my darling from the power of the dog. Save me from the lion's mouth, for thou hast heard me from the horns of the unicorns. I will declare thy name unto my brethren. In the midst of the congregation will I praise thee. Ye that fear the Lord, praise him. All ye the seed of Jacob, glorify him. And fear him, all ye the seed of Israel. For he hath not despised, nor abhorred the affliction of the afflicted, neither hath he hid his face from him. But when he cried unto him, he heard. My praise shall be of thee in the great congregation. I will pay my vows before them that fear him. The meek shall eat and be satisfied. They shall praise the Lord that seek him. Your heart shall live forever. All the ends of the world shall remember and turn unto the Lord, and all the kindreds of the nations shall worship before thee. For the kingdom is the Lord's, and he is the governor among the nations. All they that be fat upon earth shall eat and worship, and they that go down to the dust shall bow before him. And none can keep alive his own soul. A seed shall serve him. It shall be accounted to the Lord for a generation. They shall come and shall declare his righteousness unto a people that shall be born, that he hath done this. Psalm 21, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 21, Deus, Deus meus. Unto the end, for the morning protection, a psalm for David. O God, my God, look upon me. Why hast thou forsaken me? Far from my salvation are the words of my sins. O my God, I shall cry by day, and thou wilt not hear, and by night, and it shall not be reputed as folly in me. But thou dwellest in the holy place, the praise of Israel. In thee have our fathers hoped. They have hoped, and thou hast delivered them. They cried to thee, and they were saved. They trusted in thee, and were not confounded. But I am a worm, and no man, the reproach of men, and the outcast of the people. All they that saw me have laughed me to scorn. They have spoken with the lips, and wagged the head. He hoped in the Lord, let him deliver him. Let him save him, seeing he delighteth in him. For thou art he that hast drawn me out of the womb, my hope from the breasts of my mother. I was cast upon thee from the womb. From my mother's womb thou art my God. Depart not from me, for tribulation is very near, for there is none to help me. Many calves have surrounded me. Fat bulls have besieged me. They have opened their mouths against me, as a lion ravening and roaring. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are scattered. My heart is become like wax, melting in the midst of my bowels. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue hath cleaved to my jaws. And thou hast brought me down into the dust of death. For many dogs have encompassed me. The counsel of the malignant hath besieged me. They have dug my hands and feet. They have numbered all my bones, and they have looked and stared upon me. They parted my garments amongst them, and upon my vesture they cast lots. But thou, O Lord, remove not thy help to a distance from me. Look towards my defense. Deliver, O God, my soul from the sword, my only one from the hand of the dog. Save me from the lion's mouth, and my lowness from the horns of the unicorns. I will declare thy name to my brethren. In the midst of the church will I praise thee. Ye that fear the Lord, praise him. All ye the seed of Jacob, glorify him. Let all the seed of Israel fear him, because he hath not slighted nor despised the supplication of the poor man. Neither hath he turned away his face from me. And when I cried to him, he heard me. With thee is my praise in a great church. I will pay my vows in the sight of them that fear him. The poor shall eat and shall be filled, and they shall praise the Lord that seek him. Their hearts shall live forever and ever. All the ends of the earth shall remember, and shall be converted to the Lord. And all the kindreds of the Gentiles shall adore in his sight. For the kingdom is the Lord's, and he shall have dominion over the nations. All the fat ones of the earth have eaten and have adored. All they that go down to the earth shall fall before him. And to him my soul shall live, and my seed shall serve him. There shall be declared to the Lord a generation to come, and the heavens shall show forth his justice to a people that shall be born, which the Lord hath made. End of section 22.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan.
Section 23 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 23 in the Book of Common Prayer. Dominus regit me. The Lord is my shepherd. Therefore can I lack nothing. He shall feed me in a green pasture, and lead me forth beside the waters of comfort. He shall convert my soul, and bring me forth in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff comfort me. Thou shalt prepare a table before me against them that trouble me. Thou hast anointed my head with oil, and my cup shall be full. But thy loving kindness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Psalm 23 in the King James Version. Psalm 23, a psalm of David. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Psalm 22 from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 22, Dominus regit me. A psalm for David. The Lord ruleth me, and I shall want nothing. He hath set me in a place of pasture. He hath brought me up on the water of refreshment. He hath converted my soul. He hath led me on the paths of justice, for his own name's sake. For though I should walk in the midst of the shadow of death, I will fear no evils, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they have comforted me. Thou hast prepared a table before me against them that afflict me. Thou hast anointed my head with oil, and my chalice which inebriateth me, how goodly it is. And thy mercy will follow me all the days of my life, and that I may dwell in the house of the Lord unto length of days. End of section 23.
Recording by Father Zeile, Detroit, Michigan.
Section 24 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. Psalm 24 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 24. Domini est terra. The earth is the Lord's, and all that therein is, the compass of the world, and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and prepared it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? Or who shall rise up in his holy place? Even he that hath clean hands and a pure heart, and that hath not lifted up his mind unto vanity, nor sworn to deceive his neighbor, he shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, even of them that seek thy face, O Jacob. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? It is the Lord strong and mighty, even the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? Even the Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Psalm 24 in the King James Authorized Translation. Psalm 24, a psalm of David. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? Or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah. Psalm 23 in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 23, Domini est terra. On the first day of the week, a psalm for David. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world and all they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and hath prepared it upon the rivers. Who shall ascend into the mountain of the Lord? Or who shall stand in his holy place? The innocent in hands, and clean of heart, who hath not taken his soul in vain, nor sworn deceitfully to his neighbor. He shall receive a blessing from the Lord, and mercy from God his Savior. This is the generation of them that seek him, of them that seek the face of the God of Jacob. Lift up your gates, O ye princes, and be ye lifted up, O eternal gates, and the King of glory shall enter in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord who is strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your gates, O ye princes, and be ye lifted up, O eternal gates, and the King of glory shall enter in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Psalms. Three classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 25 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 25, Ad te, Domine, levavi. Unto thee, O Lord, will I lift up my soul. My God, I have put my trust in thee. O let me not be confounded, neither let mine enemies triumph over me. For all they that hope in thee shall not be ashamed, but such as transgress without a cause shall be put to confusion. Show me thy ways, O Lord, and teach me thy paths. Lead me forth in thy truth, and learn me, for thou art the God of my salvation. In thee hath been my hope all the day long. Call to remembrance, O Lord, thy tender mercies, and thy loving kindnesses, which have been ever of old. O remember not the sins and offenses of my youth, but according to thy mercy think thou upon me, O Lord, for thy goodness. Gracious and righteous is the Lord, therefore will he teach sinners in the way. Them that are meek shall he guide in judgment, and such as are gentle, them shall he learn his way. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth, unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. For thy name's sake, O Lord, be merciful unto my sin, for it is great. What man is he that feareth the Lord? Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose. His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed shall inherit the land. The secret of the Lord is among them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Mine eyes are ever looking unto the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net. Turn thee unto me, and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and in misery. The sorrows of my heart are enlarged. O bring thou me out of my troubles. Look upon my adversity and misery, and forgive me all my sin. Consider mine enemies, how many they are, and they bear a tyrannous hate against me. O keep my soul and deliver me. Let me not be confounded, for I have put my trust in thee. Let perfectness and righteous dealing wait upon me, for my hope hath been in thee. Deliver Israel, O God, out of all his troubles. Psalm 25 in the King James Authorized Translation. Psalm 25, a psalm of David. Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. O my God, I trust in thee. Let me not be ashamed. Let not mine enemies triumph over me. Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause. Show me thy ways, O Lord. Teach me thy paths. Lead me in thy truth, and teach me. For thou art the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all the day. Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they have been ever of old. Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions. According to thy mercy remember thou me, for thy goodness' sake, O Lord. Good and upright is the Lord, therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth, unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon mine iniquity, for it is great. What man is he that feareth the Lord? Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose. His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed shall inherit the earth. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Mine eyes are ever toward the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net. Turn thee unto me, and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted. The troubles of my heart are enlarged. O bring thou me out of my distresses. Look upon mine affliction and my pain, and forgive all my sins. Consider mine enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred. O keep my soul and deliver me. Let me not be ashamed, for I put my trust in thee. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I wait on thee. Redeem Israel, O God, out of all his troubles. Psalm 24, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 24, Ad te, Domine, levabi. Unto the end, a psalm for David. To thee, O Lord, have I lifted up my soul. In thee, O my God, I put my trust. Let me not be ashamed. Neither let my enemies laugh at me, for none of them that wait on thee shall be confounded. Let all them be confounded that act unjust things without cause. Show, O Lord, thy ways to me, and teach me thy paths. Direct me in thy truth, and teach me, for thou art God my Savior, and on thee have I waited all the day long. Remember, O Lord, thy bowels of compassion, and thy mercies that are from the beginning of the world. The sins of my youth and my ignorances do not remember. According to thy mercy, remember thou me, for thy goodness' sake, O Lord. The Lord is sweet and righteous, therefore he will give a law to sinners in the way. He will guide the mild in judgment. He will teach the meek his ways. All the ways of the Lord are mercy and truth to them that seek after his covenant and his testimonies. For thy name's sake, O Lord, thou wilt pardon my sin, for it is great. Who is the man that feareth the Lord? He hath appointed him a law in the way he hath chosen. His soul shall dwell in good things, and his seed shall inherit the land. The Lord is a firmament to them that fear him, and his covenant shall be made manifest to them. My eyes are ever towards the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the snare. Look thou upon me, and have mercy on me, for I am alone and poor. The troubles of my heart are multiplied. Deliver me from my necessities. See my abjection and my labor, and forgive me all my sins. Consider my enemies, for they are multiplied, and have hated me with an unjust hatred. Keep thou my soul, and deliver me. I shall not be ashamed, for I have hoped in thee. The innocent and the upright have adhered to me, because I have waited on thee. Deliver Israel, O God, from all his tribulations. End of section 25 of the Psalms. Reading by Father Zeile. Section 26 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 26 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 26. Judica me, Domine. Be thou my judge, O Lord, for I have walked innocently. My trust hath been also in the Lord. Therefore shall I not fall. Examine me, O Lord, and prove me. Try out my reins and my heart. For thy loving kindness is ever before mine eyes, and I will walk in thy truth. I have not dwelt with vain persons, neither will I have fellowship with the deceitful. I have hated the congregation of the wicked, and will not sit among the ungodly. I will wash my hands in innocency, O Lord, and so will I go to thine altar, that I may show the voice of thanksgiving, and tell of all thy wondrous works. Lord, I have loved the habitation of thy house, and the place where thine honor dwelleth. O shut not up my soul with the sinners, nor my life with the bloodthirsty, in whose hands is wickedness, and their right hand is full of gifts. But as for me, I will walk innocently. O deliver me, and be merciful unto me. My foot standeth right. I will praise the Lord in the congregations. Psalm 26, from the King James Authorized Translation. Psalm 26, a psalm of David. Judge me, O Lord, for I have walked in my integrity. I have trusted also in the Lord, therefore I shall not slide. Examine me, O Lord, and prove me. Try my reins and my heart. For thy loving kindness is before mine eyes, and I have walked in thy truth. I have not sat with vain persons, neither will I go in with dissemblers. I have hated the congregation of evildoers, and will not sit with the wicked. I will wash mine hands in innocency, so will I compass thine altar, O Lord, that I may publish with the voice of thanksgiving, and tell of all thy wondrous works. Lord, I have loved the habitation of thy house, and the place where thine honor dwelleth. Gather not my soul with sinners, nor my life with bloody men, in whose hands is mischief, and their right hand is full of bribes. But as for me, I will walk in mine integrity. Redeem me and be merciful unto me. My foot standeth in an even place. In the congregations will I bless the Lord. Psalm 25, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 25, Judica me, Domine. Unto the end, a psalm for David. Judge me, O Lord, for I have walked in my innocence, and I have put my trust in the Lord, and shall not be weakened. Prove me, O Lord, and try me. Burn my reins and my heart. For thy mercy is before my eyes, and I am well pleased with thy truth. I have not sat with the counsel of vanity, neither will I go in with the doers of unjust things. I have hated the assembly of the malignant, and with the wicked I will not sit. I will wash my hands among the innocent, and will compass thy altar, O Lord, that I may hear the voice of thy praise, and tell of all thy wondrous works. I have loved, O Lord, the beauty of thy house, and the place where thy glory dwelleth. Take not away my soul, O God, with the wicked, nor my life with bloody men, in whose hands are iniquities, their right hand is filled with gifts. But as for me, I have walked in my innocence. Redeem me, and have mercy on me. My foot hath stood in the direct way. In the churches I will bless thee, O Lord. End of section 26 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. Section 27 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 27 in the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 27, Dominus Illuminatio. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom then shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom then shall I be afraid? When the wicked, even mine enemies and my foes, came upon me to eat up my flesh, they stumbled and fell. Though an host of men were laid against me, yet shall not my heart be afraid. And though there rose up war against me, yet will I put my trust in him. One thing have I desired of the Lord, which I will require, even that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, to behold the fair beauty of the Lord, and to visit his temple. For in the time of trouble he shall hide me in his tabernacle. Yea, in the secret place of his dwelling shall he hide me, and set me up upon a rock of stone. And now shall he lift up mine head above mine enemies round about me. Therefore will I offer in his dwelling an oblation with great gladness. I will sing and speak praises unto the Lord. Hearken unto my voice, O Lord, when I cry unto thee. Have mercy upon me and hear me. My heart hath talked of thee. Seek ye my face. Thy face, Lord, will I seek. O hide not thou thy face from me, nor cast thy servant away in displeasure. Thou hast been my succor. Leave me not, neither forsake me, O God of my salvation. When my father and my mother forsake me, the Lord taketh me up. Teach me thy way, O Lord, and lead me in the right way, because of mine enemies. Deliver me not over into the will of mine adversaries, for there are false witnesses risen up against me, and such as speak wrong. I should utterly have fainted, but that I believe verily to see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. O tarry thou the Lord's leisure. Be strong, and he shall comfort thine heart, and put thou thy trust in the Lord. Psalm 27 from the King James Authorized Translation. Psalm 27, a psalm of David. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When the wicked, even mine enemies and my foes, came upon me to eat up my flesh, they stumbled and fell. Though an host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war should rise against me, in this will I be confident. One thing have I desired of the Lord, that will I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, to behold the beauty of the Lord, and to inquire in his temple. For in the time of trouble he shall hide me in his pavilion. In the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me. He shall set me up upon a rock. And now shall mine head be lifted up above mine enemies round about me. Therefore will I offer in his tabernacle sacrifices of joy. I will sing, yea, I will sing praises unto the Lord. Hear, O Lord, when I cry with my voice. Have mercy also upon me, and answer me. When thou saidst, Seek ye my face, my heart said unto thee, Thy face, Lord, will I seek. Hide not thy face far from me. Put not thy servant away in anger. Thou hast been my help. Leave me not, neither forsake me, O God of my salvation. When my father and my mother forsake me, then the Lord will take me up. Teach me thy way, O Lord, and lead me in a plain path because of mine enemies. Deliver me not over unto the will of mine enemies. For false witnesses are risen up against me, and such as breathe out cruelty. I had fainted, unless I had believed to see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait on the Lord. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thine heart. Wait, I say, on the Lord. Psalm 26 in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 26, Dominus Illuminatio. The Psalm of David before he was anointed. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the protector of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Whilst the wicked draw near against me to eat my flesh, my enemies that trouble me have themselves been weakened and have fallen. If armies in camp should stand together against me, my heart shall not fear. If a battle should rise up against me, in this will I be confident. One thing I have asked of the Lord, this will I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, that I may see the delight of the Lord and may visit his temple. For he hath hidden me in his tabernacle. In the day of evils he hath protected me in the secret place of his tabernacle. He hath exalted me upon a rock, and now he hath lifted up my head above my enemies. I have gone round and have offered up in his tabernacle a sacrifice of jubilation. I will sing and recite a psalm to the Lord. Hear, O Lord, my voice, with which I have cried to thee. Have mercy on me and hear me. My heart hath said to thee, my face hath sought thee. Thy face, O Lord, will I still seek. Turn not away thy face from me. Decline not in thy wrath from thy servant. Be thou my helper, forsake me not. Do not thou despise me, O God, my Savior. For my father and my mother have left me, but the Lord hath taken me up. Set me, O Lord, a law in thy way, and guide me in the right path because of my enemies. Deliver me not over to the will of them that trouble me. For unjust witnesses have risen up against me, and iniquity hath lied to itself. I believe to see the good things of the Lord in the land of the living. Expect the Lord, do manfully, and let thy heart take courage, and wait thou for the Lord. End of section 27 of the Psalms. Section 28 of the Psalms. Three classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer, the Authorized King James Version, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Father Zeile of Detroit. Psalm 28 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 28, Ad te, Domine. Unto thee will I cry, O Lord my strength. Think no scorn of me, lest if thou make as though thou hearest not, I become like them that go down into the pit. Hear the voice of my humble petitions, when I cry unto thee, when I hold up my hands towards the mercy seat of thy holy temple. O pluck me not away, neither destroy me with the ungodly and wicked doers, which speak friendly to their neighbors, but imagine mischief in their hearts. Reward them according to their deeds, and according to the wickedness of their own inventions. Recompense them after the work of their hands. Pay them that they have deserved. For they regard not in their mind the works of the Lord, nor the operation of his hands. Therefore shall he break them down, and not build them up. Praised be the Lord, for he hath heard the voice of my humble petitions. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart hath trusted in him, and I am helped. Therefore my heart danceth for joy, and in my song will I praise him. The Lord is my strength, and he is the wholesome defense of his anointed. O save thy people, and give thy blessing unto thine inheritance. Feed them, and set them up forever. Psalm 28, from the King James Authorized Version. Psalm 28, a psalm of David. Unto thee will I cry, O Lord, my rock. Be not silent to me. Lest, if thou be silent to me, I become like them that go down into the pit. Hear the voice of my supplications when I cry unto thee, when I lift up my hands toward thy holy oracle. Draw me not away with the wicked, and with the workers of iniquity, which speak peace to their neighbors, but mischief is in their hearts. Give them according to their deeds, and according to the wickedness of their endeavors. Give them after the work of their hands. Render to them their desert. Because they regard not the works of the Lord, nor the operation of his hands. He shall destroy them, and not build them up. Blessed be the Lord, because he hath heard the voice of my supplications. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusted in him, and I am helped. Therefore my heart greatly rejoiceth, and with my song will I praise him. The Lord is their strength, and he is the saving strength of his anointed. Save thy people, and bless thine inheritance. Feed them also, and lift them up forever. Psalm 27, from the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 27, Ad te Domine clamabo. A psalm for David himself. Unto thee will I cry, O Lord. O my God, be not thou silent to me. Lest if thou be silent to me, I become like them that go down into the pit. Hear, O Lord, the voice of my supplication when I pray to thee, when I lift up my hands to thy holy temple. Draw me not away together with the wicked, and with the workers of iniquity destroy me not, who speak peace with their neighbor, but evils are in their hearts. Give them according to their works, and according to the wickedness of their inventions. According to the works of their hands give thou to them, render to them their reward. Because they have not understood the works of the Lord, and the operations of his hands, thou shalt destroy them, and shalt not build them up. Blessed be the Lord, for he hath heard the voice of my supplication. The Lord is my helper and my protector. In him hath my heart confided, and I have been helped. And my flesh hath flourished again, and with my will I will give praise to him. The Lord is the strength of his people, and the protector of the salvation of his anointed. Save, O Lord, thy people, and bless thy inheritance, and rule them and exalt them forever. End of section 28 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. Section 29 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 29 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 29. Offerte Domino. Bring unto the Lord, O ye mighty, bring young rams unto the Lord. Ascribe unto the Lord worship and strength. Give the Lord the honor due unto his name. Worship the Lord with holy worship. It is the Lord that commandeth the waters. It is the glorious God that maketh the thunder. It is the Lord that ruleth the sea. The voice of the Lord is mighty in operation. The voice of the Lord is a glorious voice. The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedar trees. Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Libanus. He maketh them also to skip like a calf. Libanus also and Syrian like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. Yea, the Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to bring forth young, and discovereth the thick bushes. In his temple doth every man speak of his honor. The Lord sitteth above the water flood, and the Lord remaineth a king forever. The Lord shall give strength unto his people. The Lord shall give people the blessing of peace. Psalm 29, from the King James Authorized Version. Psalm 29, a psalm of David. Give unto the Lord, O ye mighty. Give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. The voice of the Lord is upon the waters. The God of glory thundereth. The Lord is upon many waters. The voice of the Lord is powerful. The voice of the Lord is full of majesty. The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars. Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Lebanon. He maketh them also to skip like a calf. Lebanon and Syrian like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. The Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forests. And in his temple doth every one speak of his glory. The Lord sitteth upon the flood. Yea, the Lord sitteth king forever. The Lord will give strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. Psalm 28, in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 28, Aferte Domino, a psalm for David at the finishing of the tabernacle. Bring to the Lord, O ye children of God, bring to the Lord the offspring of rams. Bring to the Lord glory and honor. Bring to the Lord glory to his name. Adore ye the Lord in his holy court. The voice of the Lord is upon the waters. The God of majesty hath thundered. The Lord is upon many waters. The voice of the Lord is in power. The voice of the Lord in magnificence. The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars. Yea, the Lord shall break the cedars of Libanus, and shall reduce them to pieces, as a calf of Libanus, and as the beloved son of unicorns. The voice of the Lord divideth the flame of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the desert, and the Lord shall shake the desert of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord prepareth the stags, and he will discover the thick woods. And in his temple all shall speak his glory. The Lord maketh the flood to dwell, and the Lord shall sit king forever. The Lord will give strength to his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. End of section 29 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile of Detroit. Section 30 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 30, from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 30, Exaltabo te, Domine. I will magnify thee, O Lord, for thou hast set me up, and not made my foes to triumph over me. O Lord my God, I cried unto thee, and thou hast healed me. Thou, Lord, hast brought my soul out of hell. Thou hast kept my life from them that go down to the pit. Sing praises unto the Lord, O ye saints of his, and give thanks unto him for a remembrance of his holiness. For his wrath endureth but the twinkling of an eye, and in his pleasure is life. Heaviness may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. And in my prosperity, I said, I shall never be removed. Thou, Lord, of thy goodness hast made my hill so strong. Thou didst turn thy face from me, and I was troubled. Then cried I unto thee, O Lord, and gat me to my Lord right humbly. What profit is there in my blood, when I go down to the pit? Shall the dust give thanks unto thee, or shall it declare thy truth? Hear, O Lord, and have mercy upon me. Lord, be thou my helper. Thou hast turned my heaviness into joy. Thou hast put off my sackcloth, and girded me with gladness. Therefore shall every good man sing of thy praise without ceasing. O my God, I will give thanks unto thee forever. Psalm 30, from the King James Authorized Version. Psalm 30, a psalm and song at the dedication of the house of David. I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast lifted me up, and hast not made my foes to rejoice over me. O Lord my God, I cried unto thee, and thou hast healed me. O Lord, thou hast brought up my soul from the grave. Thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. Sing unto the Lord, O ye saints of his, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness. For his anger endureth but a moment, then his favor is life. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. And in my prosperity, I said, I shall never be moved. Lord, by thy favor thou hast made my mountain to stand strong. Thou didst hide thy face, and I was troubled. I cried to thee, O Lord, and unto the Lord I made supplication. What profit is there in my blood when I go down to the pit? Shall the dust praise thee? Shall it declare thy truth? Hear, O Lord, and have mercy upon me. Lord, be thou my helper. Thou hast turned for me my mourning into dancing. Thou hast put off my sackcloth, and girded me with gladness, to the end that my glory may sing praise to thee, and not be silent. O Lord my God, I will give thanks unto thee forever. Psalm 29, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 29, Exaltabo te, Domine, a psalm of a canticle at the dedication of David's house. I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast upheld me, and hast not made my enemies to rejoice over me. O Lord my God, I have cried to thee, and thou hast healed me. Thou hast brought forth, O Lord, my soul from hell. Thou hast saved me from them that go down into the pit. Sing to the Lord, O ye his saints, and give praise to the memory of his holiness. For wrath is in his indignation, and life in his goodwill. In the evening weeping shall have place, and in the morning gladness. And in my abundance I said, I shall never be moved. O Lord, in thy favor thou gavest strength to my beauty. Thou turnest away thy face from me, and I became troubled. To thee, O Lord, will I cry, and I will make supplication to my God. What profit is there in my blood, whilst I go down to corruption? Shall dust confess to thee, or declare thy truth? The Lord hath heard, and hath had mercy on me. The Lord became my helper.
Thou hast turned for me my mourning into joy. Thou hast cut my sackcloth, and hast compassed me with gladness, to the end that my glory may sing to thee, and I may not regret. O Lord my God, I will give praise to thee forever. End of section 30 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. Section 31 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 31 from the Book of Common Prayer. Psalm 31. In te Domine speravi. In thee, O Lord, have I put my trust. Let me never be put to confusion. Deliver me in thy righteousness. Bow down thine ear to me. Make haste to deliver me. And be thou my strong rock and house of defense, that thou mayest save me. For thou art my strong rock and my castle. Be thou also my guide, and lead me for thy name's sake. Draw me out of the net that they have laid privily for me. For thou art my strength. Into thy hands I commend my spirit. For thou hast redeemed me, O Lord, thou God of truth. I have hated them that hold of superstitious vanities, and my trust hath been in the Lord. I will be glad and rejoice in thy mercy. For thou hast considered my trouble, and hast known my soul in adversities. Thou hast not shut me up into the hand of the enemy, but hast set my feet in a large room. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for I am in trouble, and mine eye is consumed for very heaviness. Yea, my soul and my body, for my life is waxen old with heaviness, and my years with mourning. My strength faileth me because of mine iniquity, and my bones are consumed. I became a reproof among all mine enemies, but especially among my neighbors, and they of mine acquaintance were afraid of me. And they that did see me without conveyed themselves from me. I am clean forgotten, as a dead man out of mind. I am become like a broken vessel, for I have heard the blasphemy of the multitude, and fear is on every side, while they conspire together against me, and take their counsel to take away my life. But my hope hath been in thee, O Lord. I have said, Thou art my God. My time is in thy hand. Deliver me from the hand of mine enemies, and from them that persecute me. Show thy servant the light of thy countenance, and save me for thy mercy's sake. Let me not be confounded, O Lord, for I have called upon thee. Let the ungodly be put to confusion, and be put to silence in the grave. Let the lying lips be put to silence, which cruelly, disdainfully, and despitefully speak against the righteous. O how plentiful is thy goodness, which thou hast laid up for them that fear thee, and that thou hast prepared for them that put their trust in thee, even before the sons of men. Thou shalt hide them privily by thine own presence from the provoking of all men. Thou shalt keep them secretly in thy tabernacle from the strife of tongues. Thanks be to the Lord, for he hath showed me marvelous great kindness in a strong city. And when I made haste, I said, I am cast out of the sight of thine eyes. Nevertheless, thou heardest the voice of my prayer when I cried unto thee. O love the Lord, all ye his saints, for the Lord preserveth them that are faithful, and plenteously rewardeth the proud doer. Be strong, and he shall establish your heart, all ye that put your trust in the Lord.
Psalm 31 in the King James Authorized Version. Psalm 31. To the chief musician, a psalm of David. In thee, O Lord, do I put my trust. Let me never be ashamed. Deliver me in thy righteousness. Bow down thine ear to me. Deliver me speedily. Be thou my strong rock, for an house of defense to save me. For thou art my rock and my fortress. Therefore, for thy name's sake, lead me and guide me. Pull me out of the net that they have laid privily for me. For thou art my strength. Into thine hand I commit my spirit. Thou hast redeemed me, O Lord God of truth. I have hated them that regard lying vanities, but I trust in the Lord. I will be glad and rejoice in thy mercy, for thou hast considered my trouble. Thou hast known my soul in adversities, and hast not shut me up into the hand of the enemy. Thou hast set my feet in a large room. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, for I am in trouble. Mine eye is consumed with grief, yea, my soul and my belly. For my life is spent with grief, and my years with sighing. My strength faileth because of mine iniquity, and my bones are consumed. I was a reproach among all mine enemies, but especially among my neighbors, and a fear to mine acquaintance. They that did see me without fled from me. I am forgotten as a dead man out of mind. I am like a broken vessel, for I have heard the slander of many. Fear was on every side. While they took counsel together against me, they devised to take away my life. But I trusted in thee, O Lord. I said, Thou art my God. My times are in thy hand. Deliver me from the hand of mine enemies, and from them that persecute me. Make thy face to shine upon thy servant. Save me for thy mercy's sake. Let me not be ashamed, O Lord, for I have called upon thee. Let the wicked be ashamed, and let them be silent in the grave. Let the lying lips be put to silence, which speak grievous things, proudly and contemptuously against the righteous. O how great is thy goodness, which thou hast laid up for them that fear thee, which thou hast wrought for them that trust in thee before the sons of men. Thou shalt hide them in the secret of thy presence from the pride of man. Thou shalt keep them secretly in a pavilion from the strife of tongues. Blessed be the Lord, for he hath showed me his marvelous kindness in a strong city. For I said in my haste, I am cut off from before thine eyes. Nevertheless, thou heardest the voice of my supplications when I cried unto thee. O love the Lord, all ye his saints, for the Lord preserveth the faithful, and plentifully rewardeth the proud doer. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen your heart, all ye that hope in the Lord. Psalm 30 in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 30 in Te Domine Speravi. Unto the end, a psalm for David in an ecstasy. In thee, O Lord, have I hoped. Let me never be confounded. Deliver me in thy justice. Bow down thy ear to me. Make haste to deliver me. Be thou unto me a God, a protector, and a house of refuge to save me. For thou art my strength and my refuge, and for thy name's sake thou wilt lead me and nourish me. Thou wilt bring me out of this snare which they have hidden for me, for thou art my protector. Into thy hands I commend my spirit. Thou hast redeemed me, O Lord, the God of truth. Thou hast hated them that regard vanities to no purpose. But I have hoped in the Lord. I will be glad and rejoice in thy mercy. For thou hast regarded my humility. Thou hast saved my soul out of distresses, and thou hast not shut me up in the hands of the enemy. Thou hast set my feet in a spacious place. Have mercy on me, O Lord, for I am afflicted. My eye is troubled with wrath, my soul and my belly. For my life is wasted with grief, and my years in sighs. My strength is weakened through poverty, and my bones are disturbed. I am become a reproach among all my enemies, and very much to my neighbors, and a fear to my acquaintance. They that saw me without fled from me. I am forgotten as one dead from the heart. I am become as a vessel that is destroyed. For I have heard the blame of many that dwell round about. While they assembled together against me, they consulted to take away my life. But I have put my trust in thee, O Lord. I said, Thou art my God. My lots are in thy hands. Deliver me out of the hands of my enemies, and from them that persecute me. Make thy face to shine upon thy servant. Save me in thy mercy. Let me not be confounded, O Lord, for I have called upon thee. Let the wicked be ashamed, and be brought down to hell. Let deceitful lips be made dumb, which speak iniquity against the just, with pride and abuse. O how great is the multitude of thy sweetness, O Lord, which thou hast hidden for them that fear thee, which thou hast wrought for them that hope in thee, in the sight of the sons of men. Thou shalt hide them in the secret of thy face from the disturbance of men. Thou shalt protect them in thy tabernacle from the contradiction of tongues. Blessed be the Lord, for he hath shown his wonderful mercy to me in a fortified city. But I said in the excess of my mind, I am cast away from before thy eyes. Therefore thou hast heard the voice of my prayer when I cried to thee. O love the Lord, all ye his saints, for the Lord will require truth, and will repay them abundantly that act proudly. Do ye manfully, and let your heart be strengthened, all ye that hope in the Lord. End of section 31 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. Section 32 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Reading by Father Zeile of Detroit. Psalm 32, from the Book of Common Prayer. Beati Purim. Blessed is he whose unrighteousness is forgiven, and whose sin is covered. Blessed is the man unto whom the Lord imputeth no sin, and in whose spirit there is no guile. For while I held my tongue, my bones consumed away through my daily complaining. For thy hand is heavy upon me day and night, and my moisture is like the drought in summer. I will acknowledge my sin unto thee, and mine unrighteousness have I not hid. I said, I will confess my sins unto the Lord, and so thou forgavest the wickedness of my sin. For this shall every one that is godly make his prayer unto thee in a time when thou mayest be found. But in the great water floods they shall not come nigh him. Thou art a place to hide me in. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance. I will inform thee, and teach thee in the way wherein thou shalt go, and I will guide thee with mine eye. Be ye not like to horse and mule, which have no understanding, whose mouths must be held with bit and bridle, lest they fall upon thee. Great plagues remain for the ungodly. But whoso putteth his trust in the Lord,
Mercy embraceth him on every side. Be glad, O ye righteous, and rejoice in the Lord, and be joyful, all ye that are true of heart. Psalm 32 in the King James Authorized Translation. A Psalm of David, Maskil. Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Blessed is the man unto whom the Lord imputeth not iniquity, and in whose spirit there is no guile. When I kept silence, my bones waxed old, through my roaring all the day long. For day and night thy hand was heavy upon me. My moisture is turned into the drought of summer. Selah. I acknowledged my sin unto thee, and mine iniquity have I not hid. I said, I will confess my transgressions unto the Lord, and thou forgavest the iniquity of my sin. Selah. For this shall every one that is godly pray unto thee in a time when thou mayest be found. Surely in the floods of great waters they shall not come nigh unto him. Thou art my hiding place. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance. Selah. I will instruct thee and teach thee in the way which thou shalt go. I will guide thee with mine eye. Be ye not as the horse or as the mule, which have no understanding, whose mouth must be held in with bit and bridle, lest they come near unto thee. Many sorrows shall be to the wicked, but he that trusteth in the Lord, mercy shall compass him about. Be glad in the Lord, and rejoice, ye righteous, and shout for joy, all ye that are upright in heart. Psalm 31, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 31, Beati Quorum. To David himself, understanding. Blessed are they whose iniquities are forgiven, and whose sins are covered. Blessed is the man to whom the Lord hath not imputed sin, and in whose spirit there is no guile. Because I was silent, my bones grew old, whilst I cried out all the day long. For day and night thy hand was heavy upon me. I am turned in my anguish, whilst the thorn is fastened. I have acknowledged my sin to thee, and my injustice I have not concealed. I said, I will confess against myself my injustice to the Lord, and thou hast forgiven the wickedness of my sin. For this shall every one that is holy pray to thee in a seasonable time. And yet in a flood of many waters they shall not come nigh unto him. Thou art my refuge from the trouble which hath encompassed me. My joy, deliver me from them that surround me. I will give thee understanding, and I will instruct thee in this way, in which thou shalt go. I will fix my eyes upon thee. Do not become like the horse and the mule, who have no understanding. With bit and bridle bind fast their jaws, who come not near unto thee. Many are the scourges of the sinner, but mercy shall encompass him that hopeth in the Lord. Be glad in the Lord, and rejoice, ye just, and glory, all ye right of heart. End of section 32 of the Psalms. Reading by Father Zeile. Section 33 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Reading by Father Zeile of Detroit. Psalm 33, from the Book of Common Prayer. Exultate Justi. Rejoice in the Lord, O ye righteous, for it becometh well the just to be thankful. Praise the Lord with harp. Sing praises unto him with the lute and instrument of 10 strings. Sing unto the Lord a new song. Sing praises lustily unto him with a good courage. For the word of the Lord is true, and all his works are faithful. He loveth righteousness and judgment. The earth is full of the goodness of the Lord. By the word of the Lord were the heavens made, and all the hosts of them by the breath of his mouth. He gathereth the waters of the sea together, as it were upon an heap, and layeth up the deep as in a treasure house. Let all the earth fear the Lord. Stand in awe of him, all ye that dwell in the world. For he spake, and it was done. He commanded, and it stood fast. The Lord bringeth the counsel of the heathen to naught, and maketh the devices of the people to be of none effect, and casteth out the counsels of princes. The counsel of the Lord shall endure forever, and the thoughts of his heart from generation to generation. Blessed are the people whose God is the Lord Jehovah, and blessed are the folk that he hath chosen to him to be his inheritance. The Lord looked down from heaven, and beheld all the children of men. From the habitation of his dwelling he considereth all them that dwell on the earth. He fashioneth all the hearts of them, and understandeth all their works. There is no king that can be saved by the multitude of an host, neither is any mighty man delivered by much strength. A horse is counted but a vain thing to save a man, neither shall he deliver any man by his great strength. Behold, the eye of the Lord is upon them that fear him, and upon them that put their trust in his mercy, to deliver their soul from death, and to feed them in the time of dearth. Our soul hath patiently tarried for the Lord, for he is our help and our shield. For our heart shall rejoice in him, because we have hoped in his holy name. Let thy merciful kindness, O Lord, be upon us, like as we do put our trust in thee. Psalm 33, from the King James Authorized Translation. Rejoice in the Lord, O ye righteous, for praise is comely for the upright. Praise the Lord with harp. Sing unto him with the psaltery and an instrument of 10 strings. Sing unto him a new song. Play skillfully with a loud noise. For the word of the Lord is right, and all his works are done in truth. He loveth righteousness and judgment. The earth is full of the goodness of the Lord. By the word of the Lord were the heavens made, and all the host of them by the breath of his mouth. He gathereth the waters of the sea together as an heap. He layeth up the depth in storehouses. Let all the earth fear the Lord. Let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. For he spake, and it was done. He commanded, and it stood fast. The Lord bringeth the counsel of the heathen to naught. He maketh the devices of the people of none effect. The counsel of the Lord standeth forever, the thoughts of his heart to all generations. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, and the people whom he hath chosen for his own inheritance. The Lord looketh from heaven. He beholdeth all the sons of men. From the place of his habitation he looketh upon all the inhabitants of the earth. He fashioneth their hearts alike. He considereth all their works. There is no king saved by the multitude of an host. A mighty man is not delivered by much strength. An horse is a vain thing for safety, neither shall he deliver any by his great strength. Behold, the eye of the Lord is upon them that fear him, upon them that hope in his mercy, to deliver their soul from death, and to keep them alive in famine. Our soul waiteth for the Lord. He is our help and our shield. For our heart shall rejoice in him, because we have trusted in his holy name. Let thy mercy, O Lord, be upon us, according as we hope in thee. Psalm 32, from the Challoner Revision, of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 32, Exultate Justi, a psalm for David. Rejoice in the Lord, O ye just. Praise becometh the upright. Give praise to the Lord on the harp. Sing to him with the psaltery, the instrument of 10 strings. Sing to him a new canticle. Sing well unto him with a loud noise. For the word of the Lord is right, and all his works are done with faithfulness. He loveth mercy and judgment. The earth is full of the mercy of the Lord. By the word of the Lord the heavens were established, and all the power of them by the Spirit of his mouth. Gathering together the waters of the sea, as in a vessel, laying up the depths in storehouses. Let all the earth fear the Lord, and let all the inhabitants of the world be in awe of him. For he spoke, and they were made. He commanded, and they were created. The Lord bringeth to naught the counsels of nations, and he rejecteth the devices of people, and casteth away the counsels of princes. But the counsel of the Lord standeth forever, the thoughts of his heart to all generations. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, the people whom he hath chosen for his inheritance. The Lord hath looked from heaven, he hath beheld all the sons of men. From his habitation which he hath prepared, he hath looked upon all that dwell on the earth. He who hath made the hearts of every one of them, who understandeth all their works. The king is not saved by a great army, nor shall the giant be saved by his own great strength. Vain is the horse for safety, neither shall he be saved by the abundance of his strength. Behold, the eyes of the Lord are on them that fear him, and on them that hope in his mercy, to deliver their souls from death, and feed them in famine. Our soul waiteth for the Lord, for he is our helper and protector. For in him our heart shall rejoice, and in his holy name we have trusted. Let thy mercy, O Lord, be upon us, as we have hoped in thee. End of section 33 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. Section 34 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Reading by Father Zeile of Detroit. Psalm 34, from the Book of Common Prayer. Benedicam Domino. I will always give thanks unto the Lord. His praise shall ever be in my mouth. My soul shall make her boast in the Lord. The humble shall hear thereof and be glad. O praise the Lord with me, and let us magnify his name together. I sought the Lord, and he heard me. Yea, he delivered me out of all my fear. They had an eye unto him, and were lightened, and their faces were not ashamed. Lo, the poor crieth, and the Lord heareth him. Yea, and saveth him out of all his troubles. The angel of the Lord tarrieth round about them that fear him, and delivereth them. O taste and see how gracious the Lord is. Blessed is the man that trusteth in him. O fear the Lord, ye that are his saints, for they that fear him lack nothing. The lions do lack, and suffer hunger, but they who seek the Lord shall want no manner of thing that is good. Come, ye children, and hearken unto me. I will teach you the fear of the Lord. What man is he that lusteth to live, and would fain see good days? Keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips, that they speak no guile. Eschew evil, and do good. Seek peace, and ensue it. The eyes of the Lord are over the righteous, and his ears are open unto their prayers. The countenance of the Lord is against them that do evil, to root out the remembrance of them from the earth. The righteous cry, and the Lord heareth them, and delivereth them out of all their troubles. The Lord is nigh unto them that are of a contrite heart, and will save such as be of an humble spirit. Great are the troubles of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of all. He keepeth all his bones, so that not one of them is broken. But misfortune shall slay the ungodly, and they that hate the righteous shall be desolate. The Lord delivereth the souls of his servants, and all they that put their trust in him shall not be destitute. Psalm 34, from the King James Authorized Translation. A psalm for David, when he changed his behavior before Abimelech, who drove him away, and he departed. I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. My soul shall make her boast in the Lord. The humble shall hear thereof and be glad. O magnify the Lord with me, and let us exalt his name together. I sought the Lord, and he heard me, and delivered me from all my fears. They looked unto him, and were lightened, and their faces were not ashamed. This poor man cried, and the Lord heard him, and saved him out of all his troubles. The angel of the Lord encampeth round about them that fear him, and delivereth them. O taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man that trusteth in him. O fear the Lord, ye his saints, for there is no want to them that fear him. The young lions do lack, and suffer hunger, but they that seek the Lord shall not want any good thing. Come, ye children, hearken unto me. I will teach you the fear of the Lord. What man is he that desireth life, and loveth many days, that he may see good? Keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips from speaking guile. Depart from evil, and do good. Seek peace, and pursue it. The eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous, and his ears are open unto their cry. The face of the Lord is against them that do evil, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. The righteous cry, and the Lord heareth, and delivereth them out of all their troubles. The Lord is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart, and saveth such as be of a contrite spirit. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of them all. He keepeth all his bones, not one of them is broken. Evil shall slay the wicked, and they that hate the righteous shall be desolate. The Lord redeemeth the soul of his servants, and none of them that trust in him shall be desolate. Psalm 33, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 33, Benedicam Dominum. For David, when he changed his countenance before Ahimelech, who dismissed him, and he went his way. I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall be always in my mouth. In the Lord shall my soul be praised. Let the meek hear and rejoice. O magnify the Lord with me, and let us extol his name together. I sought the Lord, and he heard me, and he delivered me from all my troubles. Come ye to him, and be enlightened, and your faces shall not be confounded. This poor man cried, and the Lord heard him, and saved him out of all his troubles. The angel of the Lord shall encamp round about them that fear him, and shall deliver them. O taste and see that the Lord is sweet. Blessed is the man that hopeth in him. Fear the Lord, all ye his saints, for there is no want to them that fear him. The rich have wanted, and have suffered hunger, but they that seek the Lord shall not be deprived of any good.
Come, children, hearken to me. I will teach you the fear of the Lord. Who is the man that desireth life, who loveth to see good days? Keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips from speaking guile. Turn away from evil, and do good. Seek after peace, and pursue it. The eyes of the Lord are upon the just, and his ears unto their prayers. But the countenance of the Lord is against them that do evil things, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. The just cried, and the Lord heard them, and delivered them out of all their troubles. The Lord is nigh unto them that are of a contrite heart, and he will save the humble of spirit. Many are the afflictions of the just, but out of them all will the Lord deliver them. The Lord keepeth all their bones, not one of them shall be broken. The death of the wicked is very evil, and they that hate the just shall be guilty. The Lord will redeem the souls of his servants, and none of them that trust in him shall offend. End of section 34 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile. Section 35 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Reading by Father Zeile of Detroit. Psalm 35, the Book of Common Prayer. Judica Domine. Plead thou my cause, O Lord, with them that strive with me, and fight thou against them that fight against me. Lay hand upon the shield and buckler, and stand up to help me. Bring forth the spear, and stop the way against them that persecute me. Say unto my soul, I am thy salvation. Let them be confounded and put to shame that seek after my soul. Let them be turned back and brought to confusion that imagine mischief for me. Let them be as the dust before the wind, and the angel of the Lord scattering them. Let their way be dark and slippery, and let the angel of the Lord persecute them. For they have privily laid their net to destroy me without a cause. Yea, even without a cause have they made a pit for my soul. Let a sudden destruction come upon him unawares, and his net that he hath laid privily catching himself, that he may fall into his own mischief. And my soul be joyful in the Lord. It shall rejoice in his salvation. All my bones shall say, Lord, who is like unto thee? Who delivereth the poor from him that is too strong for him? Yea, the poor, and him that is in misery, from him that spoileth him. False witnesses did rise up. They laid to my charge things that I knew not. They rewarded me evil for good, to the great discomfort of my soul. Nevertheless, when they were sick, I put on sackcloth, and humbled my soul with fasting, and my prayer shall turn into mine own bosom. I behaved myself as though it had been my friend or my brother. I went heavily as one that mourneth for his mother. But in mine adversity they rejoiced and gathered themselves together. Yea, the very abjects came together against me unawares, making mouths at me, and ceased not. With the flatterers were busy mockers, who gnashed upon me with their teeth. Lord, how long wilt thou look upon this? O deliver my soul from the calamities which they bring on me, and my darling from the lions. So will I give thee thanks in the great congregation. I will praise thee among much people. O let not them that are mine enemies triumph over me ungodly. Neither let them wink with their eyes that hate me without a cause. And why? Their communing is not for peace,
but they imagine deceitful words against them that are quiet in the land. They gaped upon me with their mouths, and said, Fie on thee, fie on thee, we saw it with our eyes. This thou hast seen, O Lord. Hold not thy tongue then. Go not far from me, O Lord. Awake and stand up to judge my quarrel. Avenge thou my cause, my God and my Lord. Judge me, O Lord my God, according to thy righteousness, and let them not triumph over me. Let them not say in their hearts, There, so would we have it. Neither let them say, We have devoured him. Let them be put to confusion and shame together that rejoice at my trouble. Let them be clothed with rebuke and dishonor that boast themselves against me. Let them be glad and rejoice that favor my righteous dealing. Yea, let them say alway, Blessed be the Lord, who hath pleasure in the prosperity of his servant. And as for my tongue, it shall be talking of thy righteousness, and of thy praise all the day long. Psalm 35, in the King James Authorized Version. A Psalm of David. Plead my cause, O Lord, with them that strive with me. Fight against them that fight against me. Take hold of shield and buckler, and stand up for mine help. Draw out also the spear, and stop the way against them that persecute me. Say unto my soul, I am thy salvation. Let them be confounded and put to shame that seek after my soul. Let them be turned back and brought to confusion that devise my hurt. Let them be as chaff before the wind, and let the angel of the Lord chase them. Let their way be dark and slippery, and let the angel of the Lord persecute them. For without cause have they hid for me their net in a pit, which without cause they have digged for my soul. Let destruction come upon him at unawares, and let his net that he hath hid catch himself. Into that very destruction let him fall. And my soul shall be joyful in the Lord. It shall rejoice in his salvation. All my bones shall say, Lord, who is like unto thee, which deliverest the poor from him that is too strong for him? Yea, the poor and the needy from him that spoileth him. False witnesses did rise up. They laid to my charge things that I knew not. They rewarded me evil for good, to the spoiling of my soul. But as for me, when they were sick, my clothing was sackcloth. I humbled my soul with fasting, and my prayer returned into mine own bosom. I behaved myself as though he had been my friend or brother. I bowed down heavily as one that mourneth for his mother. But in mine adversity they rejoiced and gathered themselves together. Yea, the abjects gathered themselves together against me, and I knew it not. They did tear me, and ceased not. With hypocritical mockers in feasts, they gnashed upon me with their teeth. Lord, how long wilt thou look on? Rescue my soul from their destructions, my darling from the lions. I will give thee thanks in the great congregation. I will praise thee among much people. Let not them that are mine enemies wrongfully rejoice over me. Neither let them wink with the eye that hate me without a cause. For they speak not peace, but they devise deceitful matters against them that are quiet in the land. Yea, they opened their mouth wide against me, and said, Aha, aha, our eye hath seen it. This thou hast seen, O Lord, keep not silence. O Lord, be not far from me. Stir up thyself, and awake to my judgment, even unto my cause, my God and my Lord. Judge me, O Lord my God, according to thy righteousness, and let them not rejoice over me. Let them not say in their hearts, Ah, so would we have it. Let them not say, We have swallowed him up. Let them be ashamed and brought to confusion together that rejoice at mine hurt. Let them be clothed with shame and dishonor that magnify themselves against me. Let them shout for joy, and be glad that favor my righteous cause. Yea, let them say continually, Let the Lord be magnified, which hath pleasure in the prosperity of his servant. And my tongue shall speak of thy righteousness, and of thy praise all the day long. Psalm 34, in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Psalm 34, Judica Domine nocentes me. For David himself. Judge thou, O Lord, them that wrong me. Overthrow them that fight against me. Take hold of arms and shield, and rise up to help me. Bring out the sword, and shut up the way against them that persecute me. Say to my soul, I am thy salvation. Let them be confounded and ashamed that seek after my soul. Let them be turned back and be confounded that devise evil against me. Let them become as dust before the wind, and let the angel of the Lord straighten them. Let their way become dark and slippery, and let the angel of the Lord pursue them. For without cause they have hidden their net for me unto destruction. Without cause they have upbraided my soul. Let the snare which he knoweth not come upon him, and let the net which he hath hidden catch him. And into that very snare let them fall. But my soul shall rejoice in the Lord, and shall be delighted in his salvation. All my bones shall say, Lord, who is like to thee? Who deliverest the poor from the hand of them that are stronger than he, the needy and the poor from them that strip him. Unjust witnesses, rising up, have asked me things I knew not. They repaid me evil for good, to the depriving me of my soul. But as for me, when they were troublesome to me, I was clothed with haircloth. I humbled my soul with fasting, and my prayer shall be turned into my bosom. As a neighbor and as an own brother, so did I please. As one mourning and sorrowful, so was I humbled. But they rejoiced against me, and came together. Scourges were gathered together upon me, and I knew not. They were separated, and repented not. They tempted me, they scoffed at me with scorn, they gnashed upon me with their teeth. Lord, when wilt thou look upon me? Return thou my soul from their malice, my only one from the lions. I will give thanks to thee in a great church. I will praise thee in a strong people. Let not them that are my enemies wrongfully rejoice over me, who have hated me without cause, and wink with the eyes. For they spoke indeed peaceably to me, and speaking in the anger of the earth, they devised guile. And they opened their mouth wide against me. They said, well done, our eyes have seen it. Thou hast seen, O Lord, be not thou silent. O Lord, depart not from me. Arise, and be attentive to my judgment, to my cause, my God and my Lord. Judge me, O Lord my God, according to thy justice, and let them not rejoice over me. Let them not say in their hearts, it is well to our mind, neither let them say, we have swallowed him up. Let them blush, and be ashamed together, who rejoice at my evils. Let them be clothed with confusion and shame, who speak great things against me. Let them rejoice and be glad, who are well pleased with my justice, and let them say always, the Lord be magnified, who delights in the peace of his servant. And my tongue shall meditate thy justice, thy praise all the day long. End of section 35 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. Reading by Father Zeile.
Part 36 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 36, from the Book of Common Prayer. Dixit in Justus. My heart showeth me the wickedness of the ungodly, that there is no fear of God before his eyes. For he flattereth himself in his own sight, until his abominable sin be found out. The words of his mouth are unrighteous and full of deceit. He hath left off to behave himself wisely and to do good. He imagineth mischief upon his bed, and hath set himself in no good way. Neither doth he abhor anything that is evil. Thy mercy, O Lord, reacheth unto the heavens, and thy faithfulness unto the clouds. Thy righteousness standeth like the strong mountains. Thy judgments are like the great deep. Thou, Lord, shalt save both man and beast. How excellent is thy mercy, O God! And the children of men shall put their trust under the shadow of thy wings. They shall be satisfied with the plenteousness of thy house, and thou shalt give them drink of thy pleasures as out of the river. For with thee is the well of life, and in thy light shall we see light. O continue forth thy loving kindness unto them that know thee, and thy righteousness unto them that are true of heart. O let not the foot of pride come against me, and let not the hand of the ungodly cast me down. There are they fallen, all that work wickedness. They are cast down and shall not be able to stand. Psalm 36, from the King James Authorized Version. To the chief musician, a psalm of David, the servant of the Lord. The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart, that there is no fear of God before his eyes. For he flattereth himself in his own eyes, until his iniquity be found to be hateful. The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He hath left off to be wise and to do good. He deviseth mischief upon his bed. He setteth himself in a way that is not good. He abhorreth not evil. Thy mercy, O Lord, is in the heavens, and thy faithfulness reacheth unto the clouds. Thy righteousness is like the great mountains. Thy judgments are a great deep. O Lord, thou preservest man and beast. How excellent is thy loving kindness, O God! Therefore the children of men put their trust under the shadow of thy wings. They shall be abundantly satisfied with the fatness of thy house. And thou shalt make them drink of the river of thy pleasures. For with thee is the fountain of life. In thy light shall we see light. O continue thy loving kindness unto them that know thee, and thy righteousness to the upright in heart. Let not the foot of pride come against me, and let not the hand of the wicked remove me. There are the workers of iniquity fallen. They are cast down, and shall not be able to rise. Psalm 35, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Dixit in Justus. Unto the end, for the servant of God, David himself. The unjust hath said within himself that he would sin. There is no fear of God before his eyes. For in his sight he hath done deceitfully, that his iniquity may be found unto hatred. The words of his mouth are iniquity and guile. He would not understand that he might do well. He hath devised iniquity on his bed. He hath set himself on every way that is not good, but evil he hath not hated. O Lord, thy mercy is in heaven, and thy truth reacheth even to the clouds. Thy justice is as the mountains of God. Thy judgments are a great deep. Men and beasts thou wilt preserve, O Lord. O how hast thou multiplied thy mercy, O God! But the children of men shall put their trust under the covert of thy wings. They shall be inebriated with the plenty of thy house, and thou shalt make them drink of the torrent of thy pleasure. For with thee is the fountain of life, and in thy light we shall see light. Extend thy mercy to them that know thee, and thy justice to them that are right in heart. Let not the foot of pride come to me, and let not the hand of the sinner move me. There the workers of iniquity are fallen, they are cast out, and could not stand. End of Part 36.
Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part 37 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 37 in the Book of Common Prayer. Noli aemulari. Fret not thyself because of the ungodly, neither be thou envious against the evildoers. For they shall soon be cut down like the grass, and be withered even as the green herb. Put thou thy trust in the Lord, and be doing good. Dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thou in the Lord, and he shall give thee thy heart's desire. Commit thy way unto the Lord, and put thy trust in him, and he shall bring it to pass. He shall make thy righteousness as clear as the light, and thy just dealing as the noonday. Hold thee still in the Lord, and abide patiently upon him. But grieve not thyself at him whose way doth prosper, against the man that doeth after evil counsels. Leave off from wrath, and let go displeasure. Fret not thyself, else shalt thou be moved to do evil. Wicked doers shall be rooted out, and they that patiently abide the Lord, those shall inherit the land. Yet a little while, and the ungodly shall be clean gone. Thou shalt look after his place, and he shall be away. But the meek-spirited shall possess the earth, and shall be refreshed in the multitude of peace. The ungodly seeketh counsel against the just, and gnasheth upon him with his teeth. The Lord shall laugh him to scorn, for he hath seen that his day is coming. The ungodly have drawn out the sword, and have bent their bow, to cast down the poor and the needy, and to slay such as are of a right conversation. Their sword shall go through their own heart, and their bow shall be broken. A small thing that the righteous hath is better than great riches of the ungodly. For the arms of the ungodly shall be broken, and the Lord upholdeth the righteous. The Lord knoweth the days of the godly, and their inheritance shall endure forever. They shall not be confounded in the perilous time, and in the days of dearth they shall have enough. As for the ungodly, they shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord shall consume as the fat of lambs. Yea, even as the smoke shall they consume away. The ungodly borroweth and payeth not again, but the righteous is merciful and liberal. Such as are blessed of God shall possess the land, and they that are cursed of him shall be rooted out. The Lord ordereth a good man's going, and maketh his way acceptable to himself. Though he fall, he shall not be cast away, for the Lord upholdeth him with his hand. I have been young, and now am old, and yet saw I never the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging their bread. The righteous is ever merciful and lendeth, and his seed is blessed. Flee from evil, and do the thing that is good, and dwell forevermore. For the Lord loveth the thing that is right, he forsaketh not his that be godly. But they are preserved forever. The unrighteous shall be punished. As for the seed of the ungodly, it shall be rooted out. The righteous shall inherit the land, and dwell therein forever. The mouth of the righteous is exercised in wisdom, and his tongue will be talking of judgment. The law of his God is in his heart, and his going shall not slide. The ungodly seeth the righteous, and seeketh occasion to slay him. The Lord will not leave him in his hand, nor condemn him when he is judged. Hope thou in the Lord, and keep his way, and he shall promote thee, that thou shalt possess the land. When the ungodly shall perish, thou shalt see it. I myself have seen the ungodly in great power, and flourishing like a green bay tree. I went by, and lo, he was gone. I sought him, but his place could nowhere be found. Keep innocency, and take heed unto the thing that is right, for that shall bring a man peace at the last. As for the transgressors, they shall perish together. And the end of the ungodly is, they shall be rooted out at the last. But the salvation of the righteous cometh of the Lord, who is also their strength in the time of trouble. And the Lord shall stand by them and save them. He shall deliver them from the ungodly, and shall save them, because they put their trust in him. Psalm 37, in the King James Authorized Translation. A Psalm of David. Fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity. For they shall soon be cut down like the grass, and wither as the green herb. Trust in the Lord, and do good. So shalt thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Commit thy way unto the Lord. Trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. And he shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Rest in the Lord, and wait patiently for him. Fret not thyself because of him who prospereth in his way, because of the man who bringeth wicked devices to pass. Cease from anger, and forsake wrath. Fret not thyself in any wise to do evil, for evildoers shall be cut off. But those who wait upon the Lord, they shall inherit the earth. For a little while, and the wicked shall not be. Yea, thou shalt diligently consider his place, and it shall not be. But the meek shall inherit the earth, and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace. The wicked plotteth against the just, and gnasheth upon him with his teeth. The Lord shall laugh at him, for he seeth that his day is coming. The wicked have drawn out the sword, and have bent their bow to cast down the poor and needy, and to slay such as be of upright conversation. Their sword shall enter into their own heart, and their bows shall be broken. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but the Lord upholdeth the righteous. The Lord knoweth the days of the upright, and their inheritance shall be forever. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied. But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord shall be as the fat of lambs. They shall consume, into smoke shall they consume away. The wicked borroweth and payeth not again, but the righteous showeth mercy and giveth. For such as be blessed of him shall inherit the earth, and they that be cursed of him shall be cut off. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down, for the Lord upholdeth him with his hand. I have been young, and now am old. Yet have I not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. He is ever merciful and lendeth, and his seed is blessed. Depart from evil and do good, and dwell forevermore. For the Lord loveth judgment, and forsaketh not his saints. They are preserved forever. But the seed of the wicked shall be cut off. The righteous shall inherit the land, and dwell therein forever. The mouth of the righteous speaketh wisdom, and his tongue talketh of judgment. The law of his God is in his heart. None of his steps shall slide. The wicked watcheth the righteous, and seeketh to slay him. The Lord will not leave him in his hand, nor condemn him when he is judged. Wait on the Lord, and keep his way, and he shall exalt thee to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, thou shalt see it. I have seen the wicked in great power, and spreading himself like a green bay tree. Yet he passed away, and lo, he was not. Yea, I sought him, but he could not be found. Mark the perfect man, and behold the upright. For the end of that man is peace. But the transgressors shall be destroyed together. The end of the wicked shall be cut off. But the salvation of the righteous is of the Lord. He is their strength in the time of trouble. And the Lord shall help them and deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them, because they trust in him. Psalm 36, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Noli Aemulari, a psalm for David himself. Be not emulous of evildoers, nor envy them that work iniquity. For they shall shortly wither away as grass, and as the green herbs shall quickly fall. Trust in the Lord, and do good, and dwell in the land, and thou shalt be fed with its riches. Delight in the Lord, and he will give thee the requests of thy heart. Commit thy way to the Lord, and trust in him, and he will do it. And he will bring forth thy justice as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Be subject to the Lord, and pray to him. Envy not the man who prospereth in his way, the man who doth unjust things. Cease from anger, and leave rage. Have no emulation to do evil. For evildoers shall be cut off. But they that wait upon the Lord, they shall inherit the land. For yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be. And thou shalt seek his place, and shalt not find it. But the meek shall inherit the land, and shall delight in abundance of peace. The sinner shall watch the just man, and shall gnash upon him with his teeth. But the Lord shall laugh at him, for he foreseeth that his day shall come. The wicked have drawn out the sword, they have bent their bow, to cast down the poor and needy, to kill the upright of heart. Let their sword enter into their own hearts, and let their bow be broken. Better is a little to the just than the great riches of the wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken in pieces, but the Lord strengtheneth the just. The Lord knoweth the days of the undefiled, and their inheritance shall be forever. They shall not be confounded in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be filled. Because the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord presently, after they shall be honored and exalted, shall come to nothing and vanish like smoke. The sinner shall borrow and not pay again, but the just showeth mercy and shall give. For such as bless him shall inherit the land, but such as curse him shall perish. With the Lord shall the steps of a man be directed, and he shall like well his way. When he shall fall, he shall not be bruised, for the Lord putteth his hand under him. I have been young, and now am old, and I have not seen the just forsaken, nor his seed seeking bread. He showeth mercy, and lendeth all the day long, and his seed shall be in blessing. Decline from evil and do good, and dwell forever and ever. For the Lord loveth judgment, and will not forsake his saints. They shall be preserved forever. The unjust shall be punished, and the seed of the wicked shall perish. But the just shall inherit the land, and shall dwell therein forevermore. The mouth of the just shall meditate wisdom, and his tongue shall speak judgment. The law of his God is in his heart, and his steps shall not be supplanted. The wicked watcheth the just man, and seeketh to put him to death. But the Lord will not leave him in his hands, nor condemn him when he shall be judged. Expect the Lord, and keep his way, and he will exalt thee to inherit the land. When the sinners shall perish, thou shalt see. I have seen the wicked highly exalted, and lifted up like the cedars of Libanus. And I passed by, and lo, he was not, and I sought him, and his place was not found. Keep innocence, and behold justice, for there are remnants for the peaceable man. But the unjust shall be destroyed together. The remnants of the wicked shall perish. But the salvation of the just is from the Lord, and he is their protector in the time of trouble. And the Lord will help them and deliver them, and he will rescue them from the wicked and save them, because they have hoped in him.
End of Part 37. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part 38 of the Psalms. Three classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 38, from the Book of Common Prayer. Domine, ne in furore. Put me not to rebuke, O Lord, in thine anger, neither chasten me in thy heavy displeasure. For thine arrows stick fast in me, and thy hand presseth me sore. There is no health in my flesh because of thy displeasure, neither is there any rest in my bones by reason of my sin. For my wickednesses are gone over my head, and are like a sore burden, too heavy for me to bear. My wounds stink and are corrupt through my foolishness. I am brought into so great trouble and misery that I go mourning all the day long. For my loins are filled with a sore disease, and there is no whole part in my body. I am feeble and sore smitten. I have roared for the very disquietness of my heart. Lord, thou knowest all my desire, and my groaning is not hid from thee. My heart panteth, my strength hath failed me, and the sight of mine eyes is gone from me. My lovers and my neighbors did stand looking upon my trouble, and my kinsmen stood afar off. They also that sought after my life laid snares for me, and they that went about to do me evil talked of wickedness, and imagined deceit all the day long. As for me, I was like a deaf man, and heard not, and as one that is dumb, who doth not open his mouth. I became even as a man that heareth not, and in whose mouth are no reproofs. For in thee, O Lord, have I put my trust. Thou shalt answer for me, O Lord my God. I have required that they, even mine enemies, should not triumph over me. For when my foot slipped, they rejoiced greatly against me. And I, truly, am set in the plague, and my heaviness is ever in my sight. For I will confess my wickedness, and be sorry for my sin. But mine enemies live, and are mighty, and they that hate me wrongfully are many in number. They also that reward evil for good are against me, because I follow the thing that good is. Forsake me not, O Lord my God. Be not thou far from me. Haste thee to help me, O Lord God of my salvation. Psalm 38, in the King James Authorized Translation. A psalm of David, to bring to remembrance. O Lord, rebuke me not in thy wrath, neither chasten me in thy hot displeasure. For thine arrows stick fast in me, and thy hand presseth me sore. There is no soundness in my flesh because of thine anger, neither is there any rest in my bones because of my sin. For mine iniquities are gone over mine head. As an heavy burden they are too heavy for me. My wounds stink and are corrupt because of my foolishness. I am troubled, I am bowed down greatly. I go mourning all the day long. For my loins are filled with a loathsome disease, and there is no soundness in my flesh. I am feeble and sore broken. I have roared by reason of the disquietness of my heart. Lord, all my desire is before thee, and my groaning is not hid from thee. My heart panteth, my strength faileth me. As for the light of mine eyes, it also is gone from me. My lovers and my friends stand aloof from my sore, and my kinsmen stand afar off. They also that seek after my life lay snares for me, and they that seek my hurt speak mischievous things, and imagine deceits all the day long. But I, as a deaf man, heard not, and I was as a dumb man that openeth not his mouth. Thus I was as a man that heareth not, and in whose mouth are no reproofs. For in thee, O Lord, do I hope. Thou wilt hear, O Lord my God. For I said, hear me, lest otherwise they should rejoice over me. When my foot slippeth, they magnify themselves against me. For I am ready to halt, and my sorrow is continually before me. For I will declare mine iniquity, I will be sorry for my sin. But mine enemies are lively, and they are strong, and they that hate me wrongfully are multiplied. They also that render evil for good are mine adversaries, because I follow the thing that good is. Forsake me not, O Lord. O my God, be not far from me. Make haste to help me, O Lord, my salvation. Psalm 37, in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims Bible. Domine ne in furore. A psalm for David for a remembrance of the Sabbath. Rebuke me not, O Lord, in thy indignation, nor chastise me in thy wrath. For thy arrows are fastened in me, and thy hand hath been strong upon me. There is no health in my flesh because of thy wrath. There is no peace for my bones because of my sins. For my iniquities are gone over my head, and as a heavy burden are become heavy upon me. My sores are putrefied and corrupted because of my foolishness. I am become miserable, and am bowed down even to the end. I walked sorrowful all the day long. For my loins are filled with illusions, and there is no health in my flesh. I am afflicted and humbled exceedingly. I roared with the groaning of my heart. Lord, all my desire is before thee, and my groaning is not hidden from thee. My heart is troubled, my strength hath left me, and the light of my eyes itself is not with me. My friends and my neighbors have drawn near, and stood against me, and they that were near me stood afar off. And they that sought my soul used violence, and they that sought evils to me spoke vain things, and studied deceits all the day long. But I, as a deaf man, heard not, and as a dumb man, not opening his mouth, and I became as a man that heareth not, and that hath no reproofs in his mouth. For in thee, O Lord, have I hoped. Thou wilt hear me, O Lord my God. For I said, lest at any time my enemies rejoice over me, and whilst my feet are moved, they speak great things against me. For I am ready for scourges, and my sorrow is continually before me. For I will declare my iniquity, and I will think for my sin. But my enemies live, and are stronger than I, and they that hate me wrongfully are multiplied. They that render evil for good have detracted me, because I followed goodness. Forsake me not, O Lord my God. Do not thou depart from me. Attend unto my help, O Lord, the God of my salvation.
End of Part 38. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part 39 of the Psalms. Three classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 39 from the Book of Common Prayer. Dixi Custodiam. I said, I will take heed to my ways, that I offend not in my tongue. I will keep my mouth as it were with a bridle, while the ungodly is in my sight. I held my tongue, and spake nothing. I kept silence, yea, even from good words. But it was pain and grief to me. My heart was hot within me. And while I was thus musing, the fire kindled. And at last I spake with my tongue, Lord, let me know mine end, and the number of my days, that I may be certified how long I have to live. Behold, thou hast made my days as it were a span long, and mine age is even as nothing in respect of thee. And verily every man living is altogether vanity. For man walketh in a vain shadow, and disquieteth himself in vain. He heapeth up riches, and cannot tell who shall gather them. And now, Lord, what is my hope? Truly my hope is even in thee. Deliver me from all mine offenses, and make me not a rebuke unto the foolish. I became dumb, and opened not my mouth, for it was thy doing. Take thy plague away from me. I am even consumed by the means of thy heavy hand. When thou with rebukes dost chasten man for sin, thou makest his beauty to consume away, like as it were a moth fretting a garment. Every man therefore is but vanity. Hear my prayer, O Lord, and with thine ears consider my calling. Hold not thy peace at my tears. For I am a stranger with thee, and a sojourner, as all my fathers were. O spare me a little, that I may recover my strength, before I go hence, and be no more seen. Psalm 39, from the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, even to Jeduthun, a psalm of David. I said, I will take heed to my ways, that I sin not with my tongue. I will keep my mouth with a bridle, while the wicked is before me. I was dumb with silence. I held my peace even from good, and my sorrow was stirred. My heart was hot within me. While I was musing, the fire burned. Then spake I with my tongue, Lord, make me to know mine end, and the measure of my days, what it is, that I may know how frail I am. Behold, thou hast made my days as an handbreadth, and mine age is as nothing before thee. Verily every man at his best state is altogether vanity. Selah. Surely every man walketh in a vain show. Surely they are disquieted in vain. He heapeth up riches, and knoweth not who shall gather them. And now, Lord, what wait I for? My hope is in thee. Deliver me from all my transgressions. Make me not the reproach of the foolish. I was dumb, I opened not my mouth, because thou didst it. Remove thy stroke away from me. I am consumed by the blow of thine hand. When thou with rebukes dost correct man for iniquity, thou makest his beauty to consume away like a moth. Surely every man is vanity. Selah. Hear my prayer, O Lord, and give ear to my cry. Hold not thy peace at my tears, for I am a stranger with thee, and a sojourner as all my fathers were. O spare me, that I may recover strength, before I go hence, and be no more. Psalm 38, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Dixi custodiam, unto the end, for Idithun himself, a canticle of David. I said, I will take heed to my ways, that I sin not with my tongue. I have set a guard to my mouth, when the sinner stood against me. I was dumb, and was humbled, and kept silence from good things, and my sorrow was renewed. My heart grew hot within me, and in my meditation a fire shall flame out. I spoke with my tongue, O Lord, make me know my end, and what is the number of my days, that I may know what is wanting to me. Behold, thou hast made my days measurable, and my substance is as nothing before thee. And indeed all things are vanity, every man living. Surely man passeth as an image, yea, and he is disquieted in vain. He storeth up, and he knoweth not for whom he shall gather these things. And now what is my hope? Is it not the Lord? And my substance is with thee. Deliver thou me from all the iniquities. Thou hast made me a reproach to the fool. I was dumb, and I opened not my mouth, because thou hast done it. Remove thy scourges from me. The strength of thy hand hath made me faint in rebukes. Thou hast corrected man for iniquity, and thou hast made his soul to waste away like a spider. Surely in vain is any man disquieted. Hear my prayer, O Lord, and my supplication. Give ear to my tears. Be not silent, for I am a stranger with thee, and a sojourner as all my fathers were. O forgive me, that I may be refreshed before I go hence, and be no more.
End of Part 39, recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part 40 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 40, from the Book of Common Prayer. Expectans expectavi. I waited patiently for the Lord, and he inclined unto me and heard my calling. He brought me also out of the horrible pit, out of the mire and clay, and set my feet upon the rock, and ordered my goings. And he hath put a new song in my mouth, even a thanksgiving unto our God. Many shall see it and fear, and shall put their trust in the Lord. Blessed is the man that hath set his hope in the Lord, and turn not unto the proud, and to such as go about with lies. O Lord my God, great are the wondrous works which thou hast done. Like as be also thy thoughts which are to usward, and yet there is no man that ordereth them unto thee. If I should declare them and speak of them, they should be more than I am able to express. Sacrifice and meat offering thou wouldest not, but mine ears hast thou opened. Burnt offerings and sacrifices for sin hast thou not required. Then said I, Lo, I come. In the volume of the book it is written of me, that I should fulfill thy will, O my God. I am content to do it. Yea, thy law is within my heart. I have declared thy righteousness in the great congregation. Lo, I will not refrain my lips, O Lord, and that thou knowest. I have not hid thy righteousness within my heart. My talk hath been of thy truth and of thy salvation. I have not kept back thy loving mercy and truth from the great congregation. Withdraw not thou thy mercy from me, O Lord. Let thy loving kindness and thy truth always preserve me, for innumerable troubles are come about me. My sins have taken such hold upon me that I am not able to look up. Yea, they are more in number than the hairs of my head, and my heart hath failed me. O Lord, let it be thy pleasure to deliver me. Make haste, O Lord, to help me. Let them be ashamed and confounded together that seek after my soul to destroy it. Let them be driven backward and put to rebuke that wish me evil. Let them be desolate and rewarded with shame that say unto me, Fie upon thee, fie upon thee. Let all those that seek thee be joyful and glad in thee. And let such as love thy salvation say alway, The Lord be praised. As for me, I am poor and needy, but the Lord careth for me. Thou art my helper and redeemer. Make no long tarrying, O my God. Psalm 40, from the King James Authorized Version. To the chief musician, a psalm of David. I waited patiently for the Lord, and he inclined unto me, and heard my cry. He brought me up also out of an horrible pit, out of the miry clay, and set my feet upon a rock, and established my goings. And he hath put a new song in my mouth, even praise unto our God. Many shall see it, and fear, and shall trust in the Lord. Blessed is that man that maketh the Lord his trust, and respecteth not the proud, nor such as turn aside to lies. Many, O Lord my God, are thy wonderful works which thou hast done, and thy thoughts which are to usward. They cannot be reckoned up in order unto thee. If I would declare and speak of them, they are more than can be numbered. Sacrifice and offering thou didst not desire. Mine ears hast thou opened. Burnt offerings and sin offering hast thou not required. Then said I, Lo, I come. In the volume of the book it is written of me. I delight to do thy will, O my God. Yea, thy law is within my heart. I have preached righteousness in the great congregation. Lo, I have not refrained my lips, O Lord, thou knowest. I have not hid thy righteousness within my heart. I have declared thy faithfulness and thy salvation. I have not concealed thy loving kindness and thy truth from the great congregation. Withhold not thou thy tender mercies from me, O Lord. Let thy loving kindness and thy truth continually preserve me. For innumerable evils have compassed me about. Mine iniquities have taken hold upon me, so that I am not able to look up. They are more than the hairs of mine head, therefore my heart faileth me. Be pleased, O Lord, to deliver me. O Lord, make haste to help me. Let them be ashamed and confounded together that seek after my soul to destroy it. Let them be driven backward and put to shame that wish me evil. Let them be desolate for a reward of their shame, that say unto me, Aha, aha. Let all those that seek thee rejoice and be glad in thee. Let such as love thy salvation say continually, The Lord be magnified. But I am poor and needy, yet the Lord thinketh upon me. Thou art my help and my deliverer. Make no tarrying, O my God. Psalm 39, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims Bible. Expectans expectavi, unto the end. A psalm for David himself. With expectation I have waited for the Lord, and he was attentive to me. And he heard my prayers, and brought me out of the pit of misery and the mire of dregs. And he set my feet upon a rock, and directed my steps. And he put a new canticle into my mouth, a song to our God. Many shall see, and shall fear, and they shall hope in the Lord. Blessed is the man whose trust is in the name of the Lord, and who hath not had regard to vanities and lying follies. Thou hast multiplied thy wonderful works, O Lord my God, and in thy thoughts there is no one like to thee. I have declared, and I have spoken, they are multiplied above number. Sacrifice and oblation thou didst not desire, but thou hast pierced ears for me. Burnt offering and sin offering thou didst not require. Then said I, Behold, I come. In the head of the book it is written of me, that I should do thy will, O my God. I have desired it, and thy law in the midst of my heart. I have declared thy justice in a great church. Lo, I will not restrain my lips, O Lord, thou knowest it. I have not hid thy justice within my heart. I have declared thy truth and thy salvation. I have not concealed thy mercy and thy truth from a great council. Withhold not thou, O Lord, thy tender mercies from me. Thy mercy and thy truth have always upheld me. For evils without number have surrounded me. My iniquities have overtaken me, and I was not able to see. They are multiplied above the hairs of my head, and my heart hath forsaken me. Be pleased, O Lord, to deliver me. Look down, O Lord, to help me. Let them be confounded and ashamed together that seek after my soul to take it away. Let them be turned backward and be ashamed that desire evils to me. Let them immediately bear their confusion that say to me, 'Tis well, 'tis well. Let all that seek rejoice and be glad in thee. And let such as love thy salvation say always, The Lord be magnified. But I am a beggar and poor. The Lord is careful for me. Thou art my helper and my protector. O my God, be not slack.
End of Part 40. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part 41 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 41, from the Book of Common Prayer. Beatus qui intelligit. Blessed is he that considereth the poor and needy. The Lord shall deliver him in the time of trouble. The Lord preserve him, and keep him alive, that he may be blessed upon earth. And deliver not thou him into the will of his enemies. The Lord comfort him when he lieth sick upon his bed. Make thou all his bed in his sickness. I said, Lord, be merciful unto me. Heal my soul, for I have sinned against thee. Mine enemies speak evil of me. When shall he die, and his name perish? And if he come to see me, he speaketh vanity, and his heart conceiveth falsehood within himself. And when he cometh forth, he telleth it. All mine enemies whisper together against me. Even against me do they imagine this evil.
let the sentence of guiltiness proceed against him. And now that he lieth, let him rise up no more. Yea, even mine own familiar friend, whom I trusted, who did also eat of my bread, hath laid great weight for me. But be thou merciful unto me, O Lord. Raise thou me up again, and I shall reward them. By this I know thou favorest me, that mine enemy doth not triumph against me. And when I am in my health, thou upholdest me, and shalt set me before thy face forever. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, world without end. Amen. Psalm 41, from the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, a psalm of David. Blessed is he that considereth the poor. The Lord will deliver him in time of trouble. The Lord will preserve him and keep him alive, and he shall be blessed upon the earth. And thou wilt not deliver him unto the will of his enemies. The Lord will strengthen him upon the bed of languishing. Thou wilt make all his bed in his sickness. I said, Lord, be merciful unto me. Heal my soul, for I have sinned against thee. Mine enemies speak evil of me. When shall he die, and his name perish? And if he come to see me, he speaketh vanity. His heart gathereth iniquity to itself. When he goeth abroad, he telleth it. All that hate me whisper together against me. Against me do they devise my hurt. An evil disease, say they, cleaveth fast unto him. And now that he lieth, he shall rise up no more. Yea, mine own familiar friend, in whom I trusted, which did eat of my bread, hath lifted up his heel against me. But thou, O Lord, be merciful unto me, and raise me up, that I may requite them. By this I know that thou favorest me, because mine enemy doth not triumph over me. And as for me, thou upholdest me in mine integrity, and settest me before thy face forever. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, from everlasting and to everlasting. Amen and Amen. Psalm 40, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Beatus qui intelligit. Unto the end, a psalm for David himself. Blessed is he that understandeth concerning the needy and the poor. The Lord will deliver him in the evil day. The Lord preserve him, and give him life, and make him blessed upon the earth, and deliver him not up to the will of his enemies. The Lord help him on his bed of sorrow. Thou hast turned all his couch in his sickness. I said, O Lord, be thou merciful to me. Heal my soul, for I have sinned against thee. My enemies have spoken evils against me. When shall he die, and his name perish? And if he came to see me, he spoke vain things. His heart gathered together iniquity to itself. He went out and spoke to the same purpose. All my enemies whispered together against me. They devised evils to me. They determined against me an unjust word. Shall he that sleepeth rise again no more? For even the man of my peace, in whom I trusted, who ate my bread, hath greatly supplanted me. But thou, O Lord, have mercy on me, and raise me up again, and I will requite them. By this I know that thou hast had a good will for me, because my enemy shall not rejoice over me. But thou hast upheld me by reason of my innocence, and hast established me in thy sight forever. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, from eternity to eternity. So be it, so be it.
End of Part 41, recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part 42 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 42 from the Book of Common Prayer. Quem ad modum. Like as the hart desireth the water brooks, so longeth my soul after thee, O God. My soul is athirst for God, yea, even for the living God. When shall I come to appear before the presence of God? My tears have been my meat day and night, while they daily say unto me, Where is now thy God? Now when I think thereupon, I pour out my heart by myself, for I went with the multitude, and brought them forth into the house of God, in the voice of praise and thanksgiving, among such as keep holy day. Why art thou so full of heaviness, O my soul? And why art thou so disquieted within me? Put thy trust in God, for I will yet give him thanks for the help of his countenance. My God, my soul is vexed within me. Therefore will I remember thee concerning the land of Jordan, and the little hill of Hermon. One deep calleth another, because of the noise of the water pipes. All thy waves and storms are gone over me. The Lord hath granted his loving kindness in the daytime, and in the night season did I sing of him, and made my prayer unto the God of my life. I will say unto the God of my strength, Why hast thou forgotten me? Why go I thus heavily, while the enemy oppresseth me? My bones are smitten asunder as with a sword, while mine enemies that trouble me cast me in the teeth. Namely, while they say daily unto me, Where is now thy God? Why art thou so vexed, O my soul? And why art thou so disquieted within me? O put thy trust in God, for I will yet thank him, which is the help of my countenance and my God. Psalm 42 in the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, Maskil, for the sons of Korah. As the hart panteth after the water brooks, so panteth my soul after thee, O God. My soul thirsteth for God, for the living God. When shall I come and appear before God? My tears have been my meat day and night, while they continually say unto me, Where is thy God? When I remember these things, I pour out my soul in me. For I had gone with the multitude, I went with them to the house of God, with the voice of joy and praise, with a multitude that kept holy day. Why art thou cast down, O my soul? And why art thou disquieted within me? Hope thou in God, for I shall yet praise him for the help of his countenance. O my God, my soul is cast down within me. Therefore will I remember thee from the land of Jordan, and of the Hermonites, from the hill Mizar. Deep calleth unto deep at the noise of thy waterspouts. All thy waves and thy billows are gone over me. Yet the Lord will command his loving kindness in the daytime, and in the night his song shall be with me, and my prayer unto the God of my life. I will say unto God, my rock, Why hast thou forgotten me? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? As with a sword in my bones mine enemies reproach me, while they say daily unto me, Where is thy God? Why art thou cast down, O my soul? And why art thou disquieted within me? Hope thou in God, for I shall yet praise him, who is the health of my countenance and my God. Psalm 41 in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims Bible. Quem modem desiderat, unto the end, understanding for the sons of Korah. As the hart panteth after the fountains of water, so my soul panteth after thee, O God. My soul hath thirsted after the strong living God. When shall I come and appear before the face of God. My tears have been my bread day and night, whilst it is said to me daily, Where is thy God? These things I remembered, and poured out my soul in me. For I shall go over into the place of the wonderful tabernacle, even to the house of God, with the voice of joy and praise, the noise of one feasting. Why art thou so sad, O my soul? And why dost thou trouble me? Hope in God, for I will still give praise to him, the salvation of my countenance and my God. My soul is troubled within myself. Therefore will I remember thee from the land of Jordan, and Hermonium from the little hill. Deep calleth on deep, at the noise of thy floodgates. All thy heights and thy billows have passed over me. In the daytime the Lord hath commanded his mercy, and a canticle to him in the night. With me is prayer to the God of my life. I will say to God, Thou art my support, why hast thou forgotten me? And why go I mourning, whilst my enemy afflicteth me? Whilst my bones are broken, my enemies who trouble me have reproached me, whilst they say to me day by day, Where is thy God? Why art thou cast down, O my soul? And why dost thou disquiet me? Hope thou in God, for I will still give praise to him, the salvation of my countenance and my God.
End of Part 42. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part 43 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 43 from the Book of Common Prayer. Judica me, Deus. Give sentence with me, O God, and defend my cause against the ungodly people. O deliver me from the deceitful and wicked man. For thou art the God of my strength. Why hast thou put me from thee? And why go I so heavily, while the enemy oppresseth me? O send out thy light and thy truth, that they may lead me, and bring me unto thy holy hill, and to thy dwelling, and that I may go unto the altar of God, even unto the God of my joy and gladness. And upon the harp will I give thanks unto thee, O God, my God. Why art thou so heavy, O my soul? And why art thou so disquieted within me? O put thy trust in God, for I will yet give him thanks, which is the help of my countenance and my God. Psalm 43 in the King James Authorized Translation. Judge me, O God, and plead my cause against an ungodly nation. O deliver me from the deceitful and unjust man. For thou art the God of my strength. Why dost thou cast me off? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? O send out thy light and thy truth. Let them lead me. Let them bring me unto thy holy hill, and to thy tabernacles. Then will I go unto the altar of God, unto God my exceeding joy. Yea, upon the harp will I praise thee, O God my God. Why art thou cast down, O my soul? And why art thou disquieted within me? Hope in God, for I shall yet praise him, who is the health of my countenance and my God. Psalm 42 from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Judica me, Deus, a psalm for David. Judge me, O God, and distinguish my cause from the nation that is not holy. Deliver me from the unjust and deceitful man. For thou art God my strength. Why hast thou cast me off?
And why do I go sorrowful, whilst the enemy afflicteth me? Send forth thy light and thy truth. They have conducted me, and brought me unto thy holy hill, and into thy tabernacles. And I will go in to the altar of God, to God who giveth joy to my youth. To thee, O God, my God, I will give praise upon the harp. Why art thou sad, O my soul, and why dost thou disquiet me? Hope in God, for I will still give praise to him, the salvation of my countenance and my God. End of Part 43. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part 44 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Psalm 44 from the Book of Common Prayer. Deus Auribus. We have heard with our ears, O God, our fathers have told us, what thou hast done in their time of old, how thou hast driven out the heathen with thy hand, and planted them in, how thou hast destroyed the nations, and cast them out. For they gat not the land in possession through their own sword, neither was it their own arm that helped them, but thy right hand, and thine arm, and the light of thy countenance, because thou hast a favor unto them. Thou art my King, O God, send help unto Jacob. Through thee will we overthrow our enemies, and in thy name will we tread them under that rise up against us. For I will not trust in my bow. It is not my sword that shall help me, but it is thou that savest us from our enemies, and puttest them to confusion that hate us. We make our boast of God all day long, and will praise thy name forever. But now thou art far off, and puttest us to confusion, and goest not forth with our armies. Thou makest us to turn our backs upon our enemies, so that they which hate us spoil our goods. Thou lettest us be eaten up like sheep, and hast scattered us among the heathen. Thou sellest thy people for naught, and takest no money for them. Thou makest us to be rebuked of our neighbors, to be laughed to scorn, and had in derision of them that are round about us. Thou makest us to be a byword among the heathen, and that the people shake their heads at us. My confusion is daily before me, and the shame of my face hath covered me. For the voice of the slanderer and blasphemer, for the enemy and avenger. And though all this be come upon us, yet do we not forget thee, nor behave ourselves frowardly in thy covenant. Our heart is not turned back, neither our steps gone out of thy way. No, not when thou hast smitten us into the place of dragons, and covered us with the shadow of death. If we have forgotten the name of our God, and holden up our hands to any strange god, shall not God search it out? For he knoweth the very secrets of the heart. For thy sake also we are killed all the day long, and are counted as sheep appointed to be slain. Up, Lord, why sleepest thou? Awake, and be not absent from us forever. Wherefore hidest thou thy face, and forgettest our misery and trouble? For our soul is brought low even unto the dust. Our belly cleaveth unto the ground. Arise and help us, and deliver us for thy mercy's sake. Psalm 44 from the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, for the sons of Korah, Maskil. We have heard with our ears, O God, our fathers have told us, what work thou didst in their days, in the times of old. How thou didst drive out the heathen with thy hand, and plantest them.
how thou didst afflict the people, and cast them out. For they got not the land in possession by their own sword, neither did their own arm save them, but thy right hand, and thine arm, and the light of thy countenance, because thou hast a favor unto them. Thou art my king, O God, command deliverances for Jacob. Through thee will we push down our enemies. Through thy name will we tread them under that rise up against us. For I will not trust in my bow, neither shall my sword save me. But thou hast saved us from our enemies, and hast put them to shame that hated us. In God we boast all the day long, and praise thy name forever. Selah. But thou hast cast off, and put us to shame, and goest not forth with our armies. Thou makest us to turn back from the enemy, and they which hate us spoil for themselves. Thou hast given us like sheep appointed for meat, and hast scattered us among the heathen. Thou sellest thy people for naught, and dost not increase thy wealth by their price. Thou makest us a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and a derision to them that are round about us. Thou makest us a byword among the heathen, a shaking of the head among the people. My confusion is continually before me, and the shame of my face hath covered me. For the voice of him that reproacheth and blasphemeth, by reason of the enemy and avenger, all this is come upon us, yet have we not forgotten thee, neither have we dealt falsely in thy covenant. Our heart is not turned back, neither have our steps declined from thy way, though thou hast sore broken us in the place of dragons, and covered us with the shadow of death. If we have forgotten the name of our God, or stretched out our hands to a strange God, shall not God search this out? For he knoweth the secrets of the heart. Yea, for thy sake we are killed all the day long. We are counted as sheep for the slaughter. Awake, why sleepest thou, O Lord? Arise, cast us not off forever. Wherefore hidest thou thy face, and forgettest our affliction and our oppression? For our soul is bowed down to the dust, our belly cleaveth unto the earth. Arise for our help, and redeem us for thy mercy's sake. Psalm 43, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Deus auribus nostris, unto the end, for the sons of Korah, to give understanding. We have heard, O God, with our ears. Our fathers have declared to us the work thou hast wrought in their days, and in the days of old. Thy hand destroyed the Gentiles, and thou plantest them. Thou didst afflict the people, and cast them out. For they got not the possession of the land by their own sword, neither did their own arm save them. But thy right hand, and thy arm, and the light of thy countenance, because thou wast pleased with them. Thou art thyself my King and my God, who commandest the saving of Jacob. Through thee will we push down our enemies with the horn, and through thy name we will despise them that rise up against us. For I will not trust in my bow, neither shall my sword save me. But thou hast saved us from them that afflict us, and hast put them to shame that hate us. In God shall we glory all the day long, and in thy name we will give praise forever. But now thou hast cast us off, and put us to shame, and thou, O God, wilt not go out with our armies. Thou hast made us turn our back to our enemies, and they that hated us plundered for themselves. Thou hast given us up like sheep to be eaten. Thou hast scattered us among the nations. Thou hast sold thy people for no price, and there was no reckoning in the exchange of them. Thou hast made us a reproach to our neighbors, a scoff and derision to them that are round about us. Thou hast made us a byword among the Gentiles, a shaking of the head among the people. All the day long my shame is before me, and the confusion of my face hath covered me. At the voice of him that reproacheth and detracteth me, at the face of the enemy and persecutor. All these things have come upon us, yet we have not forgotten thee, and we have not done wickedly in thy covenant. And our heart hath not turned back, neither hast thou turned aside our steps from thy way. For thou hast humbled us in the place of affliction, and the shadow of death hath covered us. If we have forgotten the name of our God, and if we have spread forth our hands to a strange God, shall not God search out these things? For he knoweth the secrets of the heart. Because for thy sake we are killed all the day long, we are counted as sheep for the slaughter. Arise, why sleepest thou, O Lord? Arise, and cast us not off to the end. Why turnest thou thy face away, and forgettest our want and our trouble? For our soul is humbled down to the dust, our belly cleaveth to the earth. Arise, O Lord, help us, and redeem us for thy name's sake.
End of part
44.
Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part
45.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Psalm 45, from the Book of Common Prayer. Eructavit cor meum. My heart is inditing of a good matter. I speak of the things which I have made unto the king. My tongue is the pen of a ready writer. Thou art fairer than the children of men. Full of grace are thy lips, because God hath blessed thee forever. Gird thee with thy sword upon thy thigh, O thou most mighty, according to thy worship and renown. Good luck have thou with thine honor. Ride on, because of the word of truth, of meekness and righteousness. And thy right hand shall teach thee terrible things. Thy arrows are very sharp, and the people shall be subdued unto thee, even in the midst among the king's enemies. Thy seat, O God, endureth forever. The scepter of thy kingdom is a right scepter. Thou hast loved righteousness and hated iniquity. Wherefore God, even thy God, hath anointed thee with the oil of gladness above thy fellows. All thy garments smell of myrrh, aloes, and cassia, out of the ivory palaces, whereby they have made thee glad. King's daughters were among thy honorable women. Upon thy right hand did stand the queen in a vesture of gold, wrought about with divers colors. Hearken, O daughter, and consider, incline thine ear. Forget also thine own people and thy father's house. So shall the king have pleasure in thy beauty. For he is thy Lord God, and worship thou him. And the daughter of Tyre shall be there with a gift. Like as the rich also among the people shall make their supplication before thee. The king's daughter is all glorious within. Her clothing is of wrought gold. She shall be brought unto the king in raiment of needlework. The virgins that be her fellows shall bear her company, and shall be brought unto thee. With joy and gladness shall they be brought, and shall enter into the king's palace. Instead of thy fathers thou shalt have children, whom thou mayest make princes in all lands. I will remember thy name from one generation to another. Therefore shall the people give thanks unto thee, world without end. Psalm 45, in the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, upon Shoshanim, for the sons of Korah, Maskil, a song of loves. My heart is inditing a good matter. I speak of the things which I have made touching the king. My tongue is the pen of a ready writer. Thou art fairer than the children of men. Grace is poured into thy lips. Therefore God hath blessed thee forever. Gird thy sword upon thy thigh, O Most Mighty, with thy glory and thy majesty. And in thy majesty ride prosperously, because of truth and meekness and righteousness. And thy right hand shall teach thee terrible things. Thine arrows are sharp in the heart of the king's enemies, whereby the people fall under thee. Thy throne, O God, is forever and ever. The scepter of thy kingdom is a right scepter. Thou lovest righteousness and hatest wickedness. Therefore God, thy God, hath anointed thee with the oil of gladness above thy fellows. All thy garments smell of myrrh and aloes and cassia, out of the ivory palaces whereby they have made thee glad. King's daughters were among thy honorable women. Upon thy right hand did stand the queen in gold of Ophir. Hearken, O daughter, and consider, and incline thine ear. Forget also thine own people and thy father's house. So shall the king greatly desire thy beauty, for he is thy Lord, and worship thou him. And the daughter of Tyre shall be there with a gift. Even the rich among the people shall entreat thy favor. The king's daughter is all glorious within. Her clothing is of wrought gold. She shall be brought unto the king in raiment of needlework. The virgins, her companions that follow her, shall be brought unto thee. With gladness and rejoicing shall they be brought. They shall enter into the king's palace. Instead of thy fathers shall be thy children, whom thou mayest make princes in all the earth. I will make thy name to be remembered in all generations. Therefore shall the people praise thee forever and ever. Psalm 44 in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Eroctavit cor meum. Unto the end, for them that shall be changed, for the sons of Korah, for understanding, a canticle for the beloved. My heart hath uttered a good word. I speak my works to the king. My tongue is the pen of a scrivener that writeth swiftly. Thou art beautiful above the sons of men. Grace is poured abroad in thy lips. Therefore hath God blessed thee forever. Gird thy sword upon thy thigh, O thou most mighty. With thy comeliness and thy beauty set out, proceed prosperously, and reign because of truth and meekness and justice, and thy right hand shall conduct thee wonderfully. Thy arrows are sharp. Under thee shall people fall, into the hearts of the king's enemies. Thy throne, O God, is forever and ever. The scepter of thy kingdom is a scepter of uprightness. Thou hast loved justice and hated iniquity. Therefore God thy God hath anointed thee with the oil of gladness above thy fellows. Myrrh and stacte and cassia perfume thy garments from the ivory houses, out of which the daughters of kings have delighted thee in thy glory. The queen stood on thy right hand, in gilded clothing surrounded with variety. Hearken, O daughter, and see, and incline thine ear, and forget thy people and thy father's house. And the king shall greatly desire thy beauty, for he is the Lord thy God, and him they shall adore. And the daughters of Tyre with gifts, yea, all the rich among the people, shall entreat thy countenance. All the glory of the king's daughter is within, in golden borders, clothed round about with varieties. After her shall virgins be brought to the king. Her neighbors shall be brought to thee. They shall be brought with gladness and rejoicing. They shall be brought into the temple of the king. Instead of thy father's sons are born to thee. Thou shalt make them princes over all the earth. They shall remember thy name throughout all generations. Therefore shall people praise thee forever, yea, forever and ever.
End of part
45.
Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part
46.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Psalm 46, from the Book of Common Prayer. Deus noster refugium. God is our hope and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore will we not fear, though the earth be moved, and though the hills be carried into the midst of the sea, though the waters thereof rage and swell, and though the mountains shake at the tempest of the same. The rivers of the flood thereof shall make glad the city of God, the holy place of the tabernacle of the Most Highest. God is in the midst of her, therefore shall she not be removed. God shall help her, and that right early. The heathen make much ado, and the kingdoms are moved. But God hath showed his voice, and the earth shall melt away. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. O come hither and behold the works of the Lord, what destruction he hath brought upon the earth. He maketh wars to cease in all the world. He breaketh the bow and knappeth the spear in sunder, and burneth the chariots in the fire. Be still then, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the heathen, and I will be exalted in the earth. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Psalm 46, in the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, for the sons of Korah, a song upon Alamoth. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore will not we fear, though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea, though the waters thereof roar and be troubled, though the mountains shake with the swelling thereof. Selah. There is a river, the streams whereof shall make glad the city of God, the holy place of the tabernacles of the Most High. God is in the midst of her, she shall not be moved. God shall help her, and that right early. The heathen raged, the kingdoms were moved. He uttered his voice, the earth melted. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Selah. Come, behold the works of the Lord, what desolations he hath made in the earth. He maketh wars to cease to the end of the earth. He breaketh the bow, and cutteth the spear in sunder. He burneth the chariot in the fire. Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the heathen. I will be exalted in the earth. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Selah. Psalm 45, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Deus noster refugium, unto the end, for the sons of Korah, for the hidden. Our God is our refuge and strength, a helper in troubles, which have found us exceedingly. Therefore we will not fear, when the earth shall be troubled, and the mountains shall be removed into the heart of the sea. Their waters roared and were troubled. The mountains were troubled with his strength. The stream of the river maketh the city of God joyful. The Most High hath sanctified his own tabernacle. God is in the midst thereof. It shall not be moved. God will help it in the morning early. Nations were troubled, and kingdoms were bowed down. He uttered his voice, the earth trembled. The Lord of armies is with us. The God of Jacob is our protector.
Come and behold ye the works of the Lord, what wonders he hath done upon earth, making wars to cease even to the end of the earth. He shall destroy the bow, and break the weapons, and the shield he shall burn in the fire. Be still, and see that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations, and I will be exalted in the earth. The Lord of armies is with us. The God of Jacob is our protector.
End of Part
46.
Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part
47.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Psalm 47, from the Book of Common Prayer. Omnes gentes plaudite. O clap your hands together, all ye people. O sing unto God with the voice of melody. For the Lord is high and to be feared. He is the great King upon all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose out an heritage for us, even the worship of Jacob, whom he loved. God is gone up with a merry noise, and the Lord with the sound of the trump. O sing praises unto our God. O sing praises unto our King. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the heathen. God sitteth upon his holy seat. The princes of the people are joined unto the people of the God of Abraham. For God, which is very high exalted, doth defend the earth, as it were with a shield. Psalm 47, from the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, a psalm for the sons of Korah. O clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto God with the voice of triumph. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great King over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob whom he loved. Selah. God is gone up with a shout, the Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God, sing praises. Sing praises unto our King, sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the heathen. God sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto God. He is greatly exalted. Psalm 46, in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Omnes gentes plaudite, unto the end, for the sons of Korah. O clap your hands, all ye nations. Shout unto God with the voice of joy. For the Lord is high, terrible, a great King over all the earth. He hath subdued the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He hath chosen for us his inheritance, the beauty of Jacob, which he hath loved. God is ascended with jubilee, and the Lord with the sound of trumpet. Sing praises to our God, sing ye. Sing praises to our God, sing ye. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing ye wisely. God shall reign over the nations. God sitteth on his holy throne. The princes of the people are gathered together with the God of Abraham. For the strong gods of the earth are exceedingly exalted.
End of Part
47.
Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part
48.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Psalm 48, from the Book of Common Prayer. Magnus Dominus. Great is the Lord, and highly to be praised, in the city of our God, even upon his holy hill. The hill of Sion is a fair place, and the joy of the whole earth. Upon the north side lieth the city of the great King. God is well known in her palaces as a sure refuge. For lo, the kings of the earth are gathered, and gone by together. They marvel to see such things. They were astonished, and suddenly cast down. Fear came there upon them, and sorrow, as upon a woman in her travail. Thou shalt break the ships of the sea through the east wind. Like as we have heard, so have we seen. In the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God upholdeth the same forever. We wait for thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. O God, according to thy name, so is thy praise unto the world's end. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let the Mount Sion rejoice, and the daughter of Judah be glad, because of thy judgments. Walk about Sion, and go round about her, and tell the towers thereof. Mark well her bulwarks. Set up her houses, that ye may tell them that come after. For this God is our God for ever and ever. He shall be our guide unto death. Psalm 48, from the King James Authorized Translation. A song and psalm for the sons of Korah. Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised, in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion, on the sides of the north, the city of the great King. God is known in her palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled, they passed by together, they saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled, and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen, in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad, because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God for ever and ever. He will be our guide even unto death. Psalm 47, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Magnus Dominus. A psalm or a canticle for the sons of Korah on the second day of the week. Great is the Lord, and exceedingly to be praised in the city of our God, in his holy mountain. With the joy of the whole earth is Mount Sion founded, on the sides of the north the city of the great King. In her houses shall God be known, when he shall protect her. For behold, the kings of the earth assembled themselves, they gathered together. So they saw, and they wondered. They were troubled, they were moved. Trembling took hold of them. There were pains as of a woman in labor. With a vehement wind thou shalt break in pieces the ships of Tharsis. As we have heard, so have we seen, in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God hath founded it forever.
We have received thy mercy, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so also is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of justice. Let Mount Zion rejoice, and the daughters of Judah be glad, because of thy judgments, O Lord. Surround Zion, and encompass her. Tell ye in her towers. Set your hearts on her strength, and distribute her houses, that ye may relate it in another generation. For this is God our God, unto eternity, and forever and ever he shall rule us forevermore.
End of Part
48.
Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part
49.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Psalm 49, from the Book of Common Prayer. Audite haec omnes. O hear ye this, all ye people. Ponder it with your ears, all ye that dwell in the world, high and low, rich and poor, one with another. My mouth shall speak of wisdom, and my heart shall muse of understanding. I will incline mine ear to the parable, and show my dark speech upon the harp. Wherefore should I fear in the days of wickedness, and when the wickedness of my heels compasseth me round about? There be some that put their trust in their goods, and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches. But no man may deliver his brother, nor make agreement unto God for him. For it cost more to redeem their souls, so that he must let that alone forever. Yea, though he live long, and see not the grave. For he seeth that wise men also die, and perish together, as well as the ignorant and foolish, and leave their riches for others. And yet they think that their houses shall continue forever, and that their dwelling places shall endure from one generation to another, and call the lands after their own names. Nevertheless, man will not abide in honor, seeing he may be compared unto the beasts that perish. This is the way of them. This is their foolishness, and their posterity praise their saying. They lie in the hell like sheep. Death gnaweth upon them, and the righteous shall have domination over them in the morning. Their beauty shall consume in the sepulchre out of their dwelling. But God hath delivered my soul from the place of hell, for he shall receive me. Be not thou afraid, though one be made rich, or if the glory of his house be increased. For he shall carry nothing away with him when he dieth, neither shall his pomp follow him. For while he lived, he counted himself an happy man, and so long as thou dost well unto thyself, men will speak good of thee. He shall follow the generation of his fathers, and shall never see light. Man being in honor hath no understanding, but is compared unto the beasts that perish. Psalm 49, from the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, a psalm for the sons of Korah. Hear this, all ye people, give ear, all ye inhabitants of the world, both low and high, rich and poor together. My mouth shall speak of wisdom, and the meditation of my heart shall be of understanding. I will incline mine ear to a parable. I will open my dark saying upon the harp. Wherefore should I fear in the days of evil, when the iniquity of my heels shall compass me about? They that trust in their wealth, and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches, none of them can by any means redeem his brother, nor give to God a ransom for him. For the redemption of their soul is precious, and it ceaseth forever, that he should still live forever, and not see corruption.
For he seeth that wise men die, likewise the fool and the brutish person perish, and leave their wealth to others. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever, and their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. Nevertheless, man being in honor abideth not. He is like the beasts that perish. This their way is their folly. Yet their posterity approve their sayings. Selah. Like sheep they are laid in the grave. Death shall feed on them, and the upright shall have dominion over them in the morning. And their beauty shall consume in the grave from their dwelling. But God will redeem my soul from the power of the grave, for he shall receive me. Selah. Be not thou afraid when one is made rich, when the glory of his house is increased. For when he dieth he shall carry nothing away. His glory shall not descend after him. Though while he lived he blessed his soul, and men will praise thee when thou doest well to thyself. He shall go to the generation of his fathers. They shall never see light. Man that is in honor and understandeth not is like the beasts that perish. Psalm 48, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Audite haec omnes gentes. Unto the end, a psalm for the sons of Korah. Hear these things, all ye nations. Give ear, all ye inhabitants of the world. All you that are earthborn, and you sons of men, both rich and poor together. My mouth shall speak wisdom, and the meditation of my heart understanding. I will incline my ear to a parable. I will open my proposition on the psaltery. Why shall I fear in the evil day? The iniquity of my heel shall encompass me. They that trust in their own strength, and glory in the multitude of their riches. No brother can redeem, nor shall man redeem. He shall not give to God his ransom, nor the price of the redemption of his soul, and shall labor forever, and shall still live unto the end. He shall not see destruction, when he shall see the wise dying. The senseless and the fool shall perish together, and they shall leave their riches to strangers, and their sepulchres shall be their houses forever, their dwelling places to all generations. They have called their lands by their names. And man, when he was in honor, did not understand. He is compared to senseless beasts, and is become like to them. This way of theirs is a stumbling block to them, and afterwards they shall delight in their mouth. They are laid in hell like sheep. Death shall feed upon them, and the just shall have dominion over them in the morning, and their help shall decay in hell from their glory. But God will redeem my soul from the hand of hell, when he shall receive me. Be not thou afraid when a man shall be made rich, and when the glory of his house shall be increased. For when he shall die he shall take nothing away, nor shall his glory descend with him. For in his lifetime his soul will be blessed, and he will praise thee when thou shalt do well to him. He shall go into the generations of his fathers, and he shall never see light. Man, when he was in honor, did not understand. He hath been compared to senseless beasts, and made like to them.
End of part
49.
Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part
50.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 50, from the Book of Common Prayer. Deus Deorum. The Lord, even the most mighty God, hath spoken. and call the world from the rising up of the sun unto the going down thereof. Out of Zion hath God appeared, in perfect beauty. Our God shall come, and shall not keep silence. There shall go before him a consuming fire, and a mighty tempest shall be stirred up round about him. He shall call the heaven from above, and the earth, that he may judge his people. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me with sacrifice, and the heaven shall declare his righteousness. For God is judge himself. Hear, O my people, and I will speak. I myself will testify against thee, O Israel, for I am God, even thy God. I will not reprove thee because of thy sacrifices, or for thy burnt offerings, because they were not alway before me. I will take no bullock out of thine house, nor he-goat out of thy folds. For all the beasts of the forest are mine, and so are the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls upon the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are in my sight. If I be hungry, I will not tell thee, for the whole world is mine, and all that is therein. Thinkest thou that I will eat bull's flesh, and drink the blood of goats? Offer unto God thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most Highest, and call upon me in the time of trouble. So will I hear thee, and thou shalt praise me. But unto the ungodly saith God, Why dost thou preach my laws, and takest my covenant in thy mouth, whereas thou hatest to be reformed, and hast cast thy words behind thee? When thou sawest a thief, thou consentest unto him, and hast been partaker with the adulterers. Thou hast let thy mouth speak wickedness, and with thy tongue thou hast set forth deceit. Thou satest and spakest against thy brother, yea, and hast slandered thine own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I held my tongue. And thou thoughtest wickedly that I am even such a one as thyself. But I will reprove thee, and set before thee the things that thou hast done. O consider this, ye that forget God, lest I pluck you away, and there be none to deliver you. Whoso offereth me thanks and praise, he honoureth me. And to him that ordereth his conversation right, will I show the salvation of God. Psalm 50, from the King James Authorized Version. A psalm of Asaph. The mighty God, even the Lord, hath spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun unto the going down thereof. Out of Zion the perfection of beauty, God hath shined. Our God shall come, and shall not keep silence. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempestuous round about him. He shall call to the heavens from above, and to the earth, that he may judge his people. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice, and the heavens shall declare his righteousness. For God is judge himself. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will speak. O Israel, and I will testify against thee. I am God, even thy God. I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices, or thy burnt offerings, to have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thy house, nor he-goats out of thy folds, for every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of goats? Offer unto God thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most High, and call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But unto the wicked God saith, What hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth? Seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest thy words behind thee? When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentest with him, and hast been partaker with adulterers. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thine own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I kept silence. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such an one as thyself. But I will reprove thee, and set them in order before thine eyes. Now consider this, ye that forget God, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoso offereth praise glorifieth me, and to him that ordereth his conversation aright will I show the salvation of God. Psalm 49, from the Douay-Rheims translation. Deus Deorum, a psalm for Asaph. The God of gods, the Lord, hath spoken, and he hath called the earth from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof. Out of Zion, the loveliness of his beauty, God shall come manifestly. Our God shall come and shall not keep silence. A fire shall burn before him, and a mighty tempest shall be round about him. He shall call heaven from above, and the earth, to judge his people. Gather ye together his saints to him, who set his covenant before sacrifices. And the heavens shall declare his justice, for God is judge. Hear, O my people, and I will speak. O Israel, and I will testify to thee. I am God thy God. I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices, and thy burnt offerings are always in my sight. I will not take calves out of thy house, nor he-goats out of thy flocks. For all the beasts of the woods are mine, the cattle on the hills and the oxen. I know all the fowls of the air, and with me is the beauty of the field. If I should be hungry, I would not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Shall I eat the flesh of bullocks, or shall I drink the blood of goats? Offer to God the sacrifice of praise, and pay thy vows to the Most High. And call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But to the sinner God hath said, Why dost thou declare my justices, and take my covenant in thy mouth, seeing thou hast hated discipline, and hast cast thy words behind thee? If thou didst see a thief, thou didst run with him, and with adulterers thou hast been a partaker. Thy mouth hath abounded with evil, and thy tongue framed deceits. Sitting thou didst speak against thy brother, and didst lay a scandal against thy mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I was silent. Thou thoughtest unjustly that I should be like to thee, but I will reprove thee, and set before thy face. Understand these things, you that forget God, lest he snatch you away, and there be none to deliver you. The sacrifice of praise shall glorify me, and there is the way by which I will show him the salvation of God.
End of Part
50.
Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part
51.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 51 from the Book of Common Prayer. Miserere mei Deus. Have mercy upon me, O God, after thy great goodness. According to the multitude of thy mercies, do away mine offenses. Wash me thoroughly from my wickedness, and cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my faults, and my sin is ever before me. Against thee only have I sinned, and done this evil in thy sight, that thou mightest be justified in thy saying, and clear when thou art judged. Behold, I was shapen in wickedness, and in sin hath my mother conceived me. But lo, thou requirest truth in the inward parts, and shalt make me to understand wisdom secretly. Thou shalt purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Thou shalt wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Thou shalt make me hear of joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. Turn thy face from my sins, and put out all my misdeeds. Make me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. O give me the comfort of thy help again, and stablish me with thy free spirit. Then shall I teach thy ways unto the wicked, and sinners shall be converted unto thee. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, thou that art the God of my health, and my tongue shall sing of thy righteousness. Thou shalt open my lips, O Lord, and my mouth shall show thy praise. For thou desirest no sacrifice, else would I give it thee. But thou delightest not in burnt offerings. The sacrifice of God is a troubled spirit. A broken and contrite heart, O God, shalt thou not despise. O be favorable and gracious unto Zion. Build thou the walls of Jerusalem. Then shalt thou be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness, with the burnt offerings and oblations. Then shall they offer young bullocks upon thine altar. Psalm 51, from the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, a psalm of David, when Nathan the prophet came unto him after he had gone in to Bathsheba. Have mercy upon me, O God, according to thy loving kindness. According unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against thee, thee only, have I sinned, and done this evil in thy sight, that thou mightest be justified when thou speakest, and be clear when thou judgest. Behold, I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts, and in the hidden part thou shalt make me to know wisdom. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. Hide thy face from my sins, and blot out all mine iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and uphold me with thy free spirit. Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and sinners shall be converted unto thee. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, thou God of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of thy righteousness. O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise. For thou desirest not sacrifice, else would I give it. Thou delightest not in burnt offering. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit. A broken and a contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise. Do good in thy good pleasure unto Zion. Build thou the walls of Jerusalem. Then shalt thou be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness, with burnt offering and whole burnt offering. Then shall they offer bullocks upon thine altar. Psalm 50 from the Douay-Rheims translation. Miserere. Unto the end. A psalm of David. When Nathan the prophet came to him after he had sinned with Bathsheba. Have mercy on me, O God, according to thy great mercy, and according to the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my iniquity. Wash me yet more from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. For I know my iniquity, and my sin is always before me. To thee only have I sinned, and have done evil before thee, that thou mayest be justified in thy words, and mayest overcome when thou art judged. For behold, I was conceived in iniquities, and in sins did my mother conceive me. For behold, thou hast loved truth, the uncertain and hidden things of thy wisdom thou hast made manifest to me. Thou shalt sprinkle me with hyssop, and I shall be cleansed. Thou shalt wash me, and I shall be made whiter than snow. To my hearing thou shalt give joy and gladness, and the bones that have been humbled shall rejoice. Turn away thy face from my sins, and blot out all my iniquities. Create a clean heart in me, O God, and renew a right spirit within my bowels. Cast me not away from thy face, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and strengthen me with a perfect spirit. I will teach the unjust thy ways, and the wicked shall be converted to thee. Deliver me from blood, O God, thou God of my salvation, and my tongue shall extol thy justice. O Lord, thou wilt open my lips, and my mouth shall declare thy praise. For if thou hadst desired sacrifice, I would indeed have given it. With burnt offerings thou wilt not be delighted. A sacrifice to God is an afflicted spirit. A contrite and humbled heart, O God, thou wilt not despise. Deal favorably, O Lord, in thy good will with Zion, that the walls of Jerusalem may be built up. Then shalt thou accept the sacrifice of justice, oblations, and whole burnt offerings. Then shall they lay calves upon thy altar.
End of Part 51. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part 52 of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 52 from the Book of Common Prayer. Quid gloriaris? Why boastest thou thyself, thou tyrant, that thou canst do mischief? Whereas the goodness of God endureth yet daily. Thy tongue imagineth wickedness, and with lies thou cuttest like a sharp razor. Thou hast loved unrighteousness more than goodness, and to talk of lies more than righteousness. Thou hast loved to speak all words that may do hurt. O thou false tongue! Therefore shall God destroy thee forever. He shall take thee, and pluck thee out of thy dwelling, and root thee out of the land of the living. The righteous also shall see this and fear, and shall laugh him to scorn. Lo, this is the man that took not God for his strength, but trusted unto the multitude of his riches, and strengthened himself in his wickedness. As for me, I am like a green olive tree in the house of God. My trust is in the tender mercy of God forever and ever. I will always give thanks unto thee, for that thou hast done, and I will hope in thy name, for thy saints like it well. Psalm 52, from the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, Maskil, a psalm of David, when Doeg the Edomite came and told Saul, and said unto him, David is come to the house of Ahimelech. Why boastest thou thyself in mischief, O mighty man? The goodness of God endureth continually. Thy tongue deviseth mischiefs, like a sharp razor working deceitfully. Thou lovest evil more than good, and lying rather than to speak righteousness. Selah. Thou lovest all devouring words, O thou deceitful tongue. God shall likewise destroy thee forever. He shall take thee away, and pluck thee out of thy dwelling place, and root thee out of the land of the living. Selah. The righteous also shall see and fear, and shall laugh at him. Lo, this is the man that made not God his strength, but trusted in the abundance of his riches, and strengthened himself in his wickedness. But I am like a green olive tree in the house of God. I trust in the mercy of God forever and ever. I will praise thee forever, because thou hast done it. And I will wait on thy name, for it is good before thy saints. Psalm 51, from the Douay-Rheims translation. Quid gloriaris. Unto the end, understanding for David. When Doeg the Edomite came and told Saul, David went to the house of Ahimelech. Why dost thou glory in malice, thou that art mighty in iniquity? All the day long thy tongue hath devised injustice. As a sharp razor thou hast wrought deceit. Thou hast loved malice more than goodness, and iniquity rather than to speak righteousness. Thou hast loved all the words of ruin, O deceitful tongue. Therefore will God destroy thee forever. He will pluck thee out, and remove thee from thy dwelling place, and thy root out of the land of the living. The just shall see and fear, and shall laugh at him, and say, Behold, the man that made not God his helper, but trusted in the abundance of his riches, and prevailed in his vanity. But I, as a fruitful olive tree in the house of God, have hoped in the mercy of God forever, yea, forever and ever. I will praise thee forever, because thou hast done it, and I will wait on thy name, for it is good in the sight of thy saints.
End of Part 52. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part 53 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 53, from the Book of Common Prayer. Dixit incipiens. The foolish body hath said in his heart, There is no God. Corrupt are they, and become abominable in their wickedness. There is none that doeth good. God looked down from heaven upon the children of men, to see if there were any that would understand, and seek after God. But they are all gone out of the way. They are altogether become abominable. There is also none that doeth good, no, not one. Are not they without understanding that work wickedness, eating up my people as if they would eat bread? They have not called upon God. They were afraid where no fear was. For God hath broken the bones of him that besieged thee. Thou hast put them to confusion, because God hath despised them. O that the salvation were given unto Israel out of Zion! O that the Lord would deliver his people out of captivity! Then should Jacob rejoice, and Israel should be right glad. Psalm 53, from the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, upon Mahalath, Maskil, a psalm of David. The fool hath said in his heart, There is no God. Corrupt are they, and have done abominable iniquity. There is none that doeth good. God looked down from heaven upon the children of men, to see if there were any that did understand, that did seek God. Every one of them is gone back. They are altogether become filthy. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. Have the workers of iniquity no knowledge, who eat up my people as they eat bread? They have not called upon God. There were they in great fear, where no fear was. For God hath scattered the bones of him that encampeth against thee. Thou hast put them to shame, because God hath despised them. O that the salvation of Israel were come out of Zion, when God bringeth back the captivity of his people. Jacob shall rejoice, and Israel shall be glad. Psalm 52, from the Douay-Rheims translation. Dixit incipiens, unto the end, from Melech, understandings to David. The fool said in his heart, There is no God. They are corrupted, and become abominable in iniquities. There is none that doth good. God looked down from heaven on the children of men, to see if there were any that did understand, or did seek God. All have gone aside. They are become unprofitable together. There is none that doth good, no, not one. Shall not all the workers of iniquity know, who eat up my people as they eat bread? They have not called upon God. There have they trembled for fear, where there was no fear. For God hath scattered the bones of them that please men. They have been confounded, because God hath despised them. Who will give out of Zion the salvation of Israel? When God shall bring back the captivity of his people, Jacob shall rejoice, and Israel shall be glad.
End of Part 53. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part 54 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 54, from the Book of Common Prayer. Deus in nomine. Save me, O God, for thy name's sake, and avenge me in thy strength. Hear my prayer, O God, and hearken unto the words of my mouth. For strangers are risen up against me, and tyrants, which have not God before their eyes, seek after my soul. Behold, God is my helper. The Lord is with them that uphold my soul. He shall reward evil unto mine enemies. Destroy thou them in thy truth. An offering of a free heart will I give thee, and praise thy name, O Lord, because it is so comfortable. For he hath delivered me out of all my trouble, and mine eye hath seen his desire upon mine enemies. Psalm 54, from the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician on Neginoth, Maskil, a psalm of David, when the Ziphims came and said to Saul, Doth not David hide himself with us? Save me, O God, by thy name, and judge me by thy strength. Hear my prayer, O God. Give ear to the words of my mouth. For strangers are risen up against me, and oppressors seek after my soul. They have not set God before them. Selah. Behold, God is mine helper. The Lord is with them that uphold my soul. He shall reward evil unto mine enemies. Cut them off in thy truth. I will freely sacrifice unto thee. I will praise thy name, O Lord, for it is good. For he hath delivered me out of all trouble, and mine eye hath seen his desire upon mine enemies. Psalm 53, from the Chancelleries version. Deus in nomine tuo. Unto the end, in verses, understanding for David. When the men of Ziph had come and said to Saul, Is not David hidden with us? Save me, O God, by thy name, and judge me in thy strength. O God, hear my prayer. Give ear to the words of my mouth. For strangers have risen up against me, and the mighty have sought after my soul, and they have not set God before their eyes. For behold, God is my helper, and the Lord is the protector of my soul. Turn back the evils upon my enemies, and cut them off in thy truth. I will freely sacrifice to thee, and will give praise, O God, to thy name, because it is good. For thou hast delivered me out of all trouble, and my eye hath looked down upon my enemies.
End of Part 54. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part
55
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 55 from the Book of Common Prayer. Exaudi Deus. Hear my prayer, O God, and hide not thyself from my petition. Take heed unto me, and hear me, how I mourn in my prayer, and am vexed. The enemy crieth so, and the ungodly cometh on so fast. For they are minded to do me some mischief. So maliciously are they set against me. My heart is disquieted within me, and the fear of death is fallen upon me. Fearfulness and trembling are come upon me, and an horrible dread hath overwhelmed me. And I said, Oh, that I had wings like a dove, for then would I flee away and be at rest. Lo, then would I get me away far off, and remain in the wilderness. I would make haste to escape, because of the stormy wind and tempest. Destroy their tongues, O Lord, and divide them. For I have spied unrighteousness and strife in the city. Day and night they go about within the walls thereof. Mischief also and sorrow are in the midst of it. Wickedness is therein. Deceit and guile go not out of their streets. For it is not an open enemy that hath done me this dishonor, for then I could have borne it. Neither was it mine adversary that did magnify himself against me, for then peradventure I would have hid myself from him. But it was even thou, my companion, my guide, and mine own familiar friend. We took sweet counsel together, and walked in the house of God as friends. Let death come hastily upon them, and let them go down quick into hell, for wickedness is in their dwellings and among them. As for me, I will call upon God, and the Lord shall save me. In the evening and morning, and at noonday, will I pray, and that instantly. And he shall hear my voice. It is he that hath delivered my soul in peace from the battle that was against me. For there were many with me, yea, even God, that endured forever, shall hear me and bring them down, for they will not return, nor fear God. He laid his hands upon such as be at peace with him, and he brake his covenant. The words of his mouth were softer than butter, having war in his heart. His words were smoother than oil, and yet be they very swords. O cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall nourish thee, and shall not suffer the righteous to fall forever. And as for them, thou, O God, shalt bring them into the pit of destruction. The bloodthirsty and deceitful men shall not live out half their days. Nevertheless, my trust shall be in thee, O Lord. Psalm 55, from the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, on Neginoth, Maskil, a psalm of David. Give ear to my prayer, O God, and hide not thyself from my supplication. Attend unto me and hear me. I mourn in my complaint, and make a noise, because of the voice of the enemy, because of the oppression of the wicked. For they cast iniquity upon me, and in wrath they hate me. My heart is sore pained within me, and the terrors of death are fallen upon me. Fearfulness and trembling are come upon me, and horror hath overwhelmed me. And I said, O that I had wings like a dove, for then would I fly away, and be at rest. Lo, then would I wander far off, and remain in the wilderness. Selah. I would hasten my escape from the windy storm and tempest. Destroy, O Lord, and divide their tongues, for I have seen violence and strife in the city. Day and night they go about it upon the walls thereof. Mischief also and sorrow are in the midst of it. Wickedness is in the midst thereof. Deceit and guile depart not from her streets. For it was not an enemy that reproached me. Then I could have borne it. Neither was it he that hated me that did magnify himself against me. Then I would have hid myself from him. But it was thou, a man mine equal, my guide and mine acquaintance. We took sweet counsel together, and walked unto the house of God in company. Let death seize upon them, and let them go down quick into hell, for wickedness is in their dwellings and among them. As for me, I will call upon God, and the Lord shall save me. Evening and morning and at noon will I pray and cry aloud, and he shall hear my voice. He hath delivered my soul in peace from the battle that was against me, for there were many with me. God shall hear and afflict them, even he that abideth of old. Selah. Because they have no changes, therefore they fear not God. He hath put forth his hands against such as be at peace with him. He hath broken his covenant. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords. Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee. He shall never suffer the righteous to be moved. But thou, O God, shalt bring them down into the pit of destruction. Bloody and deceitful men shall not live out half their days. But I will trust in thee. Psalm 54, in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Exaudi Deus, unto the end, in verses, understanding for David. Hear, O God, my prayer, and despise not my supplication. Be attentive to me and hear me. I am grieved in my exercise, and am troubled. At the voice of the enemy, and at the tribulation of the sinner. For they have cast iniquities upon me, and in wrath they were troublesome to me. My heart is troubled within me, and the fear of death is fallen upon me. Fear and trembling are come upon me, and darkness hath covered me. And I said, Who will give me wings like a dove, and I will fly and be at rest? Lo, I have gone far off, flying away, and I abode in the wilderness. I waited for him that hath saved me from pusillanimity of spirit and a storm. Cast down, O Lord, and divide their tongues, for I have seen iniquity and contradiction in the city. Day and night shall iniquity surround it upon its walls, and in the midst thereof are labor and injustice, and usury and deceit have not departed from its streets. For if my enemy had reviled me, I would verily have borne with it. And if he that hated me had spoken great things against me, I would perhaps have hidden myself from him. But thou, a man of one mind, my guide and my familiar, who didst take sweetmeats together with me, in the house of God we walked with consent. Let death come upon them, and let them go down alive into hell. For there is wickedness in their dwellings, in the midst of them. But I have cried to God, and the Lord will save me. Evening and morning, and at noon I will speak and declare, and he shall hear my voice. He shall redeem my soul in peace from them that draw near to me. For among many they were with me. God shall hear, and the Eternal shall humble them. For there is no change with them, and they have not feared God. He hath stretched forth his hand to repay. They have defiled his covenant. They are divided by the wrath of his countenance, and his heart hath drawn near. His words are smoother than oil, and the same are darts. Cast thy care upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee. He shall not suffer the just to waver forever. But thou, O God, shalt bring them down into the pit of destruction. Bloody and deceitful men shall not live out half their days. But I will trust in thee, O Lord.
End of part
55.
Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part
56.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Father Zeile.
Psalm 56, from the Book of Common Prayer. Miserere me Deus. Be merciful unto me, O God, for man goeth about to devour me. He is daily fighting and troubling me. Mine enemies are daily in hand to swallow me up. For they be many that fight against me, O thou most highest. Nevertheless, though I am sometime afraid, yet put I my trust in thee. I will praise God because of his word. I have put my trust in God, and will not fear what flesh can do unto me. They daily mistake my words. All that they imagine is to do me evil. They hold all together, and keep themselves close, and mark my steps, when they lay wait for my soul. Shall they escape for their wickedness? Thou, O God, in thy displeasure shalt cast them down. Thou tellest my flittings. Put my tears into thy bottle. Are not these things noted in thy book? Whensoever I call upon thee, then shall mine enemies be put to flight. This I know, for God is on my side. In God's word will I rejoice. In the Lord's word will I comfort me. Yea, in God have I put my trust. I will not be afraid. What can man do unto me? Unto thee, O God, will I pay my vows. Unto thee will I give thanks. For thou hast delivered my soul from death, and my feet from falling. that I may walk before God in the light of the living. Psalm 56 from the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, upon Jonathelem Rechokim, Michtam of David, when the Philistines took him in Gath. Be merciful unto me, O God, for man would swallow me up. He fighting daily oppresseth me. Mine enemies would daily swallow me up. For they be many that fight against me, O thou Most High. What time I am afraid, I will trust in thee. In God I will praise his word. In God I have put my trust. I will not fear. What flesh can do unto me? Every day they wrest my words. All their thoughts are against me for evil. They gather themselves together. They hide themselves. They mark my steps when they wait for my soul. Shall they escape by iniquity? In thine anger cast down the people, O God. Thou tellest my wanderings. Put thou my tears into thy bottle. Are they not in thy book? When I cry unto thee, then shall mine enemies turn back. This I know, for God is for me. In God will I praise his word. In the Lord will I praise his word. In God I have put my trust. I will not be afraid. What man can do unto me? Thy vows are upon me, O God. I will render praises unto thee, for thou hast delivered my soul from death. Wilt not thou deliver my feet from falling, that I may walk before God in the light of the living? Psalm 55, from the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Miserere mei, Deus. Unto the end, for a people that is removed at a distance from the sanctuary. For David, for an inscription of the title or pillar, when the Philistines held him in Gath. Have mercy on me, O God, for man hath trodden me under foot. All the day long he hath afflicted me, fighting against me. My enemies have trodden on me all the day long, for they are many that make war against me. From the height of the day I shall fear, but I will trust in thee. In God I will praise my words. In God I have put my trust. I will not fear what flesh can do against me. All the day long they detested my words. All their thoughts were against me unto evil. They will dwell and hide themselves. They will watch my heel. As they have waited for my soul, for nothing shalt thou save them. In thy anger thou shalt break the people in pieces. O God, I have declared to thee my life. Thou hast set my tears in thy sight, as also in thy promise. Then shall my enemies be turned back. In what day soever I shall call upon thee, behold, I know thou art my God. In God will I praise the word. In the Lord will I praise his speech. In God have I hoped. I will not fear what man can do to me. In me, O God, are vows to thee, which I will pay, praises to thee. Because thou hast delivered my soul from death, my feet from falling, that I may please thee in the sight of God, in the light of the living.
End of Part 56. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part
57.
of the Psalms. Three classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Psalm 57, from the Book of Common Prayer. Miserere mei, Deus. Be merciful unto me, O God, be merciful unto me. For my soul trusteth in thee, and under the shadow of thy wings shall be my refuge, until this tyranny be overpast. I will call unto the Most High God, even unto the God that shall perform the cause which I have in hand. He shall send from heaven, and save me from the reproof of him that would eat me up. God shall send forth his mercy and truth. My soul is among lions, and I lie even among the children of men that are set on fire, whose teeth are spears and arrows, and their tongue a sharp sword. Set up thyself, O God, above the heavens, and thy glory above all the earth. They have laid a net for my feet, and pressed down my soul. They have digged a pit before me, and are fallen into the midst of it themselves. My heart is fixed, O God, my heart is fixed. I will sing and give praise. Awake up, my glory, awake, lute and harp. I myself will awake right early. I will give thanks unto thee, O Lord, among the people, and I will sing unto thee among the nations. For the greatness of thy mercy reacheth unto the heavens, and thy truth unto the clouds. Set up thyself, O God, above the heavens, and thy glory above all the earth. Psalm 57 from the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, Al-Tashith, Michtam of David, when he fled from Saul in the cave. Be merciful unto me, O God, be merciful unto me, for my soul trusteth in thee. Yea, in the shadow of thy wings will I make my refuge, until these calamities be overpast. I will cry unto God Most High, unto God that performeth all things for me. He shall send from heaven and save me, from the reproach of him that would swallow me up. Selah. God shall send forth his mercy and his truth. My soul is among lions, and I lie even among them that are set on fire, even the sons of men whose teeth are spears and arrows, and their tongue a sharp sword. Be thou exalted, O God, above the heavens. Let thy glory be above all the earth. They have prepared a net for my steps. My soul is bowed down. They have digged a pit before me, into the midst whereof they are fallen themselves. Selah. My heart is fixed, O God, my heart is fixed. I will sing and give praise. Awake up, my glory. Awake, psaltery and harp. I myself will awake early. I will praise thee, O Lord, among the people. I will sing unto thee among the nations. For thy mercy is great unto the heavens, and thy truth unto the clouds. Be thou exalted, O God, above the heavens. Let thy glory be above all the earth. Psalm 56 from the Chancellor Revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Miserere mei, Deus. Unto the end. Destroy not, for David, for an inscription of a title, when he fled from Saul into the cave. Have mercy on me, O God, have mercy on me, for my soul trusteth in thee, and in the shadow of thy wings will I hope, until iniquity pass away. I will cry to God the Most High, to God who hath done good to me. He hath sent from heaven and delivered me. He hath made them a reproach that trod upon me. God hath sent his mercy and his truth, and he hath delivered my soul from the midst of the young lions. I slept troubled. The sons of men, their teeth are weapons and arrows, and their tongue a sharp sword. Be thou exalted, O God, above the heavens, and thy glory above all the earth. They prepared a snare for my feet, and they bowed down my soul. They dug a pit before my face, and they are fallen into it. My heart is ready, O God, my heart is ready. I will sing and rehearse a psalm. Arise, O my glory, arise, psaltery and harp. I will arise early. I will give praise to thee, O Lord, among the people. I will sing a psalm to thee among the nations. For thy mercy is magnified even to the heavens, and thy truth unto the clouds. Be thou exalted, O God, above the heavens, and thy glory above all the earth.
End of Part 57. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part
58.
of the Psalms, 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Psalm 58, from the Book of Common Prayer. Si vere utique. Are your minds set upon righteousness, O ye congregation? And do ye judge the thing that is right, O ye sons of men? Yea, ye imagine mischief in your heart upon the earth, and your hands deal with wickedness. The ungodly are froward, even from their mother's womb. As soon as they are born, they go astray and speak lies. They are as venomous as the poison of a serpent, even like the deaf adder that stoppeth her ears, which refuseth to hear the voice of the charmer. Charm he never so wisely. Break their teeth, O God, in their mouths. Smite the jawbones of the lions, O Lord. Let them fall away like water that runneth apace. And when they shoot their arrows, let them be rooted out. Let them consume away like a snail, and be like the untimely fruit of a woman, and let them not see the sun. Or ever your pots be made hot with thorns, so let indignation vex him, even as a thing that is raw. The righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance. He shall wash his footsteps in the blood of the ungodly, so that a man shall say, Verily there is a reward for the righteous. Doubtless there is a God that judgeth the earth. Psalm 58 in the King James Authorized Translation. To the chief musician, Al-Tashith Michtam of David. Do ye indeed speak righteousness, O congregation? Do ye judge uprightly, O ye sons of men? Yea, in heart ye work wickedness. Ye weigh the violence of your hands in the earth. The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies. Their poison is like the poison of a serpent. They are like the deaf adder that stoppeth her ear, which will not hearken to the voice of charmers, charming never so wisely. Break their teeth, O God, in their mouth. Break out the great teeth of the young lions, O Lord. Let them melt away as waters which run continually. When he bendeth his bow to shoot his arrows, let them be as cut in pieces. As a snail which melteth, let every one of them pass away, like the untimely birth of a woman, that they may not see the sun. Before your pots can feel the thorns, he shall take them away as with a whirlwind, both living and in his wrath. The righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance. He shall wash his feet in the blood of the wicked, so that a man shall say, Verily there is a reward for the righteous. Verily he is a God that judgeth in the earth. Psalm 57, Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Si vere utique. Unto the end. Destroy not. For David. For an inscription of a title. If in very deed you speak justice, judge right things, ye sons of men. For in your heart you work iniquity. Your hands forge injustice in the earth. The wicked are alienated from the womb. They have gone astray from the womb. They have spoken false things. Their madness is according to the likeness of a serpent, like the deaf asp that stoppeth her ears, which will not hear the voice of the charmers, nor of the wizard that charmeth wisely. God shall break in pieces their teeth in their mouth. The Lord shall break the grinders of the lions. They shall come to nothing, like water running down. He hath bent his bow till they be weakened. Like wax that melteth, they shall be taken away. Fire hath fallen on them, and they shall not see the sun. Before your thorns could know the briar, he swalloweth them up, as alive in his wrath. The just shall rejoice when he shall see the revenge. He shall wash his hands in the blood of the sinner. And man shall say, If indeed there be fruit to the just, there is indeed a God that judgeth them on the earth.
End of Part 58. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit. Part 59 of the Psalms. 3 classic English translations. The Book of Common Prayer of 1535, the King James Version of 1611, and the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation of 1750. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Psalm 59, from the Book of Common Prayer. Eripe me de inimicis. Deliver me from mine enemies, O God. Defend me from them that rise up against me. O deliver me from the wicked doers, and save me from the bloodthirsty men. For lo, they lie waiting for my soul. The mighty men are gathered against me, without any offense or fault of me, O Lord. They run and prepare themselves without my fault. Arise thou, therefore, to help me, and behold. Stand up, O Lord God of hosts, thou God of Israel, to visit all the heathen. And be not merciful unto them that offend of malicious wickedness. They go to and fro in the evening. They grin like a dog, and run about through the city. Behold, they speak with their mouth, and swords are in their lips. For who doth hear? But thou, O Lord, shalt have them in derision, and thou shalt laugh all the heathen to scorn. My strength will I ascribe unto thee, for thou art the God of my refuge. God showeth me his goodness plenteously, and God shall let me see my desire upon mine enemies. Slay them not, lest my people forget them, but scatter them abroad among the people, and put them down, O Lord, our defense. For the sin of their mouth, and for the words of their lips, they shall be taken in their pride. And why? Their preaching is of cursing and lies. Consume them in thy wrath, consume them, that they may perish, and know that it is God that ruleth in Jacob, and unto the ends of the world. And in the evening they will return, grin like a dog, and will go about the city. They will run here and there for meat, and grudge if they be not satisfied. As for me, I will sing of thy power, and will praise thy mercy betimes in the morning. For thou hast been my defense, and refuge in the day of my trouble. Unto thee, O my strength, will I sing, for thou, O God, art my refuge, and my merciful God. Psalm 59, from the Authorized King James Version. To the chief musician, Al-Tashith, Michtam of David, when Saul sent, and they watched the house to kill him. Deliver me from mine enemies, O my God. Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. For lo, they lie in wait for my soul. The mighty are gathered against me. Not for my transgression, nor for my sin, O Lord. They run and prepare themselves without my fault. Awake to help me, and behold. Thou therefore, O Lord, God of hosts, the God of Israel, awake to visit all the heathen. Be not merciful to any wicked transgressors. Selah. They return at evening. They make a noise like a dog, and go round about the city. Behold, they belch out with their mouth, swords are in their lips. For who, say they, doth hear? But thou, O Lord, shalt laugh at them. Thou shalt have all the heathen in derision. Because of his strength will I wait upon thee, for God is my defense. The God of my mercy shall prevent me. God shall let me see my desire upon mine enemies. Slay them not, lest my people forget. Scatter them by thy power, and bring them down, O Lord our shield. For the sin of their mouth and the words of their lips, let them even be taken in their pride. And for cursing and lying which they speak, consume them in wrath, consume them that they may not be, and let them know that God ruleth in Jacob unto the ends of the earth. Selah. And at evening let them return, and let them make a noise like a dog, and go round about the city. Let them wander up and down for meat, and grudge if they be not satisfied. But I will sing of thy power, yea, I will sing aloud of thy mercy in the morning. For thou hast been my defense, and refuge in the day of my trouble. Unto thee, O my strength, will I sing, for God is my defense, and the God of my mercy. Psalm 58 in the Challoner revision of the Douay-Rheims translation. Eripe me, unto the end, destroy not. For David, for an inscription of a title, when Saul sent and watched his house to kill him. Deliver me from my enemies, O my God, and defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from them that work iniquity, and save me from bloody men. For behold, they have caught my soul, the mighty have rushed in upon me. Neither is it my iniquity, nor my sin, O Lord. Without iniquity have I run, and directed my steps. Rise up thou to meet me, and behold. Even thou, O Lord, the God of hosts, the God of Israel, attend to visit all the nations. Have no mercy on all them that work iniquity. They shall return at evening, and shall suffer hunger like dogs, and shall go round about the city. Behold, they shall speak with their mouth, and a sword is in their lips. For who, say they, hath heard us? But thou, O Lord, shalt laugh at them. Thou shalt bring all the nations to nothing. I will keep my strength to thee, for thou art my protector. My God, his mercy shall prevent me. God shall let me see over my enemies. Slay them not, lest at any time my people forget. Scatter them by thy power, and bring them down, O Lord, my protector, for the sin of their mouth and the word of their lips, and let them be taken in their pride, and for their cursing and lying they shall be talked of. When they are consumed by thy wrath, and they shall be no more. And they shall know that God will rule Jacob and all the ends of the earth. They shall return at evening, and shall suffer hunger like dogs, and shall go round about the city. They shall be scattered abroad to eat, and shall murmur if they be not filled. But I will sing thy strength, and will extol thy mercy in the morning. For thou art become my support and my refuge in the day of my trouble. Unto thee, O my helper, will I sing, for thou art God, my defense, my God, my mercy.
End of Part 59. Recording by Father Zeile of Detroit.